can do it for projects that exist, and we can do it for new construction.
I really had my reverence to you guys up there. I'm really sure that you all.
Mike, I'm sure.
It's good for you.
You have to contort themselves to fit in your organization. So we do.
Oh, really? I think y'all are looking.
Did you excuse me? Miss Lydia and Miss Toya.
All right, well, who are they? You got to introduce them. Now you can't just have strangers on the camera.
Oh, you're just to get the sisters that were named.
So their ID?
Yeah.
Wow, I think y'all are.
On their way to prison or jail, often took me to prison or jail, and so I never really looked at law enforcement as a friend. But thankfully, our new interim Kitsap County Sheriff, John Casey, has really sat with me and taken time with me in many, many meetings to build a strong, trusting relationship.
Date my three sisters. My father being at the protector.
All right.
Honestly, because I know that we can make bigger decisions in our life, bigger.
Okay, as a 17-year-old, haven't had much experiences
right. Because if you put it all together, it's mushy.
No worries, there's still challenges for you. Tell us something that you've been reading or learning or things that you've enjoyed this summer. There's a little activity page in that booklet. Tell us how it went, drop it off at your local branch.
And so the budgets are really set up to be looked at in policy. So
But how are we building what I call emergency relations and with diversity? Because I mean,
asking us materials is a very, very specialized they're professional, they're highly advanced, they're imported.
Having not only impact studies that actually matter and meet the needs, but also that people are participating because it makes sense to them, right? And so this is really the big vision.
Yeah, so Ready to Run, which is the sixth education program for veterans to learn more about preparing your credit, looking at the credit reports, how to talk to lawyers, mainly to help research.
Services are counted. And so there's a point-in-time count outreach side, and that's a lot of what I've done and other folks is we go to different encampments throughout Kitsap County, and we actually survey folks. And folks don't have to give us their name or anything if they don't want to participate, but we at least still count.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, there's like a school drive, a pop-up event. This is going on. We're looking at the vouchers. We're purchasing this property. Oh, we got a class. Like there's constantly just new stuff coming. You can see it. It's just high energy, and here's the DE&I training. Yeah, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. This time goes by so fast, and so much happens. It's sort of to think about what's happened in the last month about that program. And I'm glad I heard that you guys got to share while I was on vacation. You got to share at the state.
Today is Mark Boatwright Paul's birthday.
All right, y'all, this is devolving into something else. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next Saturday.
think your commitment to having this sort of ongoing conversation about housing and homelessness issues is really important. And I just appreciate you right back. Thank you.
All right. Well, you heard it there. All right, y'all. I hope you enjoyed our intro. It's our new intro there. Of course, we couldn't get everything in there. We try to get as much as we can. Man, we've done quite a few things over the course of about a year, and we've got more coming. That wasn't even a quarter, so just had to put something together and kind of update the beginning of the show, or if we need to take breaks or something like that. So hope you enjoyed that. More will be coming soon as we continue to kind of mix up our intros and outros and things of that nature. But coming up in about 6 minutes, we have a special board meeting from Olympic College. So we're going to tune in. As you know, this is a public college. And so we're covering city council, we're covering the college, we cover Kitsap public health, we cover, all these things. And being the biggest employer here, or one of the biggest employers here in Kitsap County, it's important that we know what is going on with them. And Olympic College has changed a lot of folks' lives, right? I was a student there. I taught there. So definitely integral to my own life. And so we're going to check in. There is in about 5 minutes, that meeting will be starting. And then they have their regular board meeting. It looks like the third Tuesday of the month. So we'll start covering those as they come up. So I hope that you are getting yourselves together for a great Monday. It is 67 degrees currently in Kitsap County, but it's going to get into the 80s. You should see 90 degrees sometime this week before it goes back into the mid 80s for the weekend. Today is my father's birthday. Happy birthday. He would be 69 today. This is the one time where all the stars align. And so my father, myself, and my oldest daughter are 20 years apart. 69, 49, and 29. Happy birthday, Dad. And as I said yesterday, happy birthday to my oldest daughter. All right. So, like I said, we're going to start this meeting here in about 4 minutes. As soon as they go live, we're going to go ahead and bring that to you. If anyone wants the agenda, I copied and I put it into the chat. And if you do want it, I can email it to you. You can always send an email to me at theconduitpodcastshow@gmail.com. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Oh, man, I'd be remiss if I didn't look at this chat here. I didn't see that. Shout out to Christina. See you in September, 2nd Annual Champions of Justice Awards, Kitsap County Islander Festival, and the NAACP Bremerton Unit 1134 Freedom Fund Banquet. The Conduit will be covering all 3 of those events, and there really are 4. I just did not have a flyer at the time of the creation of our intro for the 9/11 commemorative event. Put on by Okuye Vargas and her team and many others. So we will be there at Evergreen Park at 9/11 on 9/11. So come down and be a part of that also. There will be, I believe, giveaways. Firefighters will be holding workshops. There's going to be some good stuff down there. Bring Layla to Doc Loves the Kids Day in 2022. Miss Christina, I will try to do that. However, Miss Ladybug is so busy. She just got back. She's been in gymnastics camp for this last week, and now she has an opportunity to go back again. I'm like, Layla, this is 8 hours a day, first off, right? This gymnastics camp. Then she went to gymnastics on Saturday. I'm like, girl, how are you not sore? She's like, I don't know, Daddy, but I'm not. I am not. She's just so full of energy. So, I gotta check her schedule and see if she can pencil Dad in. That's just how it works. So Layla stays busy, but it's all good. She can't wait to go to school this year. She is starting junior high school. So yeah, it's probably too early for me to day drink, but she's gonna be in junior high. Pray for me. I'll get through it. We'll be okay. But she loves school. So I that's awesome. You get a child that loves school, you got a blessed thing for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and get this thing going here. Looks like they're going live now. Let me go ahead and bring this to you. Right now, I'm not hearing any audio on their side. So we just need to wait and see. Looks like they're just getting themselves together. I think I heard something. Sounds like they're moving around there. Those are chairs. Those are not me. It's just FYI. All right. Let's bring this right on to you.
It is 9:15. I would suggest speaking loudly so the folks at home can hear.
Morning, everyone. Here we are for the Board of Trustees retreat. Adam, are there any public comments?
We do not have anyone that has pre-signed up for public comment.
You want me to just go ahead?
Yes.
Oh.
No. Sorry, I was making sure everybody was up to speed. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here on this gorgeous Monday morning. I'm happy we're meeting today to have this in-depth conversation about the state of the college and where we're heading. As you all read the monthly reports to the board, you know that there are many things happening at Olympic College to be proud of. A number of positive changes that have happened even during these last 2 years during the pandemic are noteworthy. However, there are some major challenges that we're experiencing, such as enrollment, retention, CTC link, budgeting issues, etc. But today, we will present to the board the most pressing issues in the hopes that at the end of the day, the board has a global perspective of the current status of the college, the challenges that are before us, and what we're doing to meet those challenges. So with 35 days to go before the start of fall quarter, the deficit in enrollment as compared to last year at the same time is decreasing. It's odd that I broke up happy thinking it's now single digits. And it's in a way, it's a weird twisted way of being happy. For example, state-funded FT is down 9.1% compared to last year at this time. Head count is down 6.7%, and all FT is down 5.9%. So if this trend continues, we're at a deficit compared to last year, and we were down last year. So that is not a good trend. You'll hear some reasons why that trend is happening. but I'm really encouraged to see it's closing. That gap is closing with every day. I sure hope we pull out ahead in the end. So we have a packed agenda. There is an awful lot in here today. When I looked at this, I thought really we could spend all day on each one of these topics and each person. We could spend all day just talking about administrative services and what's happening in that area. We easily could spend all day with instruction and HR and everywhere else. So we're going to try and do this at a nice high global level. I'm going to ask that every person who's presenting to the board, if you have handouts, if you could walk the board through those handouts to say this is what's in these tabs for you. And every time you go to a new handout, if you would let the board know that is the handout you're actually talking about. I hate going to meetings where there's 20 minutes. Oh, you're not even looking at those handouts? Well, sorry. But you just bring the board along. So with that in mind, we are going to jump right into the first agenda item, which is administrative services. Tom Nelson, our VP for administrative services.
Thank you, President. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Happy Monday. Adam is going to be helping me with the slide deck, but it looks like we are fine-tuning the presentation. If that takes a little too long, what we can do is we'll just work from paper. I think you should have in your binders the majority of my presentation. So please feel free. There's a number of things that we'll be going through. I'll be touching on a couple of the things that are in your binder, just kind of by reference. And others will be looking at those in greater detail. Please do not hesitate to stop me at any time throughout my presentation with questions. I'll be happy to try to answer the questions there. And if not, we can all either research or we can talk about it later. The other thing that I will share is that I am sharing some graphical information and some data. I think the most important takeaway from that data is just to kind of show the trends and the relationships, the numbers. We're still challenged by the accuracy of some of our reporting as a result of CT ceiling. So it's probably not real helpful to focus on the numbers themselves, but more the relationships, because those generally do tell the story. We can talk about that as we go through that. Well, it looks like we got back to where we were.
Maybe you just want to work out the documents while I get this troubleshooted.
So at the front of your deck from Administrative Services, you should have something that looks like this that says Budget Overview. We'll be starting with that, just kind of giving you kind of a little bit of an idea of the context from which not only my presentation, but really many of the presentations today will kind of draw from. So by way of background, the president kind of talked about the enrollment challenges that we've been facing. That's basically one of three primary budgetary challenges that the college faces is enrollment. You've heard us, I think, share in previous trustees meetings last year at least. That the college, along with our sister community colleges in the state of Washington, as well as the universities, and certainly every community college and university throughout the country, are facing some of the same challenges that we are as a result of kind of the demographic trough that we've been heading towards, the bottom of which we hope to be seeing in 2025. I read something last week or the week before that said that they're still predicting that the bottom is 2025. So that's good news. It never surprises me to see those dates. Actually, that date right this second is older. So hopefully by 2025 that will be the bottom for us and start to see a recovery. The unfortunate part of that is that recovery will likely
this is on their end. We're waiting to see what's going on as their audio has dropped off. So we'll have to see what's going on there. But as you can see, their Windows was having major issues. Looks like they're trying to work on getting it back online. That was my comment. This is kind of surprising for a state college. From what I understand, they do not keep a archive of past board meetings. I think that's definitely a concern. As I said, one of the largest employers here in the county, and they have their hands in a lot of different things. From what they can do with FTEs, my question would be, what are they doing to reach out to students who are typically fall through the cracks and may not be looking at college as an option, either because they can't afford it, they don't think they belong there, they don't have the grades. So that would be my question. How do you engage and interact in a way where you can latch on to these students and help to cultivate and put them in a position where they're going to be successful and can actually come into OC and be ready. Obviously, we have,
We apologize for the technical difficulties.
programs like
We
Graduate
had the
Strong
computer
and
crash, so
RGEMs.
it's being restarted right now.
That's what
The
happens
meeting
when you have a
has,
Windows.
Paused
Get a Mac.
due to technical difficulties, and we'll resume shortly.
I kid. Y'all know I hate Mac, so I'd rather have Windows, but it is what it is. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, huge institution, they can have issues too with technology. So, we will forgive them for that because Lord knows I have issues myself. You can see there is the board there. The president, I saw Pastor Frankie Coleman. I think I saw Harriet Bryant back there in the corner. Adam is up there on the 5th floor. The gentleman that was just speaking. The gentleman with the beard, I believe, is an IT person. I cannot remember his name. I think he's been a long time staple there. So they'll go ahead and get their stuff going. But again, as I was saying, what do you do? We have a lot of students that when they do come to OC, even out of high school, they are needing remedial English and math. They are not ready for college level English and math. And so it's all great when you have the cream of the crop and you have your running start students that start in their junior and their senior year. But what about the students that need that full junior, senior year just to finish their courses? When I was there, I started what was their education fair. And so this was during the era of Pokemon Go. And so I worked with all the professional technical programs, culinary arts, welding, fashion, and we did it like a bar crawl. And you would go around to the different departments. The way they used to do it is, students and parents can come, or potential students can come into a classroom, and the tenured faculty or some of the adjuncts would come and kind of just talk at them for 30 minutes or an hour and let them ask questions. And it was just so boring and dry. And so, the fashion students put on a fashion show for folks. Culinary arts made food in the shape of Pokemon characters. So it was really fantastic. When I did that with my students under Steps to Success, shout out to Jody in the Multicultural Center. She said nothing like that's been done in 14 years at that college. And now they do it every year. So, definitely, OC's got a radio station, their welding department. They compete down in Baja. I mean, there's like a lot of awesome things that Olympic College has to offer. The problem was, and my
We are
argument
back.
was, a lot of people didn't know about it.
Larry,
All right,
can you hear us out there?
let's get back in there.
Can you just nod your head? Perfect. All right, we are back, and we'll resume the meeting here shortly upon Chair Miller's word.
Adam, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
All right. Girls, let's resume.
All right.
So we were talking about the three primary challenges, budgetary challenges that the college is facing. We were actually on the first point, which was enrollment. And we were talking a little bit about the demographic drop that we are experiencing. What I was going to share was actually something that I had heard in California before I moved up here at the university that I was working at. Some research that had talked about the impacts of this demographic drop on colleges and universities throughout the United States. And the information really was that the West Coast and California in particular, but all three of the West Coast states were showing to be the least negatively impacted by that drop. Certainly, private universities were better off than public universities generally, unless you were one of the public Ivies like Berkeley or UW or whatever. But the trends really held true for community colleges as well. So the community colleges in the western states were based on the actual evidence that they looked at were less impacted. That doesn't really help a lot. We're experiencing what we're experiencing. The reality is that, as I mentioned previously, we're sharing the pain basically throughout the state of Washington. So what we can now just look forward to is 2025 and hopefully a recovery and a strong sustained recovery. The second major impact really is to the budget is that we are in structural deficit. And what that means is that our actual annual revenues are regularly exceeded by our actual annual expenses. And that's not really a sustainable business model. We need to get to a point where we are balanced for our own sake. Our annual expenses do not exceed our annual revenues. And certainly the college, as you know, the college has been taking some steps, certainly with the encouragement and support of the board. We'll be talking today about some of the other things that we are doing to address the deficit cost reduction standpoint, but also from a enrollment and then the third real enrollment challenge really is COVID. Since I've been here, we've been talking about where is the light at the end of that tunnel, and we've been hopeful. But it sounds like the further we get into this, the reality becomes clear that we will be in a kind of a COVID cycle for some time. That there are going to continue to be impacts on the college as we still try to define, what is the new normal, as we try to determine where students are comfortable modes of learning are they most comfortable with, and as we try to find that balance. And so we continue to struggle. We are, in addition to those struggles, we're also, because we're continuing to live and work in both modes, a virtual versus an actual mode, we have actual expenses that our leadership team made the decision to buy rapid tests for our students, faculty, and staff, and so that's going to be an added cost. We've been buying masks, surgical masks and the N95 style masks, and those expenses will continue. As you know, we've talked about the fact that the federal money, the HERP money, that's we still have about $1 million of carryover that we were allowed to use this fiscal year, and we are using that. But there still appears to be no new COVID-related money either from the federal government or from the state government. So while those expenses continue, they'll be borne by the college. So the reality is, and we kind of talked about this last May and June, when we were reviewing the proposed budget for the college. The reality is right now that we are, every year we are having to triage the budget to get the balance. We don't have any funds, excess funds to really invest in the future of the college. We are able to sock away some into reserves, but we have not really been able to use money for strategic investment. In order to invest in the college means that we have to take from somewhere else in the college to reinvest elsewhere, and that is a struggle. Purely as we are, just beginning to do the program review process, the program reprioritization process, until we get some helpful, useful, reliable data behind us, we're kind of making those types of adjustments, those types of decisions in the code. So that can be a challenge. And as I kind of touched on very briefly, we're still again trying to define what is the normal, where is that path, how do we get on that, stay on it. I think we're making some positive steps going forward. We have, we definitely have the examples of our sister colleges in the state, and we're seeing how some of them appear to be making some strides in the right direction. We're trying to figure out how that works. What can we do based on their examples? What can we do based on our own experience and our own knowledge of our service area to take advantage and to gain advantage as we so that's kind of the basis for this part of the presentation.
Yeah, and I just want to go back a couple of, I think the last meeting, took a structural deficit.
That's not right. Thank you.
1,000 full-time students.
Yes, full-time students. So are we still working on paper atoms? Okay. So if you'll flip the page now to the enrollment sheet. So this kind of shows our enrollment declines over time, starting in FY 17-18 and going through 22-23, and then the dotted lines are really kind of a linear projection of how that could continue over time. Didn't want to spend a lot of time there, but just again to kind of show you the critical nature of the challenge that we're facing at the moment. Any questions on that slide? Okay. We'll go then next to the next page. This is page 4, sources and uses, OC total revenues over time.
Slide 4 on page 1.
Thank you. Slide 4.
Oh yeah, you have big. Oh, you have big ones. We all have. We got this.
Yeah, it's very hard to see.
Okay, so I better not give you the page. Anyway, I'll give you the titles. OT total revenues over time. So what I wanted to focus on really is, again, at the top, which is the summary line of revenue, total revenue over time. And again, the dotted line is the projection of that trend over out 3 fiscal years to the future. If you look below at the bar graphs, you'll see the various components of revenue, the state funds, tuition, fees, grants and contracts, and other sources. And then, again, this is just to give you kind of a sense that, I mean, if you were to look at revenue on its own, you would say, well, that looks pretty good. Revenue is continuing to increase. You see that spike in 2021, and then some declines. But the trend generally over time is an increasing trend. Questions on that slide? Okay, let's go to the next page. Where does our money come from? Revenue drivers. So this pie chart kind of helps you get a feel for what the breakout is, what the percentage of the pie is for where our revenue comes from. And you'll see very quickly dependent on state funds, state revenue, or the state allocation. So 45% of our operating revenue comes from the state allocation. 22% comes from special provisions, provisos, and earmarks. So a total of 67% of our revenue comes from state sources. At this point in time, that's actually a good thing because the allocation model, the state's allocation model is weighted and over time, and it takes into account the experience of all 33 of our other sister community colleges. So to the extent that we're all struggling together, the negative impacts of COVID, the negative impacts of the enrollment challenges are being kind of moderated by that by that mixing of our experience and the per-year weighted average. On the negative side, you'll note that 20% of our revenue is in tuition and fees. So enrollment, the most direct impact on our revenue picture from enrollment is the impact on tuition and fees, because there's a direct relationship there. The impact of lower enrollment on our state appropriation is, as I said, kind of moderated by the appropriation, the allocation model the state uses for sharing those revenues.
Yes, sir. Have you had any indication of state sources as to that state allocation? They were getting allocation based on a higher form.
Yeah.
So we follow that line. That is going to cross the next few years.
Well, that's a great question, and a great point. So yes, it is based on a much higher enrollment than we currently have, but that's the same for all the colleges.
Sure.
And it is the model is trending down for all the colleges. The scary part is for Olympic, and basically for all of us is that right now, because we're all in this together, and we are all, all 34 colleges are missing our enrollment targets. Okay? Our enrollment target is 5,004 FTE, and we're well below that. At the point that any one of those 34 community colleges meets or exceeds their target, then the model resets, and that's the doomsday scenario. And yet, it's in our best interest to be that, in that position, to be, meeting our enrollment target and exceeding it. So we all are feeling the pressure to increase our enrollment and to meet our targets. But as soon as we do, there's going to be a correction.
But there's been no talk at the state level of reducing the entire allocation to the state.
That's correct.
In fact, I would argue that you keep increasing it. If we really wanted to go to a different model, like hospitals have, come in the door, you're given 3 or 4 people as your team go with you to that journey. We have the same model. It's that important. So I will happily argue that they have to increase it, not decrease it. But Vaughn is correct. The second, one of the colleges, the year that one of the colleges starts to show a positive growth, and then when they look at the way that the allocation model works, is that if all the colleges were hitting their target, but some were actually growing, they would actually, or some were decreasing, they would reallocate that adjustment and give those colleges that are growing more. It's all been on hold since the pandemic.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go on then to the next page. This is the OC total expenditures over time. So we looked at revenue. Now we're looking at the expenditures side. You'll see that line is also trending up, which is a little bit scary. Again, down towards the bottom, you'll see the various components of expense, instruction, academic support, etc. I don't really have anything specific to share there, except that you will see that expenses did hold fairly constant between fiscal years 2021 and 21-22, and have now begun a decline as reflected on the table here. That's primarily, I think, the result of COVID. But again, we'll note that the trend is upward. Any questions on that slide? Okay. Let's go on then, if we can, to the next slide after that. How is our money spent? The expense drivers, and you'll see 2 pie charts there. And I'm gonna start with
7.
7. Okay. So the first, the pie chart on your left, that's by functional classification. So there's admin services, instruction, student services. You'll see the important thing there is to just see how our revenues are allocated to operations. So instruction receives 56% of our budget. Because we're an institution of higher education, that makes sense. That seems like a reasonable allocation. Student services, 10%. HR, 3%. Administrative services, 17%. And then you see equity and inclusion is just under, 2%. The President's Office, 5%, and IT, 7%. Over on the right-hand side, that kind of uses natural classification for it. So the cost, the elements of cost, you'll see that, and this is really another part of the scary equation here is that how much of our revenue goes to pay salaries and benefits. So 61% of our budget goes to salaries, and 20% goes to benefits. So over 80% of our budget goes to salary and benefits. So when we talk about making reductions at the college, almost any cut, any reduction, some of it has to be borne by reductions in salary and benefits. We just don't have the luxury of the split. The piece of the pie that's the non-labor piece is just not big enough really to accommodate much of a cut at all in all this balance of budget. So as I said, just to belabor the point, any budget reduction almost always will impact labor in some way, shape, or form. Any questions on that?
Yeah, Ron, so if we're looking at we're 81% in salary and benefits, do you have a sense of how that's split between construction?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I think I can get that pretty easily. So let me solve that. Okay. All right. If there aren't any other questions on that slide, we'll go to the next one. This is kind of the funnel, community college business model. So this just kind of graphically illustrates what we've been talking about. So the big bubble up in the upper left is revenue, and essentially what we're saying here is, in order for any of that revenue to go through the funnel and come out at the bottom, basically we have to have more revenue than we have expense, and we're not in that kind of a situation right now. We are, as I mentioned, I think you were all here when I mentioned that we are structurally in deficit right now. So at the beginning of each budget cycle, we have more expenses projected than we have revenues. And so that's kind of where the challenge we find ourselves. Now, flipping the page. This kind of marries both expense and revenue together, and this is kind of a little bit of a scary picture too. So yours are in color, right? So you'll see the revenue line. The revenue line has that peak in 2021. The expense line is the one below that. But what you'll see is that those looking at the trend lines are diverging. They're shooting further and further apart, which means that, and it's the expense line that's on top. So our expenses are growing, while our revenue is growing but at a slower rate. So the gap between our gap in expense is growing over time. And that's part of that is kind of what we talked about a few minutes ago with regard to salary and benefits. You know, we're locked into salary increases and benefit increases that we don't really have any control over. So even if we do nothing, expenses continue to grow. Any questions on that slide? Okay. If you'll flip the page, this next one kind of now helps us kind of visualize the impact of what we talked about over the next 3 years. So you'll see some history to the midpoint of the page, FY 22-23, those are actuals. And then from 22-23 on, those are projections. You'll see, again, the topmost line, that's expenses. You'll see that those are growing from 56.2% up to 67, I'm sorry, not percent, $56.2 million up to $67 million by 26-27. You'll see that revenues are increasing from 52.9 million to 60 million by 26-27. So there's a gap there of $7 million. If you look down towards the bottom, that bottom line, that is the difference. That's the difference between revenue and expense. You'll see that next year we're forecasting a $5 million deficit, a $5 million deficit in the year after that, and then a $7 million deficit the year after that. And then again, that's assuming that we made no changes and that things remain essentially the same. And hopefully you'll be hearing from us today that we're not planning on letting that happen. The reality is that that's all things being equal. Down below that, at the very bottom, you'll kind of see a projection also of the enrollments, both by FTE and headcount, and you'll see that as they continue to decline, unfortunately, as they continue to decline, both expenses and revenues as a result of the injections of state income, state revenue, continue to increase that much.
That's slide 10.
Any questions? Okay. Now the last slide for my overview of the budget is this one that's called balancing the budget for enrollment or with enrollment. So we talked briefly about some of the things that we're looking at as a college, or that we are looking at as a college in expanding our revenue sources. I think you've heard in previous board meetings that we're making strategic investments to hire an events coordinator. We've actually done that. We've made a strategic investment to hire a corporate and continuing ed education director to reinvigorate that. And we are reinvigorating grants and contracts. So those are alternate revenue streams to help us broaden our revenue, not necessarily to increase it dramatically, but to help replace some of the revenue lost. So we're doing things to increase our revenue, but at the same time, we have to look at enrollment. And that's what this sheet talks about. So the first table at the top kind of gives you an equation. It shows you that for every 100 students, we generate a little under $500 million in revenue, 439,700. 23% of that is from tuition, or 102,700. The remainder, 77%, comes from the state allocation. So if we were going to balance our deficits, the $65 million deficit next year and the year after, the $67 million deficit in 25-26, we'd have to be enrolling upwards of 1,500 students, new students, each year. Any questions? 1,500 above what the new students get already. Yes. Thank you.
So the point, like, one of the things I want to point out is that students register any tuition fees do not cover all the costs of instruction. So if a student ever approaches you and say, well, I'm paying for this, I either get this from it. They're actually always being subsidized by the state. They're always being subsidized by the taxpayers. It does not cover full costs.
I have a question. So it goes back to what we talked about. The costs of our salaries, and stuff. So with the $1,000 less, 1,000 students less, do you look at all the programs, reevaluate the programs that are being offered, and look at what classes are filling up, whether they're core classes, elective classes, and then make decisions on? And I know, like you said, some salaries we have to live a little bit, but cutting down staff is always the last thing any place wants to do. But I mean, when you look at it holistically, how are those decisions made? I mean, do you know what I'm trying to say? As far as the need for certain classes, the other maybe have an instructor who will have no science or this for whatever reason. And how you look at that and figure it all out, we'll try to reduce the salary line item.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's $1 million question.
Okay, well, I'm glad I asked the $1 million question.
Marty can speak more to that, but
I want to be talking
in
about
general,
that.
if there's no need, if we have, say, 70 courses just sitting there, and people only sign up for 50, we would cut those points. Right? If it's not there, and sadly, if it's an adjunct faculty member, they don't get paid. If it's a full-time faculty member, they get moved over to other classes.
I understand how that works. I mean, and we also have this responsibility. So I was just wondering how all that played in.
It's really complicated that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I would just say that I have a number of documents in my presentation.
Okay.
Some more detail about that.
Okay, I was just wondering how the procedure went, how often you looked at it, whether it was quarterly or.
So I can speak to, if you want to speak in general terms, every quarter, deans are tracking enrollment in all of the class sections that are offered. We only offer class sections at the number that we think we can actually fill. Sometimes we'll start with maybe a optimistic number of class sections, hoping for increased enrollment. So look, the scheduling itself is a whole other subject, but certainly trying to schedule towards student demand. When sections are not filling, then we have to make a decision about whether to go ahead and cut that section because it doesn't have one or two in it, or do in some cases linger on it and wait until the last possible minute to cancel it before we have to pay a part of the adjunct salary. We don't cancel it a certain thing before the class starts. We got by CBA. We have to pay the adjunct a certain percentage of their contract. So we want to cancel before that happens. But the longer you wait on a class that under a goal, we're counting the students around, you don't want to lose their enrollment side. So those are some of the decisions the teams are always making.
Okay.
We are using fewer adjunct faculty as a result of diminished enrollments. So that's a quarter by quarter decision. We're looking at those things and tracking those numbers. The bigger picture is, what about let's say programs that are consistently being under quarter after quarter, and we may have, for example, a full-time faculty member who has classes that are under full or two full-time faculty based on the enrollment that we're seeing, trajectory of that program. And those are decisions that the academic program, those are decisions around what do we do with this program. We're going to close this program. We need something different, more resources, a different refreshed curriculum, strategy. Those are some those are the sorts of decisions that can be made in instruction.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're probably going to cover this too when you talk there. Are you noticing a trend in classes of what the current enrollment are they, navigating a certain thing, or has that shifted over time?
I will walk through that.
I waited.
Yes.
And part of this, Cheryl, is the difficulty in predicting. But what we want to do and what students want to do are often two different things. So we're trying to get more people back in person. I think we'll always have an online component, and we were trying to grow that for years. We were told it couldn't grow, and then look, but now we're all online, right? It did grow. But we're also trying to bring everybody, a lot of people back for in-person instruction and have a campus feel. But we often open up courses right now and nobody enrolls. So there's a real problem there. You can't wait forever to see if they're going to enroll in person. Meanwhile, the online courses are filling. But Mark can talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Great conversation. So Adam has been faithfully working in the background while we've been talking and brought it up on the screen. Are there any slides you'd like to look at on the screen before we move on? This is actually kind of the end of this slide deck for me. Okay. All right. Adam, would you mind going to the slide that says budget? It's the one PDF that is the
PDF. The one pager?
Yeah. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the budget and the budget reduction activities that the college has been going through since the June budget approval. This is miniature. So you'll want to probably look at your own copies of this.
Yes, that's the next tab you have, or the next handout here.
Okay.
Your book.
So this document basically, essentially is the document that you approved in the June board meeting. What I've done is I've shown nothing has changed with the exception of the column on the right-handmost column. So I added a column there to show you what the 3.5% reductions would be in the various cost centers. And I just wanted to spend just really a second here, unless you had further questions, just to report that everybody is on track, that we are in the process of reviewing the budget reduction plans, that everyone has met the 3.5% target. Some have exceeded, and so we're in pretty good shape. And so here in the next several weeks, the president and I will be visiting with each of the vice presidents and directors to go through their budget proposals. I just want to, give kudos to the vice presidents and the directors for their work on these efforts. As I think you pointed out, Cheryl, as you all well know, it's much easier to add budget than it is to take it away. It's been a challenge, but worthwhile. Any questions on this? Okay, let's see. We're going to move on then. Now we're going to shift gears and talk a little bit about capital projects. Adam, can you go to the one that talks about the current capital projects as a one-page PDF? Okay, this one is miniature as well, so it should hopefully be the next tab.
Here you go, Ron.
Thank you. There we go. So hopefully you have that up. Okay. So we have 4 projects that I really wanted to touch on today. One, I think, may be a surprise to you, and the others will be things that you've heard about, and just kind of update you on where things stand. So the 4 projects are the construction trades building, and I'll spend some time talking about that. The weld shop renovation, innovation and technology learning center, and then the Sons of Norway refresh. So the construction trades building, I think you probably heard some minor references to that in previous board meetings. We are Martin's Camp, Norma Whitaker. Norma and her team have been putting together a program, a construction trades program for the Shelton campus. And we are now making steps to lease a facility at Sanderson Field, quarter Shelton property. If you've been up there, and if you haven't, there's an industrial park up there with a number of metal warehouse buildings. We are working with various state agencies to execute a lease, a lease on a 5,000 square foot warehouse to have right now we are in the as you might imagine, everything with the state is a little complicated. We have to get permission from state board to move forward with the lease, and then we work with the Department of Enterprise Services and OFM, Office of Financial Management, to make the lease happen. And one of the steps is to inform you about our plans, and so that's why I'm bringing it up today, is to let you all know that we are actually now moving forward with that. We are hopeful that we can get the building leased and get the tenant improvements made by this December. So early next year, we'll have our first construction trade courses there. This has kind of been a team effort with instruction and with the foundation and with the Shelton campus folks to make this happen. Very, very exciting. I think everyone we talk to is very, very excited about the possibilities of having that program in Shelton, actually having it county and in the counties. And so we actually have been lucky enough to locate Walla Walla Community College. They had a construction trades program that they are actually now shuttering. And so they've donated the equipment from their program to Olympic. So we're in the process right now of making arrangements to move that equipment from Walla Walla here out to Shelton. And we'll go through the inventory process and determine what we have there and what we haven't been for the stuff. We're excited about the possibilities there. There is a 2.5-year break even on that. Significant interest in the community out there, as well as community in general, but also from the tribes. Very, very exciting. Initially, after year 3, I believe we're at 30. It's a trend from 25 to 30.
People looking for start with 550 is a winner. But at scale, we're looking at 30. So as Ron said, that's I think year 3.
Question mentioned what colleges are doing, but what is your program?
Do I remember that story? I think they lost, as I recall, they lost their instructor. That's what I recall. And you know, that's one of the challenges with this type of a program. You need to have, you know, somebody that has a real
it wasn't just their instructor, it was something, because they could have gotten another instructor, obviously. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
They were in some way tied in with a nonprofit. I want to say it might have been like kind of that related or something. There's also some relationship with them and that.
There was some kind of shift. But and the other thing that I was going to say, to answer your question, this isn't, I can't back this with any kind of factual support, but since I've been working on construction trades with Allison Smith up in Shelton, and Jeremy from the foundation for it, I have been told that there's very strong demand for it. So hopefully there will be some nice enrollment from starting the program. I mean, I'm very optimistic about it.
No, I think it's a great program. I know you always got to ask questions. Are you seeking or are there some other
Yeah, there's quite a bit more to that story. It just wasn't structured.
We actually, at least 3.5, possibly 4 years ago, we're talking to a potential donor in Shelton for a space construction trades. And we're moving forward if we did hire a forward rapidly. And then that faculty member when the pandemic hit, suddenly go keep us put on down. And that actually pretty much shut the program for a couple of years. It did make a difference to lose that momentum.
And I think to your question, Tom, I don't believe that the reason that Walla Walla has closed their border, I don't know that that's important to us. I think that was unique to Walla Walla as I understand it. They had their specific issues that aren't really.
I noticed you guys after this kind of great. How getting potential quickly out of your screen for construction. So I asked the question why in Bremerton. It sounds like
Bremerton, Shelton's been actually asking for. When I first started the very first year, the students, they were asking for construction trades, plumbing, electrical. They really want hands-on.
Part of the component to this program too is that we will be using the Shelton campus for part of the curriculum, and so there'll be both locations. An idea is really that this would be a signature. So that's that. Any other questions on the construction trades? Thank you. The weld shop renovation. So we are officially under contract with a contractor on that project. As if you know anything about what's been happening in the local economy with construction costs generally. Construction costs are no different. They're actually kind of leading the way with regard to cost increases and inflation. The project was originally budgeted at $10.5 million, and you'll see on the table here that there's now we signed an agreement for a $13.9 million project. So we have a shortfall there. One of the things that you'll be seeing in tomorrow's board packet is a resolution requesting approval to utilize institutional money to cover that gap. We have a number of potential funding sources that could either reduce or eliminate that gap. We have made a request to the state for some emergency monies that they actually set aside for project cost inflation. So we have a request for the full amount in the state. We're waiting to hear back on that. There is potential also that we could see there is also potential that there's some other governmental we are pursuing all
Unrealistic, though, I think, to get any money from the state. The amount of money allocated to the entire state to this budget shortfall is $8 million.
For not only for community colleges, but for every state agency, there's $8 million available.
That's one university's shortfall of one project. Right?
They are. They are part of the, you don't see it here, but about $1.5 million. Any questions on the weld shop?
For you and Marty. For Marty, if we don't cover that shortfall money, which is basically say, okay, we'll cancel, we just it's the option there.
Right. So do you want to answer, Chris? Okay. So that's ultimately what would happen if we did not come up with the money, then we would stop the project where we were at. That's not likely. This is one of those must-dos. We've been, as you probably, this precedes me by years. This project is something that we needed to do to continue to maintain our relationship with the other industry partners in the area. So we just need to make this happen. The unfortunate reality is that with the cost, just the fact that the state of Washington have really to the impact that construction costs are having on projects. We have two projects. So this project, innovation and design building, we're going to talk about. That's even more of a job. Talk a little bit about that. This is kind of one of those we just don't have
Are the two partners participating in the funding?
No, so that's actually, yeah, that's kind of one of the areas where we're limited. I was going to say, let's see, there was one piece of that I wanted to share. Oh, so the pre-construction meeting is today for the project. We're off to the races. We're very, very excited. I know our kind of watchword of the project is no change orders. Can't afford to make any changes. As you know, that's where contractors tend to make their profit is to make changes. So we're going to hold tight. So very, very excited for that. Any questions on that project?
Just for clarification on the construction period, 18 months, expected completion February 24. That's the 2024 for completion of this project. The team that just returned from east or west sound that we have a South Tech. So that's what we're talking about.
Yes, this is part of what Martin is talking about is, we know exactly how long construction has when they need to have this building completed. The reality is that and the scary thing is with supply chain, it's hardly possible to go beyond that.
This is we're just calling that. We're currently running welding out of West Sound at Bremerton off-site from the college. It's we're grateful for the space. There are some dynamics that make that difficult. It also doesn't allow us to grow the role. So we have suppressed welding enrollments to a particular level with that space you simply can't accommodate, or not nearly as much as we in the shops. The longer that they're not in the shop for the welding program is.
So just for clarification, this welding renovation here is going to be a location.
So this will be on our campus, this welding renovation, yes.
So this is in addition to the one in Shelton.
Yes. Yeah, we've always had two.
Right.
One in Shelton, one in Bremerton.
The one in Shelton, though, I'm just curious. I heard that years ago.
Yeah, they did get heat. I think there's those big space heaters up in the corner to provide heat to that campus or to that building out in Shelton.
That remains, that's still a very, very well enrolled course out there. All right. Moving on to the Innovation and Technology Learning Center. So that's the biggest project that we have on the docket right now. As you'll see in the summary, it started out as a 41,000 square foot building and is now been reduced to a little bit under 22,000. And the reason for that reduction is that this is a state-funded building, and cost increases are such that that's what we can afford to build for $25 million. So as soon as I get through this summary, then we'll be looking at more detail on this building specifically. In May and June, the college worked on an updated project status for the state in preparation for requesting detailed design money. So we need to send a status to the state, that goes to the state board and the legislature, and they will approve monies for the detailed design phase of the project. We're in that phase right, we're awaiting that approval. Move forward, we expect approval from the legislature in October, and then we will move to the next phase of that facility. Let's see. I think that's all I have before we back to that. Questions on that? The fourth project that I wanted to share is just kind of a little kind of an exciting side project that we've identified, and that is the Sons of Norway refresh. So most of you are probably familiar. We have the Sons of Norway building down on the northeast corner of the campus, of the Bremerton campus. We were, as I understand, we were gifted the building, and the president and the director of facilities and I had a chance to go through the building, and Tina, our events coordinator, and we're really kind of surprised at what we saw. The building right now is extensively used for storage of surplus property from the campus. We were concerned because it's been unoccupied for over 10 years that it would be in pretty sad shape. The envelope, the building envelope is actually in very good shape. It definitely looks rough. It definitely needs work done on it. But it seems like it could be a very, very good opportunity for the college to build some community space that would be shared with the community, has the potential for having office space for various offices at the college. If you've ever been in the building, there's a big dance hall and an upper kind of conference room. Basically, actually, it's slightly bigger than this room here. And both of those are serviced by kitchens, and so it has some potential. So I know the president is kind of we want to dream about something positive. We think about the Sons of Norway and what it could be, what it could become. I know the president's kind of talked to various community members about it. I don't know if you wanted to say
it's a beautiful space. I don't know if any of you have been in there before, but actually I was pleasantly surprised. I really was expecting it to run down, kind of like the Barner House, which is only a few down the road, which does need to come down. That has to be reconsidered, which is ours as well. But this is a nice space that has, you could hold community events, you could hold large meetings, statewide meetings in there, two different levels. Trevor was looking at it as well. There could be space there for the foundation office. When I talked to community members, people used to be in that building all the time. One of the people worked with us actually at his wedding reception there, and he still raves about it. It's a beautiful location. It wouldn't take much to restore it. I think actually for the foundation, this would be a fundraising. Still have a lot of community members who spent many years in that building and speak. Bring them back for a night of fundraising and say, imagine all this restored to its original glory and then some. I think it's a winner. Get some money for that. Donation, but it's a beautiful space. But right now we don't. I think it's bigger than anything we use on campus. We use the BSC building for meetings. And I think that space in that building is bigger than what we use on campus. Better space actually.
This would be community space, not just college.
Oh, for rentals. Yes. Rotary now is a good building coming back on our campus. They would love that space.
Sure.
If we could arrange, you know, to come take a look at it, I think we should.
And how do you, this is just an idea now, or is it actually a project?
Yeah, just an idea.
But how long?
Well, you know, we kind of just floated the idea. I think you're probably in like the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th people that have maybe heard about it. You know, we're just trying to give a sense for, you know, how much support there would be for it. You know, exactly how difficult would it be to, you know, to raise the money. You know, it'll probably take, you know, a couple of million. And so we would definitely want to seek outside funding for vast majority. So it'll take a while.
I guess I would be looking for, you know, where's the support for this in terms of business model revenue streams. This doesn't just become
But we currently don't have conference space on campus. So we have to make it for summer. There's one possibility.
Yeah, I would be very optimistic about raising money for it and maybe even within the foundation office into that building. Having that as a community space, and if it could follow that model of what you guys are talking about, I think it could turn into a positive revenue stream for the college and also help with the revenue stream for the foundation to raise more money for the college. It has potential. Just one of those things, build it and they will come, right?
It's a business model.
Build a business model.
Yeah, that's right. Who's going to run it? Anyway, great idea.
We will definitely report back. All right, Adam, I saw that you had gone there. Now we're going to move on and talk a little bit more detail about, yes, that's the color. I'm sorry, back to the.
So that's your next tab.
That's my next tab.
Next page.
Next section. So this is talking specifically about the Innovation and Technology Learning Center. And the idea of this is to kind of give you an idea of there's a lot of information on the sheet, but the idea really is to show you the evolution of the building over time and how it's evolved as a result of this kind of the outside influences. So the way you read this is down along the left-hand side are the various components of the building. Across the top, you'll see our various milestones. So the very first column, the project request report, this was the original request for the building. The next column, the OC program. This in January of 21, the college went through an exercise to identify what we wanted. It kind of took what had been done back in 2017 and then kind of brought it forward to 2021. Then there were two updated proposals in April of 22 and May of 22. And then in June, as I mentioned previously, we prepared that updated status report to the state to get permission for the report design. So as you look across, starting at the top, you'll see that one of the major impacts to the building really was active teaching and learning space. You'll see on the second line down, 1.02, that there were 4 active learning classrooms that were originally planned for the building. And now, as a result of the having of the space, the total space, we're down to one classroom. Now, you'll notice that below 1.02 that there were those four classrooms were going to be dedicated to cybersecurity, data informatics, digital humanities, and virtual reality training. Now with the single classroom, instead of having 4 dedicated classrooms, now we'll have a cyber range lab that will accommodate each of those 4 programs within that single lab. Okay. So So we're not losing functionality, we're just losing space. Now that's really the primary reduction in that building was the loss of those 3 other classrooms or lab spaces. If you go down and as you'll notice, as you look at the table that you have in front of you, as you see the gradations in the color, when the color changes and gets lighter, that means that the space allocated to that purpose has shrunk some. Okay? And just to give you an idea of how that evolved. So after each of those proposal updates, we had to reduce space further and further. Going down to the middle of the page, 3.02, Career Advising and Support Center. This is one of the things that was not well, you'll see right above that 3.01 that there was space that was originally identified for learning support, tutoring, and military affairs, and that concept was expanded in the OC programming of January 2021. But you also notice that as of April 22, that dropped out of the plan. And again, that was dropped because to accommodate the reduction in space. Not that those programs are any less important than they were a year ago. They're as important or more important than they were a year ago. The reality is that we just don't have adequate space in the building that house those. Those are existing programs. They have homes right now, albeit not probably exactly what we would want for those programs. But for the time being, they'll have to continue to be housed where they're currently at. So, other than just a general reduction of the project to accommodate what we could afford, in the loss of the labs, the 3 labs, and the loss of space for career advising and tutoring, those are really the primary impacts to the project. Down towards the bottom, you'll see right below element 4.05, you'll see, as we talked about, we started with just under 41,000 square feet in 2017, and we're at just under 22,000 square feet now. The price has gone up, but again, when you kind of look at, we were going to get 41,000 square feet for $24 million, and now we're going to get 21,000 square feet for $5 million. So just a huge negative. You have 4 labs. Exactly. The project now, if you look down again towards the bottom, the project was originally slated to start in January or July of 21 and finish in April of 23. Now we're looking at a project completion of December 25, as long as things continue to move forward. The challenge continues to be cost pressures, because we are dealing with a fixed budget. College has not actively looked at, up until now, we've not actively looked at additional partners or funding sources to help increase building the space, or at least ensure the space that we have now. This is one of those ongoing conversations that I mentioned briefly earlier in my presentation. One of the things that the state is not wanting to address is construction costs on capital projects, and we are kind of in the perfect storm right now, where we have this building that we have to move forward. If we don't move forward with it, we go to the bottom of the pile, which means that we're out another 15 years before we get.
Just so other limit,
So and it's $23 million. So, you know, that's why we keep on reducing the size of the building to, you know, try to stay within that 23 million-ish.
So I have a question for you and Mark, I think. More than one, these topics. How does that impact some of the one lab share?
Well, I mean, it's cutting the buildings is an excruciating process. Say that. Called for. We don't think there's value in what will be offered in this building, particularly in terms of your information system, national security information system, cybersecurity work suites. But we've reduced lab space, we've reduced classroom space. In some ways, I guess the way I would describe it is that we tend to be more singularly focused on instead of saying, okay, we're going to accommodate 4 different academic programs with a little bit of space each. We've focused primarily on technology, in particular on cybersecurity, information systems, integration with computer science. There's still space there for electrical engineering. We see that there's kind of what goes on in tech that can be really valuable for technology. But it's definitely narrow. So it's definitely narrow. It's not as much space to be I think Marty and I talked and Ron too. I'm concerned at how little we're getting for the amount of money we're spending.
Don't really have a choice. I mean,
I've
gone
right,
back and forth.
true.
I actually can't justify spending. The reality is I've gone to whack, which are asked to put this on the capital budget committee. Legislature to make all these buildings that are designed to build space old. Present, there are none we have seen in like 40 years. No one's prepared for this. There's no sense of urgency to do it. On top of that, I was watching the news the other day and I thought, this is going to get absolutely crazy. They said there's no change. They were actually interviewing the port of San Francisco, which is one of our largest ports. They said there is no change in commercial flyers available for the next 2 to 3 weeks. They showed the ships backed up. They said the stoppage of moving of supplies will stop. It will actually surpass what was stopped during the pandemic. It's much bigger. So here we go again. Right? Escalating costs. But the reality is, on already said it, if we don't act on this building now and build it, we get, and you're not rewarded for trying to do the right thing. You're not rewarded for saying that, you know, we can do better. This is a 2-story building, now it's a 1-story building. Can we hold off and get increased? And hold on. And if we say no now, we really should go down on the list of all the other columns. We don't have a system where we stay in place and not be rewarded for trying to do better.
I'd like to make a request. But on you at ACT, we have our this week. They all are different. Great case study, right? Certainly we're gonna be talking about CDC, what, how this was on. Great case study. He's getting ACT to start waiting. I think the state board, they understand, I hope they understand.
We're not the only college.
Yeah.
I've lots of examples of other presidents who had just as much as we.
One of the other frustrating things is, cybersecurity and these sorts of technology, focuses. I will definitely agree with that. That kind of completed what I wanted to say about that matrix. Any other questions about that? Okay. So behind that, you'll see in your packets is basically the submission that we made to the state. I'm not going to talk about that. It's actually just kind of for your reading enjoyment, pages and pages of status about the project. And this is actually what the legislature is going to be considering. So I wanted to take just a real quick minute and thank Martin and the Office of Instruction. Putting together this report for the state took 2 months of very active, focused work on the part of many as well as part of the architects helping us with this project. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. What you will see towards I think the very back is you'll see something, a little picture that says high velocity water flow tank. So this is something that's very exciting. The college has been in conversations with Washington State University, and we are actually partnering with them and with the Department of the Navy to bring a wave tank, a wave water flow tank to this building. The idea would be that it would help with the shipyard support of the Navy and specifically the submarine force, helping them do design modeling and other simulations. This is a very, very exciting opportunity for the college. And there seems to be support by Representative Kilmer and Patty Murray for this. And so just wanted to share this, not only because it's kind of really exciting, it kind of brings some realism to what we're doing here, but the other really interesting thing is that we're trying to do everything we can to make this building as impactful on the community and as useful to college as we can going forward. So we're continuing to look for opportunities to help this. So something for you to look at. And, I'm sorry, Rob. Yeah, it should be towards the back.
The document, is this going to be part of an innovation center?
That's the idea. If we can get this all lined up, the idea would be that they would fund this state. Challenge now, though, is okay, if this is dedicated space, what, is it going to be a zero sum? Are we going to have to reduce somewhere else? What we're hoping for is specific money that's assigned for these improvements. But what we believe is that there's additional capital improvement money that's available that can actually potentially help us build a bigger building.
Those partners, are they stepping up or are they helping?
So that's the other challenge. But apparently they are huge. the partners are queued, the project is queued. So it's a matter of seeing if we can't pull it all together in time.
See this room with everybody. You're gonna find it, right?
Yeah. So let's see, that's it for capital construction. And I know I've run extremely long. If there aren't any questions with that, then I'll just go real quick and talk briefly about challenges and opportunities. Okay. With regard to issues, we've talked briefly about CTC Link. I told the president when I first saw him this morning, I had kind of a heart-to-heart, kind of a scary conversation with Angela this morning. As you know, we are right in the middle of year end close, and this year has been as bad or worse than last year was closing with CTC Link. You all know this, but the week after I got there, today is my 1 year anniversary. So a week ago today, so 50
goes under opportunities, right?
Yes. So 51 weeks ago, Angela kind of came to me and said she was pretty tired of fighting the fight, and we talked quite a bit, and it looked, it just did not look good. That was a real scary proposition for me, and Angela and I have to really work closely together, and we really respect one another. And things have been going extremely well this last year, and over the last 2 weeks, I could see she was starting to really get burned out again, and with year end close. And so this morning we were talking, and she said, "Ron, I was just about ready to call you last week and tell you I'm through." It is just a matter of time. I cannot. She's an asset to the college right at this point. So I just can't imagine what we will do without her. I would add all the college first. So yeah, absolutely. And the long and short is that CTC Link is just really wringing the life out of not only Angela but our staff and the staff of every business office in every community college across the state and the state board counseling staff. For the last, I think Angela said, for the last 2 months, I think that's right. For the last 2 months, they've met every day at 1 o'clock. They, being state board and interesting community colleges, to talk about the issues that they were having that day to get us through year end close. It's just every day has been a struggle. Fortunately, we are now about 2 days out from being finished with that process. But it's just been hellish for folks. And I don't know if you've heard, Pierce College, that's one of the colleges that we've looked at admiringly, because apparently, as I understand it, they kept all of their staff prior to implementing CTC. They kept all of their staff after. And over the last month, they've lost more than half of their accounting staff. And again, because this. And so it is a real problem. I hadn't intended to come say that. Things generally, the CTC Link have been getting better. But in year end close, no matter where you are, it tends to be not a very pleasant time. But this is really so very, very hard. I think, Angela felt a lot better today. Her daughters started the first grade today. And so that was good for her.
In class, right?
Yeah, different classes. Right. So that's the good thing. But there's still a lack of. To talk briefly about where state board is with CTC Link. You mentioned Tom, Angela's leadership with the subcommittee, and they state board are wanting to kind of take over that they want to take over the agendizing of that meeting, of that group. They don't want to take any leadership for it, and they're not really seeking input from the colleges about what the priorities are. And so that's very, very disconcerting for Angela and our sister colleges.
So what's that called? All that.
It's the subcommittee. I'll get it for you.
It's a BAR.
Yeah, the BAR subcommittee. Thank you. BAR subcommittee. CTC links. So that's an ongoing issue for us, really, and how we get from here to our year and next year. We're still kind of working on workarounds. That's actually been going much better, thanks to the subcommittee. There have been a number of continuing stresses on not only the finance staff, but facilities and security. COVID, has continued to have an impact. CTC Link. We have a number of senior managers in administrative services that are on extended leaves, and so that causes that puts pressure on managers who are still around. It's going to be quite a burden. Then I'm sure that Josh will be talking about this, but our ability to maintain our skilled workforce, partly because of the workload, partly because of just the hopelessness of the situation, partly because of pay, partly because of the lack of available people hired. Retention and recruiting are continue to be a challenge in our area. So there's that, and then the final issue really is just kind of addressing administrative issues of longstanding. We have issues with our processes, finance. We have issues in security with there. Just a number of things to address. So flipping the page to opportunities, there is still much to be hopeful for. We had what I thought was a fairly good initial kickoff year for the governance council, the budget governance council. That went well. Year. A number of facilities issues, physical facilities issues. Several buildings that have really serious problems with HVAC that we're trying to address with the state. Slow progress there. Leaders in building 5 and building 12, I believe, are their original equipment. Issues, so we're issues. Yes. We do have money. Not only does the college have some money, but the state also has emergency money for things like elevators and fire safety. The problem right now is that used to cost $200,000 to fix, now it's $1 fix. So we just we got a bid to replace, to rebuild the 2 elevators in the building 5. That was replacement. That's the one that is.
But without it, it makes those buildings obsolete if we have people with accommodations.
That elevator is sure like.
Yeah. Talk about security staffing. We're having problems right now trying to maintain minimum levels of security coverage. And that's, again, partly because of wage rates, partly just keeping people on board once we get them hired and trained. Security is doing a lot to increase the level of training for officers. And they began to work on improving our readiness as a college for various emergencies. And then in the finance area, for the board, hopefully these are some things to look forward to. We're working on some board level dashboards for our financial reporting. We're planning to transition to an old funds budgeting approach. So instead of just looking at the state appropriation and tuition operations, we're going to look at all of the funds college has and make sure that we're utilizing all of the money that we have available. And then finally, we are continuing to work on simplifying our CTC processes. So, lots of challenges, but lots of things to look forward to the year. And I just wanted to finish by saying thank you to you all for your support year in and year out of administrative services in the college. Our staff does protect us. We certainly appreciate that. With that, I'm happy to answer any final questions before I see the time.
How would the audit?
Very good. It's been kind of slow. So the first year has gone well. I don't have anything to report. It's continuing to move forward. The second year we had to put on hold while we addressed year-end close. We have hired actually a new compliance analyst. That's kind of a replacement for Angela's old. That person is now helping us pull the data that we need for the second year of the audit. So hopefully that's going to be going started. That's kind of an interesting side point, maybe for a conversation. So you may recall that we have the state auditor's office as our auditor years. And 2 years ago, we chose because they were increasing prices and their availability was starting. We decided to go with the external firm. Not for cheaper, but less money, and on a more schedule more conducive to our needs. Then Angela told me this morning that majority of colleges utilize state auditor's office, letters from the state auditor's office telling them that they need to find hey, it's part of it has to do with the CTC land challenges.
Even if state's been. It's not a good sign that the state is abandoning us.
That's it for me. Thank you for your attention.
All right, I'd just like to say thank you and staff for all the great work.
I agree with all that. I think
They're all scheduled to take a break at 10:30. I don't know if you guys want to just keep going and just get up if you need to use some facilities, or if you really want to take a break. We're ready.
This was a very aggressive agenda just to begin with, before we even reduced it to this, which is still very aggressive. It just points to the need for more conversation. You know,
Break then, or if you guys want to wait.
3 days. I don't know what they're doing.
Like we are.
Okay.
Chair Miller, how long would you like the break to be? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay. So the Board of Trustees meeting will be on break until 8 after 11.
Let's work to consolidate that.
Thanks, John.
You would just teach you and
Like they distribute these copies out.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
And I don't have like a PowerPoint.
All right. So it looks like they're going to go on a break here for 10 minutes. They will be back at 11. Oops. You guys don't want to hear me listening to it, right? They'll be back in 10 minutes to continue on. This is definitely very informative. I hope you are finding this of benefit. Definitely very concerning. We know education is one of the best ways for folks to escape poverty and to help their family and support themselves. Not guaranteed, but it does increase the likelihood of that happening. And so definitely hard times ahead for the college. They got to figure out a way, and hopefully they will be receptive to your open comments. Should you provide some, there's a meeting tomorrow. I don't know if it's too late or if the deadline is already there. The link was put in the chat. Let me go ahead and put that back up there. All right. And so you can access that information. Just click on that link in the chat. There's a quick little form that you can fill out and submit so that you can make comment tomorrow. If not, you can make it for the following month. As you know, the ideas come from the diversity of thought, right? So what ways can we think that we can increase the FTEs and the enrollments? If I'm not mistaken, that number was somewhere between 1,500 and 1,600 students per year, new students. Also, as I was saying earlier, we have a lot of students who would start that first quarter and they wouldn't make it to the second quarter, right? It's retention. I'll see maybe if I can't get my data person to look that up in Tableau for me. But you lose a significant percentage of students that don't continue on past that first quarter. And again, you lose another significant percentage of students that don't make it through the first year. And during my 5 years at the college, as some of you know, I was an advisor and adjunct faculty. And so as an advisor, I would see students as they came in, and what they did to try to help support that is you would need to come back after the first quarter and talk to an advisor or a counselor to make sure that you were heading in the right direction, on the right track. I also told you in my own personal experience that I was a bit stubborn and bullheaded when I was a student back in '97, and I didn't think I needed a counselor or an advisor. So, I just was going to do it on my own. What's difficult is you are making a serious sacrifice when you decide to become a college student as a non-traditional learner, right? Especially in this era of COVID. FAFSA may not be enough. Student loans may not be enough. And God forbid you're taking student loans out at the junior college level. Yeah, I paused there on purpose. Okay. You need to be applying for grants and scholarships. I've done a podcast on that last year. Okay. MyScholarly.com is a great one to access. It has a lot more opportunities than what you might see in the places that you're searching. This is something I would teach in the class to my students. And there are several students that benefited from grants and or scholarships. $3,500, $6,000, $1,100, and some of these things were so easy. Take your phone and record a 60-second video. I mean, it couldn't have been easier. And so when I would do the equation for students, I would say, okay, so how much is your time worth? And they would say, oh, $50 an hour, $100 an hour, $200 an hour. Like, all right, well, who's paying you $200 an hour, right? But okay, even $50 an hour here in this county isn't likely for most people, right? 30 is what you need to live. But I said, okay, so let's say that you got $1,000 scholarship and you took 10 hours, researching, searching for the grant or for the scholarship and then submitting all the requirements for it. It took you 10 hours to do that. How much would you make? That'd be $100 an hour. Where else are you making $100 an hour? Who's paying you $100 an hour? And folks would say, well, I don't have time and this and that. Again, the investment is in yourself. The investment is in yourself. So the students that listened, they got pretty good results, right? And there were students that had so much money left over. They were the stress of trying to pay for college, pay your rent, take care of your children was just removed for those students that fell into that category. So, and not that all the students had children, but I mean everything. It's not just for low income or BIPOC or LGBT. Are you left-handed? Can you do you speak Klingon? Just the most random scholarships are out there. And so it appears to be a scary thing. And so students will steer away from that. But that's a huge, huge help for students if they don't have to worry about trying to, figure out how they're going to make their ends meet, right? Pay for their toiletries, get back and forth to class, buy the things that they need. And textbooks ain't cheap, right? Materials ain't cheap. And another thing is if you're in school, you may need to stay and work with a tutor, right? You may need to stay at the study lab. That might be where your computer is, right? That may be where you've got that space where you can actually study without having distraction. So that means, right, the opportunity cost of your time. I could go to work. I could go here. I could do this. But what I'm saying is I'm going to go to college. I'm going to earn a certificate or I'm going to earn a degree. And while I'm not earning money now, right, or not at the level that I could be if I was a full-time employee or working 2 jobs, let's say, right? On the other side, once I have that certificate in welding, once I have that certificate in culinary arts, once I have that degree in electronics or business management, and on and on and on, computer information systems. Now I'm worth more. They have to pay me more. I'm going to start above, minimum wage or entry level. And that person that has been working, fast food or whatever the case may be for those 3 years that you were in college, yeah, they're making gains on you. But when you start in year 3, you're going to be here, but you're going to catch up to them so much faster and they're not going to be able to keep up, right? The gap is just going to continue to grow. And so the question is how can you give yourself the best chance to be resilient, to stay in school and to finish? And go in eyes wide open. Understand that you may have some, makeup work to do. You might need to go back and take a developmental English course or pre-college level math course. Lots of folks don't like math, right? So depending on what you're going into, maybe you need Math and Society, which is Math 107, and you place into Math 90B. And you got to do Math 94 and then Math 99, right? That's a year if you don't go summer. And the worst thing that you can do is wait until the end of all your other coursework to do your English or your math, because all that's at the end, right? One quarter at a time. And so I've seen the heartbreak of students that have waited until the end to do those core requirements, and they didn't build it in during the time, right? It's like kind of having your vegetables and your dessert at the same time. It's like, well, I love my content, right? I want to be a culinary, I want to be a chef. I want to be a cook. So I love that. That's fun. So I'm going to take all these courses. I'm going to front load it. I'll save that English and that math to the end. I love business management, but man, I hate the math portion of it. Which I don't understand that myself, you know. But don't wait until the end. It just adds time onto the end of it. Make sure you have a balanced schedule. You know, when you think about New Year's resolutions, we tend to go really hard, and that's when we end up, we might fail, hurt ourselves, right? And then our goal is over. So folks try to hit it really hard. It's like, man, I'm going to take 18 credits. I'm going to take 20 credits. Can't tell you how many students would come in and that was their goal, right? Some students wanted to take 25 credits. And it's like, you know, not always the way to go.
Okay, it is 11:09.
Let's get back to it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're ready. I'm sorry. We're just carrying on. We're going to
Board of Trustees meeting will resume momentarily. You can above my pay grade.
Okay, well, I think I'm up. So, I have a number of handouts that are in your binders. I don't have a slideshow, so you can just refer to your binder and I'll go through the handouts in sequential order. And
I can post them. I scanned them in this morning, so I can post them.
Okay, great. But yeah, wait a minute. So, and based on the topics that I know you were interested in addressing, the one that I focused on the most is enrollment. And I wanted to take a little deeper dive with you into some of the dynamics that are shaping enrollment for us. Ron did a really good job, I think, of talking about overall what we're seeing nationally as well as in Washington State for all of the higher ed sector, but in particular for community and technical colleges. Marty had shared, and it might be in your binder, a report recently that showed that community technical colleges were among maybe the hardest hit of that whole sector in terms of enrollment through the pandemic. And you can see that as well if you look at the enrollment reports for our system colleges too. And Olympic College is, if you look at our enrollment, for example, from the state board for this last academic year, we're right in the middle of the pack, not the hardest hit. And there are other schools that did very better. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're looking at, kind of focusing on fall for now, and also looking a little bit historically at some of the enrollment trends that we're seeing. So the first page that you have is pulled from Tableau. A lot of this data, most of the data I'm going to go over is pulled from our Tableau dashboards. Those dashboards are a credit to the work of the Office of Institutional Effectiveness that Allison Baer was the executive director of, and then we have data analyst Jeff Campbell and Eager, that's really wonderful work there. So updated every day, so the handout that we have is actually from Friday, although it's been updated today, the numbers look a little bit better, but as already mentioned, we are, depending on how you look at our enrollment tracking, you can see that our enrollment is down in terms of days until fall quarter starts. But if you look at that first sheet, which is the gross head count by day of enrollment, we're up. So what happened for fall is that we actually started enrolling students it was more than 2 weeks after we started enrolling them a year ago from fall. So we did start later in the institution enrolling students, and that was, as I think you know, we worked on our fall schedule. We took some time to delay enrollment start for fall, so we can look at the fall schedule. Also in Shelton and Bremerton, Discipline, had a lot of really productive conversations, but it did delay the beginning of enrollment for students. And so if you look at the number of days students have had so far to enroll, they have enrolled more quickly than they did a year ago, but we have less time to get them all enrolled. So now we're starting to look at the days until the first day, and the numbers don't look as good. So what we're hoping for, if you look at the second sheet there, days until first day for fall quarter, the latest numbers are that for head count by days until first day of class, we are down 6.65%. And you can see that the trend has been for that gap to close. Whether it will continue to close all the way, I don't know. I don't have the predictive analytics to know whether that will happen. But that is the trend, is for that to be closing. We do know we have a number of students that do register late, we do enrolling students. So I would expect some of those as well. If you look at the next two sheets, state funded FTEs by day of enrollment fall quarter, again, by day of enrollment, the number of days students have had to enroll since enrollment began, we're looking really great, but we don't have as much time as we did a year ago to get students enrolled. So by day of enrollment, you look really good. We're way up. By the number of days left, if you flip the page, we're down about 9% until the first day. And again, that gap has closed, but we'll have to see whether it continues to close, whether we end up with about even enrollment, whether we perhaps do better. It's not totally clear yet. So those are the kind of overall what you're seeing in terms of enrollment for fall for head count and state funded FTEs in those two sheets. And I guess they have had scanned these and they're in the state as well. Any questions about that, about how those are tracked? And this is updated basically daily during the week. So I know the president, Brendan, I, maybe others monitor this every day, looking to see what the trend is. I also will, when I talk with the deans who report to me, we dig into their divisional enrollment data. Look like per mesh, where are we seeing students enroll, not those kinds of conversations. Well, I don't know if unusual is the word. I would say that there's not a real clear narrative. I think there are some that kind of emerge, some patterns that emerge. Overall, what I think we're seeing is students generally enrolling more quickly and into online classes, taking online when it's available. We had an online class section of the class, just to kind of simplify it. We had a course with an online section and a face-to-face section. Generally speaking, the online section will enroll first, sometimes dramatically more numbers in the online. That is always the case. There are some exceptions to that. That may have to do with the time that the course is offered. It might have to do with the teaching. Might have to do with whether students are already who are enrolling or already in face-to-face classes, so taken online. So there are some dynamics that generally speaking, we already offer online classes. We see the even as we try to build back face-to-face enrollments, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but we have successfully brought back a lot of face-to-face or on-ground instruction, but for the fully face-to-face or hybrid, which is a mix of in-person and online. But some of those classes are slow to enroll, and even in some cases where we not given the choice that okay, we're only going to offer a face-to-face section of this because we believe that this is a better learning experience for students. Science classes are a good example of that. We're not always seeing the enrollment we expect, and we're not sure why.
If we're trying to increase enrollment, does it matter if you're online?
Actually, let's continue. Let's well address that. I think. Yeah, it's a great question, actually. So,
that's surprising. By the fact that you know, we're at pretty much full employment now. I saw 5 million people, 2 billion open jobs, 5 million people, job market, right? So people are working. That's when for their
yes.
So anyway, I don't see anything really surprising. I guess we haven't seen the economic profit implication.
One of the things that Ron and I were just talking about is there for some students or prospective students, there's no incentive to go back right now. What did you just say? What are they offering at Dick's Drive-In? Some very good burgers, but what are they offering?
Yeah. I can't remember what I saw, but it was either $18 to start or $20 to start, and then $25 an hour after you've been fully trained.
Yeah. Plus healthcare, plus college. Right.
Plus the signing bonus, plus, yeah.
So what's the incentive? Right. You made good money coming right out of high school.
Well, I saw a presentation a week or two ago about training, open training, and you know, with virtually 2 weeks of training, you can get a job. What these flaggers are out there? They start at $26 an hour.
We offer that.
And get to $45 an hour.
Okay. So the next page should be fall 22 class count by instructional modality. So this is probably more detailed than you're really interested in, but we'll look at it more deeply later. But broadly speaking, we have 60% of all of the class sections that we're offering in fall are going to be offered with some on-ground instruction, whether that is following the CTC link codes. In-person and web enhanced are both fully face-to-face. All of the instructional time for in-person and web enhanced codes is seat time actually in a physical classroom. Hybrid classes have seat time in a physical classroom, as well as either online synchronous or asynchronous instruction. All of the instructional time for those classes. So hybrid, in-person, and web enhanced all have some on-ground instruction. Again, in-person and web enhanced have all on-ground instruction, and that's 60% of the classes we're offering for fall. Just for comparison's sake, this isn't in the document, but last fall, I want to say 33% of our classes had some on-ground element. So we dramatically increased the number of class sections that we have that are being offered in person with some on-ground element. And that's by intention. When I've been working with the deans and the faculty, I've expressed multiple times that we want to grow back our in-person enrollment. This speaks, I think, a little bit to your question about, why not just focus on online for online. I think we do want to have to look for opportunities to grow online enrollment where we have them, but I also think that online is a very competitive sphere. There are colleges out there, if you look at Arizona State University, at turn, I mean, they become kind of an Amazon of online enrollment. They have 300,000. It's going to be very difficult for Olympic College to be competitive with some of the big players in online enrollment. That's not to say that we get there. And in fact, we probably have more students than I would have guessed in terms of them stuck with us because we are, I think, a community college in this region. And we have some, there's kind of a loyalty to OC, a kind of credibility. We also have a physical campus that you can visit if you want to, even if you're online enrolled. All those are reasons to stay with us. We have lost a lot of enrollment for dramatically lower enrollments starting fall 2020. So while our enrollment was already declining, decreasing, we have lost a lot of enrollment since fall 2020. And this is not unusual, this is true across our system. But you know, there's some speculation that the students that we lost are the students that really couldn't hang with the online instruction. They didn't work for them. The factors are always kind of complicated in terms of their lives. And all the way 20 students were all home. 8 students were home. Even college students were home. So that might have been people need to be primary caregivers to do things like that. But overall, I think that there's probably well, the other thing is that online doesn't work for us. So we are trying to bring back the basic role because you'll see in a little bit that rates for face-to-face are higher than online. Some of that is also because we've offered a lot more classes online in the last 8 years, and that's only how we've been tracking comparatively face-to-face and online. But generally speaking, there is some value, I think, in the face-to-face environment. Anecdotally, the faculty of popular students, they prefer learning face-to-face, but they also recognize now the convenience of online for their schedules. And so after a recent conversation with the faculty of psychology, saying that talking to students, they told her that they really are teaching a face-to-face class, which is probably a little less than half of what that class would be. The students told her that they really appreciated the in-person experience of learning and learning from each other, real experiences face-to-face. But if they had it offered online, they told them they would have done that instead, simply for the scheduling convenience. So this is a challenging thing. The other thing I would just mention is we have to make these choices that we can't always offer duplicate sections of everything. We can't necessarily offer every class in every program in face-to-face, hybrid, online, meet all of the students, different student needs and demands. And so we have to kind of pick and choose. So we try to be strategic about what we offer online, what really works best online. And then there are other things that really don't suit learning experiences there or the assessment. We worry about the quality of assessment in terms of things like so you'll find that almost all of our science labs have moved back to in-person learning. Yeah.
We have to mention that the last first science class we're going to have. And it's really not being
The challenge would be really to take this to customers. Products are what we want, I think you're online, you're right. There's so much competition. So what's the advantage we have? We have a physical facility. So how do you conduct this? Track students in like once a week or 2 weeks a year. We meet with my peers. Field science. That would be a greater leverage than
visible, right? I mean, if you could take a course from a professor who you know is, so just wanted to add that. Certainly.
See, too, is that we're always posting there's COVID in some buildings, and I think that has, well, as far as coming on campus. You know, because they're like, oh, shit, it's COVID, I'm not going on campus. So how do we deal with that? I mean, I think I see, and I see someone's contacting COVID in a certain building. And so, as a student, you know what I'm saying? But I understand what you're saying too, Martin. It's really important because of the online, in-person classes. It really needs a small group that really benefit from. But my question is that then the faculty says, well, I don't have so many students, I'm going to cancel that class, right?
Well, the dean would make that decision.
Well, the dean, right. So if you get less than 10 in there, the class could possibly be canceled. But can we use the online to close that for enrollment?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, keeping enrollments have been tough to bring back. I've seen a lot of, it might even be that, I mean, this is actually just speculation. A lot of this is that we need more time to really get in. You know, but it is possible that, for example, evening classes might be speaking to some of this audience that might take online classes. So
I think they're looking at exactly what everybody's been talking about, you know, where some folks could make as much money as they could if they had a degree coming straight out of high school, especially if they are providing for a family in any way or even helping their parents who are with income. You know, some employers will give, like, for example, gives all the employees there 4 hours a week education. So it provides an incentive for you to finish, you know, your master's, PhD, whatever, your BA, your AA. I know that a lot of other employees, I don't know if anybody else in the greater Kitsap would do that, but it would certainly provide incentive for their employees to be able to take 2 hours a day. I don't know how you try and, I know that I worked with somebody who's going to OC, quit OC to go to Arizona State University to pursue a BA. She didn't have to switch between. And I talked to her a lot about the pros and cons and everything. And it was just that they offered her that she could finish her BA with rather than BA. So I don't know. It's a hard balance to try and find all of that. If we have great staff, we have great courses to try and get people back. Because some people do learn better in person. You know, they like the hands-on, they need that instruction. And I think you have to be pretty disciplined to do an online course. You have to make the courses, you have to do your homework. You're kind of on the honor system with trying to get it all done. And some people just don't have the discipline, or they have so much other things going on in their life. Their internet is spotty, they have childcare, they're trying to juggle their own home needs with school. So I think it's a collection of a lot of things. I think that we can work towards finding solutions to all of this, but we're dealing with such an unprecedented time, like COVID, the job shortages, and all of the other factors that just our everyday life for so many people.
we work, I think, pretty adequately with student services to let students feedback on student preferences for course taking, but that doesn't always align with actual course taking behavior. Yeah. And so we're sort of weighing that with what we actually see.
Right. Mark, I had a question. I say this might be a little school set. Would something like that fit in, or like shelf branch, something like that be considered as well? Show this to. These are more younger students. Something like that be considered to. Wanted to branch out.
So something similar like to the West Sound Tech Skills Center. Well, I think it's possible. I think that's something to think about in terms of what is kind of our strategic plan, and also what we think will really work best as far as sort of building enrollment there. That's a really good conversation in itself. I Yeah.
Because you only have nothing of at the end of the month. And she, you know, feed it to that college. Some kind of skill set, or with sound tech, something. This seems like someone have just inclusive.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I know the at our programs at the West Sound Tech Skills Center, we do have enrollments that are drawn from work Kitsap, whether that we could get, you know, a higher numbers if we were 20 miles closer. That's a good question. I'm sure they don't have a ready answer. I'll just say keep moving though, and just for the sake of time. So all the numbers are there as far as the instructional modalities and the splits for fall as we currently have them. And that includes PSNS and Olympic College Shelton, Olympic College also. I just would note there with that data on Shelton and really West Sound Tech as well that our classes, welding, for example, we have a lot of classes that are clustered together. So it looks like we have a lot more classes than we do. So, for example, it looks like Olympic College Shelton is, in fact, got a lot more classes than Paulsville, but it's not what on the ground reality is like. So, just moving on, I wanted to give you a kind of a window into what Shelton and also enrollments look like, because I think our branch campuses have been particularly challenged by the pandemic. And we paid a lot of special attention to these campuses in instruction and working with student services. And with the instruction, we have also campus director Michael Waltz, Shelton campus director Alex Stebbs, and as well as the dean. We try to build back the enrollment, but it is definitely the challenge. And so, just kind of focusing on Shelton for a minute, you can see that our classes at this point in time, which is printed on Friday, are very low enrolled. Generally speaking, I'm sorry, this is the right after the modality. The one that so going back, you have to go back a little ways in the instructional handouts to the modality one is one right after that. So let's show. You're too far off. Probably just only 5 pages in or something. Yeah, there you go.
So looking at the credits, like for math 94, there's only one student enrolled.
Right, that's correct. Yes. Now, some of the, if you dig into any of these individual classes, there are, maybe more stories to tell. So with developmental math, for example, students in developmental math are often late in enrolling. So it is certainly possible that these may be sections that we want to wait until closer to the start of fall to see what enrollments might pick up in those classes. But you can see just looking at these that History 230 has 4 students enrolled. Communication skills, communication studies, 220 has 2 students. American Sign Language 121 has 1 student. These are very low enrollments. Shelton, we did just do an enroll now event. Student services did it. Running, that's just running start. Okay. Yeah. I think that's just the running start orientation.
And that's after spending a lot of time with Teresa Ramos, who's our executive director of Running Start. She meeting with counselors, Sheldon, the aspect of Running Start in the car, and working with the faculty to adjust what time courses are offered to Running Start students.
The council breakfast for Shelton School District. And I would say proportional to the amount of enrollments that we actually had in Shelton, because in circumstances, we probably paid Shelton more attention, percentage-wise, trying to get that campus going. Even so, I wanted to present this to you so you can see some of the dynamics that are also shaping our budget situation. So with Shelton, our inclination is to want to, where possible, run low enrolled classes to try to build back the enrollment, prime the pump, if you will, at Shelton, because if we cancel half the classes we're trying to offer there right now, let's say, which we might under normal circumstances do, We do work that there is some knock on the viability of Shelton in terms of people looking at saying that there's never a class there that I'm interested in offering.
So can a running start student take all the courses they do on the Shelton campus?
So right now we work with Teresa to try to offer a kind of a 2-year schedule at Shelton. So there's still work to do on it, but the intention is to offer a 2-year schedule at Shelton that students could finish their associate degree, do a running start just by taking Shelton enrollments. But the reality is that it fits with pre-pandemic too, that on those branch campuses, if students want more choice, then they might go online or they might go for Bremerton. But with this is the other thing that probably is challenging to online. Or they might go down the road to South Beach Sound, which has a full campus not that far away. So that is a challenge for Shelton, sure. I think the online enrollments are also kind of challenging maybe our branch campuses even more than our main campus, because the point of the branch campuses was to serve students that are geographically dispersed in our services. Those geographically dispersed students now have more online options than they've ever had before. So I don't have an analysis like a zip code, but that's something we could look into to see if we are maybe seeing more students who potentially go to Shelton or Paulsbo instead of going online when those online options are available. So our enrollments are really challenged at these branch campuses, and when we run classes that have 5 students in them, or 6 students in them, or 8 students, this is in addition in terms of our budget. So this left us in instruction with having to make some hard decisions. If we kind of run the Shelton experiment this year and say we're going to try to run low enrolled classes because we really want to build back Shelton, we want to see if they kind of prime the pump and get students there, then we are going to be running those classes inefficiently, and it's going to mean that we have to make decisions elsewhere and have other cuts. So I just wanted to present that dynamic, and I guess this kind of goes down to how the board and instruction can help one another. But I think one of my interests is to understand where we are as a college in terms of our commitments to campuses, because I don't feel in instruction that I can make these sort of unilateral decisions to say, hey, 3/4 of these Shelton classes are low enrolled. We're just not going to run them because it's inefficient. That would be something like that at Shelton, and if our colleges commit to Casey County campus, then that's a decision we have to run. That's why it may not make sense. Additionally, it makes sense. So,
Yeah, no, it's a second issue. It's also.
It is.
A lot of issues there. Happy with your 2 classes.
Yes. Also do a little bit better overall than the Shelton as far as old numbers. Those are here for you to walk through them, but see that there's some higher numbers. And I'll be interested to see where we end up with some of these classes by fall. Yes, we have 37 students at 78 enrollments. So, enrollments would be like some students are in one more than one class. But yes, that's right.
And only 25 FTE. So, I mean, that's a lot of effort for 25 full-time students.
It's true. Yeah. And that's why I left those columns in there. Actually, you can see what the actual FTE in campuses, but all FTE and state budget is not their topic for these campuses. There's a lot more that can be said about Shelton and Paulsbo, but I will move on for now at the same time. So just skipping over both the Shelton and Paulsbo pages. I wanted to give you a sense of, and I can't begin to walk through all of this, but you can have it again. It's in your binder. You can look at it more in depth of what we've seen by discipline in terms of the total student FTE change over the 2019-21. I would call those pandemic influenced years, as well as it's the green and red colored,
which is also up on the screen.
and on the screen. So just as an example, and I'll just show you kind of what you're looking at here, you can see, for instance, that in the last in 2019 to 20 and 2020 to 21 academic years, that we saw FTE grow the most by, in terms of just actual numbers of FTE in discipline with the nursing prefix. So followed by geography, political science, human services. That's the amount of FTE that those courses have enrolled. And then you get the percentage you see there is the percent of the increase that we've had in those areas in those 2 years. The final column you see is student faculty ratio percentage change. So, you know, where you see, for example, like nurse is a really interesting example. So if you look at that 20% increase in student FTE, you can see that the student faculty ratio has basically been flat. And that means that those classes have been scheduled with about the same efficiency as they were at the beginning of that chain period we're looking at, that 2-year period. Where you see like political science, growth of 24% student FTE and student faculty ratio percent changes 33%. Those have been scheduled more efficiently in terms of student faculty ratio. That is more students per faculty member. And then if you look at the ones where you see the drops, you see that those were scheduled or have run more inefficiently. There are lots of reasons for that, not any one story in particular about student faculty ratio happening there. There's a lot that can be said about it, but that's where we've seen areas of growth in the last 2 years. If you flip to not the next page, but the one after that, you can see areas where you've lost the most FTE, the disciplines where we've lost the most. So you can see math and English have lost the most FTE in the last 2 years. That really isn't that surprising because those are the classes that students take in their various programs, whether that's transfer or these are offered in a lot of professional technical programs as well as requirements. And so when you have fewer students enrolled, you're going to see fewer students enrolling in English and math, especially. Math, I talked to John Vaughn, who's the dean of our math, engineering, science, and health, about math, just out of curiosity. And some of his comments were that when you look at math, he thinks that there were a lot of students that didn't feel like they could do math online or didn't want to do it online. And students tend to put off math if they can anyway. So it's also possible that math is more disproportionately affected by students delaying taking math. But so you can see math, English, communication studies is another area that students take commonly as part of the required class for their programs. Computer information systems is an area of focus for us in terms of how do we grow those enrollments back. That's an area in demand, well, regionally and nationally, but it's also an area where students can, with 1 year certificate, do pretty well in the job market.
Computer information systems. What is that?
So that's like IT fields, so these like networking, security.
Not code.
It could be coding. Yeah. So there's some programming as well. There are several tracks within computer information system, and that would be an area. So when you think about the building that Ron was talking about earlier, that's an area of intense focus in the building. That's what area we just focus on in our facilities. I think we would have state-of-the-art facilities for that area, and I do think we can see enrollment growth in that area from partly from facilities, so having state-of-the-art facilities. Welding enrollments, just to give another example, I do think those are being suppressed by the fact that we're teaching at the West Sound Skill Center, and there simply is, we have to run classes there starting in the afternoon, 3 p.m. and later. So that is, I'm sorry, 4 3 p.m. We have to go 4 3. So they can end at a certain time.
It's after, I believe.
Is it after?
Yeah, so it's
and so there are time challenges with scheduling it at West Sound Tech. We don't have as many building booths at West Sound Tech. In terms of a long-term solution, it really won't work. So that's something we need to continue to monitor is the new building, the continues to kind of the shop renovation is pushed further out. I think the assessment for us will be, we want to continue with West End, or we want to look for maybe another site that might be able to allow us to enroll more students. It would be more expensive to do something. That would be great on. So again, you can see some of those enrollment declines. I won't walk through you can also see just for comparison's sake, I also did FTE change. If you flip 3 pages, 16 to 20, because those were kind of what you might think of as the pre-pandemic years. Only spring 20 was the first quarter that we were fully online. All of a sudden we had pandemic to deal with. Everything before that was business as usual, if you will. And so you can see kind of where some programs were really seeing a growth, and then they had a hard time in the pandemic. So an example would be film. Film was having kind of a lot of growth in those first few years of its existence. In the pandemic, I think the faculty did everything they could to provide a great learning experience for the students. But you want to be in person for film. We have great equipment, great facility. So we've seen that return now to those in-person classes and hope for enrollment for that area. Yes, sure.
What's C and PRF?
Let's see here. I'm not sure offhand actually. I would actually really discount those percentages.
That's what I asked.
I would think that's a statistical anomaly that I would probably be focused on. Yeah.
Okay, I just wondered what it was.
Yeah, and I should say that I created these. We have Tableau dashboards that show the year-on-year enrollment. But what I did was just take these and then create, basically Excel functions to show the trends. Yeah.
Continuing studies, professional development.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Continuing studies, professional development classes. So an example would be forklift operator certification, flagging certification.
Continuing it. Okay. So they're also flagging, yes. So I won't focus on the 16 to 20, but you can see that there's some areas that really were growing before the pandemic, and the pandemic has been hard for them. There are other areas that if you look at this, you can just see that there's really not been a lot of significant changes. We were declining before the pandemic and continuing to decline. So we're paying attention to these numbers because these have to go back to some of the questions you were asking, Cheryl, in Ron's presentation. We have to look at some of these several year trends to see what's happening in our disciplines and in our program. What does it make sense to continue to offer as part of our program mix in college, and what are areas that we need to kind of refocus and allocate resources? I'm just going to kind of flip past those red and green numbers, and I wanted to take a look. Actually, if you look at the instruction update sheet for a moment, not at the materials in your binder, but the handout I just passed out to you, everyone should have one. Just a piece of research that is not that with Brendan's in mind, but Brendan's has full part. So if you look at the demographic trends, again, this just comes from our dashboards of student demographic facts. But just some trends you can see. So, overall, from 16 to 21, we've seen Running Start become a much bigger part of our population. In the last year, we did lose Running Start, I think about 18% down for Running Starts just in the last academic year. In prior academic years, we've seen just year-on-year growth, and that becomes a much bigger part of our student population and our overall mix. Professional technical is down from 2016, and then looking to 2021. Again, as a mix of student intent, we see that we've gone from 33% of our students intending to do professional technical programs down to fewer than a quarter. That shows, at least partially, I think, the economy. When the economy is strong, our professional technical programs tend not to do as well because people are overall happy with their wages and their work. When they need to upskill or reskill if they're in a career, then we see those areas growing. We have overall as an overall mix. You're seeing that we see more full-time students, and that they at least be due in large part to running start. We also have students of color up overall from say 2015 to 2021. One thing I found that was interesting is that you can see that our students who are self-identifying as Hispanic and Latino or Latino, those students have doubled at OC. It's not a big percentage of our students, so it's right now about 300 of our students identify as Hispanic Latino, but that number is actually doubled even as our overall enrollment has declined. I'm not talking about it as a percentage of our enrollment. I mean the actual number of students identifying in that have doubled. And the same is true of two or more races. Worker retraining numbers are up. These are students who are unemployed or have recently been unemployed or intend to file for unemployment. There's a number of criteria for worker retraining. That's great that we're up in worker retraining. We also get additional money per FTE for worker retraining, thousands of dollars per student. Goes to the institution. And then the number of students who are enrolling who are high school graduates is down, and that again I think is affected by running start. So we have a lot of students who are not high school graduates. Running start students are high school students. So that's down as a percent of our population. So those are just some overall demographic trends. There's a lot of information to be unpacked there, and a lot of I think careful analysis that would be able to be made of it. So I wanted to turn the page to talk about success outcomes, but I'm curious if there's additional questions about enrollment.
So, what are you doing about
That communication awareness. Well, we have instructional personnel work closely with John Devine on campaigns. We have a lot of digital campaigns for all of our programs. We have Student Services has enrolled now within several that's great to bring awareness to students may come that day and classes. We have for the beginning of our aviation tech program, we have a big kind of where we have a number of invited speakers, Marty, myself, people from invited legislators, faculty from those programs and partnership. So we do events like that to sort of showcase this happening program. I would say, one of the things that I've been involved in recently is wanting to meet more with economic development personnel from Mason and Kitsap County to make sure that we're working in partnership with them. I know Workforce does a lot of workforce development. Our division does as one of their responsibilities, but I know for me personally, I'd like to know more about how we can work with them and whether they feel well served by us. So I think that's part of it. Part of it is direct outreach to students. I guess I should say, kind of to summarize, part of it is direct outreach to students to let them know and hear what we're doing. And then some of it is outreach and work with community organizations, industry partners, like that have the connections that we need and who know where the jobs are. And then we have people coming to us. So recently we had our county sheriff and the chief patrol came to us and said, we're really interested in criminology. What do you think you might be able to do for us? Conversations.
So, who's doing community outreach as far as out to the community? I'm not talking legislators, I'm not talking police, I'm not talking law. I'm talking out to the community. We're out to the community. We are the only college here in Kitsap County. And so, how are we reaching the community? Let them know that we have all this stuff you're telling us.
Well, Brandon may want to speak to this a little bit as well, but we have some personnel in instruction, like say our directors and also health campuses in particular, have direct connections to the community. And so they're part of like the Chamber of Commerce, and they have connections with some cases like high school principals and people like that. I think a lot of that though, when we talk about things like Running Start, working with counselors or student services has outreach personnel as well, so a lot of that happens to students.
The only reason I ask is because in Paulsville, Bainbridge, they're sending all of their students across the water. What can we do together? I even had that conversation with Eric. She was in her kid across the water. I'm just trying to figure out what can we do to just
Like getting in schools or getting it to make it very viable option.
My understanding, I'd have to look at the data, and I do think that we see students in Kingston go into Edmonds Community College across the water, students in Bainbridge, going to Seattle Central, for example. You know, I think some of that is awareness. Some of it is that we have again, kind of a Puget Sound example. We have a branch campus that offers, you know, doesn't offer the full robust campus experience that you would have on the main campus in Bremerton. Even though it's geographically closer, so students looking for that kind of big campus experience might go to those schools. I think they could come as well to OC Bremerton, and some students do drive down to go to OC Bremerton. I think, but I have to look at the data to say that students who are at Kitsap High School in Paulsville, I think, more commonly do go to us than they do go to across the water, because there is an opportunity.
I had a couple of high school kids helping me in the yard project 2 weeks ago. Going to be seniors, and I'm talking to them about trying to start OC, and I mentioned the Paulsville campus, and they both looked at me.
They don't know sis.
Yeah, so you probably heard me down here slapping my forehead. Yes,
Was that the thunder I thought I heard?
But that's one of my points. We've got Bainbridge, Kingston, and North.
Right.
So what can we do to capture those students? How can we?
I can talk about that, a little bit about that now, or we can wait till it's my report.
Go ahead, do that.
So we do have, there's a variety of different things that we will be doing, that we also have new staffing for. So the state, we're part of the state pilot program. I like to say congratulations, we're pretty much last in the state for FERPA completion. So we're one of two service districts that received about $400,000 to hire additional staff to do outreach to high schools. So we are working with Allison over at Kitsap Strong to have some financial outreach staff members assigned to so that's 5 additional staff members. That's one way. We also are leading into a partnership with College Success Foundation. So we're sharing that person with Peninsula, and that person's going to help us do more outreach to the high schools to create those relationships and to build that pipeline from sophomore, junior, senior years to help get colleges as well. I guess one thing I will say is, and then we are also we have a new position that we're hiring for our Running Start Assistant Director. So putting, it is essentially a fifth of our, or almost 20 or 30% of our enrollment, or no, 20% of our enrollment is Running Start. So we're putting additional resources there as well. And that's going to be a new position. I guess what I'll say is, with regard to outreach and recruitment, a lot of the things that the trajectory that we're seeing with enrollment can't just be explained by right. Enrollment's been going down for a while, so it's not like we're trying to battle this while we also don't have things like block scheduling, right? That's a common best practice across a lot of colleges, block scheduling and coordinating across different academic areas. And one thing we found and it's basically, a way to administer scheduling. So there's a format so that people can only schedule certain blocks and that there's coordination across areas. And one of the reasons why we push out scheduling is because for registration for next year is because we wanted to make significant changes because a lot of our academic areas weren't coordinating their schedules. So there wasn't regular conversation, between certain areas as they're scheduling classes. So I'm raising that as an example, and then in terms of some of our kind of modernizing or changes and improving our programs, there hasn't been, I would say, substantial changes to our programs in the last 5 to 7 years. And so it's in that context that we're then trying to, now it's kind of like, now we have COVID, we're trying to figure out, students just say, we want in-person classes, and then we put them out there, they don't register, right? So there's a lot of things that are kind of happening as we're still trying to, course correct on some of these things, but even the advising piece, right? With faculty's help, we were able to shift to a different success coach model. And so, when I came in, we had funding for 2 success coaches. Now we have 6, and we're trying to hire 3 additional, and we've already put out offers for 2. And so we're kind of, we're still in this this mode of change here, but we're still also trying to build back to some very normal practices that a lot of other colleges have. And I will say, kind of normalizing it to a lot of other institutions. The TCC has a lot of these things. They still also have, many of the enrollment concerns that we do. But we are still trying to, the outreach, the advising, as Martin says, looking at programs, and as Ron has said, getting the funds so we can set more into innovative programming and build new programs as well. That's the challenge that we currently.
So how is
they're helping us to embed ourselves better into the structure and the life of the high schools so that we can build that relationship within the high schools and the counselors so that we can have more compliance with FAFSA completion and to also build more of a culture around college going in the high schools, particularly Olympic College.
And I would also encourage you, and I can help facilitate with one, maybe the other one too, is to work with both the local tribes in Kitsap County. Both of them have education departments, one around to do outreach, to show them the benefits of going to a local community college. Local tribes help extensively with educational costs. They offer FAFSA clinics, also but the outreach, let them know what's available. Because when they turn 18, they do independent living, and that's part of aging out of foster care. But a lot of the kids are on their own at 18. They don't have family support, so they do need help navigating the system. But that would be another venue for you, but working with both the tribes and maybe meeting them in person or having, we do a lot of dinners out there for education or things, have people come out and really get the connections. I know it's a small population, but it might increase some enrollment and then get the word out to keep those kids from going to different colleges when campuses are right there.
And my thing is too is that you need to put something important to them before they get to high school. They're off in middle school. Let them know you have a college here. Their dreams start at that age. They don't start at high school. And so if you're going into the high school, then you're looking to them because they've already got their mindset on what they want to do. But if you can get into the middle school and then walk them up to the college level, I think that would be much better. My program is in all the high schools, all the middle schools, and a couple of elementary schools, and we're already talking about college. So I would advise us not to wait until the 10th grade start. And if and back in the day before COVID, was coming to the classroom, the foundation came to the classrooms when David was there, and kids were excited. That fifth grader that was walking around with a OC backpack, that was pretty to go to OC because their parents instilled it into them early that was the college that we went to. So that's what we got to figure out how we can get them early and not.
So building off of that, Harriet, I met with Ali, also brought her who's in charge of Kitsap Strong, Graduate Strong. She and I met recently, and what I wanted to talk to her about was a different model of how to do it. I was inspired by reading about a suburb off of Detroit, the first city in the nation to solve homelessness. And they did it by rather than all these groups that get together all the time, food banks, emergency services, all those different groups. Rather than doing the normal report outs, they got together, they decided to personally identify every single person who's homeless and treat them as people. They're people without homes rather than an issue, right? And they actually named them all. They had a Google Doc running for every single person. And every month they all got together and said, who has seen Joe Smith this month? Someone said, oh, I saw him outside of Safeway. I spoke to him, he's doing this, this, and this. Did you tell him we have a bed for him? What they did is they made sure they had enough beds for every single person who was without a home. And every time they ran into them, said, we got a bed, they solved it. But they also treated them like individuals. And that's when I met with Hallie Rod, just recently, we just met a few weeks ago, and I said, what if rather than doing our normal report outs that we always do at Graduate Strong, could we, with FERPA, actually identify individual students and families, just start looking at it like that? And tracking them from kindergarten on up and asking, what does this person need? What does this student need? And rather than hoping all these different disjunct organizations come together and figure it out, why don't we identify it and bring those groups together and say, this family needs this is what these kids need. And keep them all the way focused all the way through. That makes sense?
It does make sense. That's that you get out in the community and bring the organizations that are working with these students together under one roof and talk to them about what OC has to offer. Don't just focus on one entity, but bring them all together under one roof and focus on, and then that way everyone.
That's why I remember I met with Tony that night. That's why I'm starting to get out there to see who we can get together for that kind of thing. I think we ought to do it. But you're right, it's not gonna. People are doing now won't solve that.
As we said, UT, we talked about some fairly, I would say, critical positions to help develop that relationship with the community. So we did approve the continuing education director, which we know has a relationship, right, in that vein. Also, we have an events coordinator now. And I think a big part of it is, bringing people to campus, right? And when you bring students, so then also create family-friendly environments, you can start to help people to envision themselves here. I also think, we also are going to be hiring an assistant director of outreach, and so those funds were made available through the equity legislation that passed, and so that position will go through tomorrow or so. But we have a few people already who are interested in that position, and that position is supposed to be recruiting or doing outreach in a culturally responsive way, and particularly inviting in, encouraging folks from, diverse SCS backgrounds, neurodiversity, students with disabilities, and so it's that leveraging those resources, I think, that will really get us there, because we hope that position will also partner with construction to develop, because to think about more responsive programming, and then to also build relationships in the community. And then I do think not having the DEI, here at this time is significantly limiting our ability to engage in that work. Not that the DEI is the person who's supposed to be out there and building those relationships, but they're certainly a major part of that. So I think we have been kind of thinking more along those lines, and I think now we're going to throw something to draw in and cast a wider net for folks to it. Our hope is ultimately that those be more family friendly events for the community as well. Sorry, that was just a little comment on your report.
No, that's fine.
Like half your report.
Adam, do you want to?
With the Chair Miller, the box lunches are available, so you can have a working lunch or we can take a break for lunch. Not sure how much time you have left in your presentation. We're about 2/3 of the way through the slide. provided.
Yeah, I prefer nobody objects to this. Let everybody get their lunches and these
You want to say come back at 12:25, and we'll resume then.
And you know, let's start with lunches.
There's an assortment of box lunches. They'll have labels on them for what types of sandwiches and whatnot, and salads are in there. Feel free to grab one that suits your needs. It's a filet of fish from McDonald's.
Is it really fish like
Is it like you elevator? The elevator will go. Yeah. The doors won't open again. The rest of your stuff.
All right, so they're going to go on break for a while. Hopefully they mute their. All right, so they're going to go on break. Let's see. I'll go ahead and put them backstage. Hopefully that will fix that. Let me see if I can still hear them in here. All right, looks like it's all quiet now. All right, so they will be back after they enjoy lunch. I suggest you do the same. You're probably already doing that. Again, fascinating. Type some things in the chat there. Again, was at Olympic College from 2012 to, what does that plaque say? 2017, the end of 2017, 2018? Something like that. I can't see the bottom of the plaque that the students gave me. But in that time, these were the issues that existed. And this was the avocation that we were continuously advocating for and trying to get the powers that be to understand what needed to happen, right? And so when you think about gather together, grow together, again, that is basically steps to success on steroids. And so what I was seeing being an academic advisor, as I said, I'm seeing students as they come in, for their first time. I'm seeing them after their first quarter, their second quarter. I'm seeing them in the middle of their programming. I'm signing off on their graduation requirements, making sure that everything is done at the end. I was doing internships through the Career Center for students, so I'm going out and checking off and making sure that they're reaching their objectives in the internship. I'm meeting with the employer and having those conversations. And then I'm teaching in general studies, business management, pathways, computer literacy. I'm teaching in 5 different disciplines. So I'm literally taking the journey, every step of the student's academic career. And so when I tell you that I would see students start that first quarter and not make it to that second quarter for those various reasons that I pointed out earlier. Now, there's a lot of different reasons. I mean, there could be health, there could be all kinds of things that happen. But a lot of times weren't successful that first quarter. It was really difficult. It was really hard. There weren't a lot of supports in there. They jumped into the deep end, right? Because a lot of times now traditional students they're operating from behind, right? It's like, I got to get in. I got to get the certificate or degree as fast as possible. I'm already losing money while I'm here. Again, that opportunity cost. And therefore, I've got to go as fast as humanly possible to get through this thing. And they're not ready for the expectation. It's one of the reasons why, we recommend, and I'll say me, because I'm no longer with Olympic College, that for every credit that you take, you should expect to have 2 hours of study time outside of that. Now, obviously, you need to be reasonable, right? Jim isn't going to have 2 hours of study time outside of it, right? If you're really good at a particular subject, you're not going to have to spend as much time. But if you're not great in a subject like math or a science or maybe even English, you may need to spend more time in the study lab. You may need to spend more time working with a fellow student. You may need more time to read and reread and take notes so that you have comprehension. College is Jenga, right? English 91, English 98, English 99, English 101, Math 98, Math 90B, Math 94, Math 99, Math 107, Math 141. It's building. So if you're building your foundation on sand and not on solid bedrock, as you escalate in your coursework, it's going to get exceedingly more difficult for you because you didn't really understand those concepts before. So those things are critically important. And so the question is I'm looking at it like this. Running Start students, for all of you parents that have had your students are going into Running Start, or they were Running Start, or you were Running Start yourself, right? They have an office. They have support. That's where they go. They get handheld through the process. Veteran Services, there's an office. There's even a building where they can go and have coffee and study and hang out and socialize in their own community. But what does the single mother have? What does the person that is just coming out of incarceration have? What does the person who lost their job and only has a high school diploma or a GED, or didn't fare very well in high school, or it was years and years ago, now they're in, and those supports aren't there, right? Running Start and veterans, they have the tutoring center, right? They have computer labs, right? Everybody has that, but they have something extra. They had a place to have community. And that was my argument, which is why I started Steps to Success and created a space for students to come together because they were facing similar issues. They weren't 17 and 18 years old talking about, hey, what we doing Friday night? We're going to Applebee's, we're going bowling, we're doing this and that. These folks are like, man, I got to get my kid from daycare. I got to figure out how I'm going to get this toilet paper and all this other stuff. And I got to figure out when I'm going to study and do all these things. We're living in two different worlds. And my stakes are so high. I can't afford to fail. But sometimes we have to be taught to learn. You have to slow down to speed up. And so when I talk about, hey, look at the stats, right? Look at how many students are in an online format. Asynchronous or synchronous. Asynchronous means it's online. You just complete the work whenever you want. Synchronous means there's a lot of time limits and deadlines, right? Or a hybrid, where you're online some of it, or you're in class for some of it. Maybe you meet the first day and in the middle and at the end, and the rest is online. But if you don't have strong computer skills, if you can't keyboard, you need to write a 10-page paper. 750 words average on a piece of paper. That's 7,500 words. And you're pecking. How long do you think it's going to take that person to type that paper and trying to keep their thoughts together as they get it down? Please encourage your children to take a keyboarding class. I'm so glad that my daughter can keyboard. She's just now going into junior high. She can keyboard because she's going to need it. That is a huge deficit. Time is our most precious asset. Not money, it's time, because with time, I can make money. I can reinvent myself. You can reinvent yourself. But without time, you can't do it. So when we think about equity, that's a big one. So I can't keyboard. I'm not great with computers. Oh, I've got a smartphone, right? I might play video games. I might use Snapchat. I might be on Instagram. But submitting an assignment and attaching it, participating in discussions online, completing quizzes and tests online, different formattings, Reading plus Alex for math. That becomes exceedingly difficult while you're trying to learn the technology and the subject that you're in. And oh, by the way, you're a full-time student typically. So maybe you're taking math and psychology and English. And so you're learning 3 different concepts, but you're also trying to learn how to use Canvas. What is it, Canvas? Used to be Angel. I'm dating myself. No wonder face-to-face grades are higher than in an online format. And again, understanding how you learn is important, and we're not always taught that. Are you auditory? Are you visual? Are you kinesthetic? Are you multimodal? And that's great that you can identify how you are. Is the teacher that way? And if the teacher just is a talking head, I'm a talking head. What do you if you're more of a visual learner or kinesthetic learner? Right? You're in a system that's counter to your success. But if you're not given the tools to understand how to learn when you are learning from someone who's teaching in a learning style that isn't conducive to your learning, it's not optimal. These are things students need to know and need to be taught. You know, all the time, students think, right? They come in and they tell me, oh, Mr. Cameron, I'm going to take, like I said, 18, 20 credits, 24 credits. I'm going to take 15 credits. When's the last time you were in school? Oh, 12 years ago. Did you like school? How'd you do in school? I didn't do very good. How's your computer skills? I'm decent. I'm good. Okay. I advise you decide. I wouldn't recommend it. This might help to build your self-esteem and your confidence and to build a base underneath you so that you're more likely to be resilient and persist from one quarter to the next. And if they burn themselves out or their self-esteem takes a hit because they failed a course and they haven't been taught how to
The Board of
shake it off.
Trustees meeting is now resuming for a working lunch.
All right, let's get back in there. That was a quick, oh, they're doing a working lunch. Gotcha. Okay.
We are still with instruction. There's about 10 more slides.
Yes, can I come back to just take a look at some student success outcomes with you, just so you can see some of the data we have on that. And again, this comes from Tableau, but it speaks to some of the dynamics we were just talking about with enrollment. So if you look at that first one, it's after the red and green spreadsheet, and you see green by instruction mode and demographics, and you'll see some blue bars on that sheet. That's that first one, your demographic count. You can see that from 2020 through 2022, the data that's available here, it's not all, it's not all of 2022 yet that's reportable for 21, 22. But over the last 2 years, overall students have been least successful in terms of C or better or pass. They've been least successful in our online classes by a pretty wide margin. That said, I think we should approach this data with some consideration for the fact that we've had about 6 times as many, 5 to 6 times as many classes online during this period of data collection that we've had. So when you look at those super high numbers of being in person and having really great success outcomes, both for students of color and students who are not historically underrepresented students of color. Also remember that that's a smaller sample size of classes that also is probably heavier on classes with cohort models, like we were saying, classes that would already potentially have higher success rates, so you just help people shift guard. So I'm not sure the face-to-face numbers are sustainably high because we haven't had many classes running face-to-face. And almost all of our classes during this time period, especially for some quarters, were fully online. So what you see was really the success of all our students, but basically they were all, whoever we had were online. But I do think there's some reason to continue to look at this kind of where each being successful, and you can drill down more by division, by discipline, to see where we're seeing those success rates. So this speaks back to your question about where would you might maybe see to expand online, where we see that students are successful online, where that's working well, then that may be those are the areas for expansion. Where we see they're not successful, those are areas to think about. Either is it the modality or is it the kind of support within the modality that we look at as far as the structure of supporting students. If you look at the next page, and I'll just kind of breeze through here, but you can see the kind of, again, by modality, face-to-face, hybrid, online, asynchronous, and synchronous. And just in all of these data sets, we're going to see a lot more students in the online modality because that's where most of our students have been the last 2 years. But you can see sort of within this data, for example, that one of the numbers that stuck out to me was that if you look at the third column there, online asynchronous, you can see that for male students, only 79% of them were C or better or pass in online asynchronous, and that's a rate of 84% for female students. Where those numbers are roughly the same for female students. So it's interesting that male students would seem to be on this data set less successful overall in asynchronous online classes. There's a gap there between female and male. And then on the following page, you can see the demographics under 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 or above, and unknown. And a couple of things that stood out to me here were that the students who are under 20 seem to be successful by far in hybrid classes. I don't know what exactly the reason behind that. Again, this is a relatively small data set, so I don't want to make too much of that number. Same thing for that online synchronous. But I will say that when we surveyed students and they provided us with qualitative data, the students who were under 20 were the demographic category that said they felt least successful online. So some of this data at least bears that out. It's interesting because we sometimes think of younger students as digital natives, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have the kind of development necessary to succeed in online learning classes are, especially asynchronous is more structured in terms of they have to have a lot of this.
And that makes a lot of sense coming out of high school, you're in a classroom with a teacher, and then going to college.
And so I know working with Reach and almost the Learning Art Director, that's one of the things that we talked about. I talked about a lot is that she had expressed a willingness and an intention to advise Learning Start students overall to enroll in classes that have in-person component, because we do believe that that will help us successful and successful from high school to college. Also, by her reports, many parents interested in their students being on campus rather than online.
Which is also why she works closely with faculty to make sure course offerings aligned with the bus schedule.
Up online when you're kind of like, do I need to go to this or not? Do I need to do this? Long discussion post or
So that's one of the big pieces that we're also.
On the next page, you can see students by reported disability or no disability. There are some equity gaps in online instruction, and with the largest discrepancy in hybrid, and that's the smallest sample of records. So I think it's more potentially more likely to be kind of skewed. But when I did look at this data, I did kind of feel like hybrid is something that's deserving of some attention because we are scheduling more hybrid classes. We think that it potentially offers students the flexibility they're looking for, less time on campus, as well as some in-person time. But I think as we continue to schedule more hybrid, we'll have better data about student success in hybrid classes. So again, it's a relatively small sample. I will just mention, Brendan mentioned that we've hired a new continuing education director. I think that's a great position for community and continuing ed, as well as corporate training to expand our program in that. But we've also recently hired a new instructional accessibility evaluator coordinator. And this position, I think, is going to help us continue to support students with, particularly students who maybe low or no vision. Students with vision loss, to help them close some of these equity gaps when it comes to online classes and their taking them. And then on the next page, you can see the success outcomes for historically underrepresented students of color and not historically underrepresented students of color by modality and also by division, just so you see a little bit of the mix of classes and the varying rates of success for one reason or another. And so, you can look at something like nursing, I think is a good example, when you see the 97%, 96%, 98%, 97% across the board, virtually no equity gap between students of color and students who are not. But there are some, and that is reason to cheer, but it's also, when you look at those populations, we are looking at, for some kind of selected admission, we're looking at really a cohort model for students that is highly supportive of them. We're also looking at very tangible rewards for students, jobs, wage growth. So we want that for all of our students, but I also hesitate to make that kind of a representative sample necessarily of what we could expect in other divisions. But this is data that we now have available in Tableau, and that the deans have access to. So we are able now to look. It's really recent development as of this year. So we are able to now drill down more into some of these success outcomes by modality, even within disciplines, to see where we might see like lack of student success or more student success, and where the equity gaps might be by modality. So I'm excited about this data. It's I guess I would call it kind of emergent. We haven't had the chance to really dig into it as much as we will, but I wanted to show you what's available to us now. The next page will just show you just a couple of examples, and I'll just kind of brief them for math and English, where we're seeing the, and I'm kind of focused on historically underrepresented students of color for these data sets, but we could do them by other demographic categories. So you can see, for example, that in math, the biggest equity gaps between historically underrepresented students of color and non-historically underrepresented. I should mention that when we say historically underrepresented, that includes our Black, self-reported Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Native American, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. So those are those categories included there. You can see in math the biggest equity gaps are in this 2-year data set are online synchronous rather than asynchronous, which I have to say is actually kind of surprising to me. I'm not sure why that is, so that's interesting to kind of maybe pay attention to. And it's just the opposite of the next page in English, where the gaps seem to be widest in asynchronous rather than in online synchronous. So these are things that we could probably, I think the faculty in those disciplines, for example, might have some really interesting information to share about what they've seen in their classes. is presented this information, and that's where we're headed in instruction, is to be able to be working with the data, having conversations around it. The data itself doesn't necessarily mean one thing or another. It doesn't mean that because there's an equity gap, someone's doing a bad job. It means we've got to look further and see what is happening with students and what are some strategies for closing those gaps.
All on the faculty or teachers or whatever. I think it falls on
Well, there also are sometimes structural things that are at play in those gaps to look at. So there's we don't need to reduce the complexity. I think there's if it were easy to solve, there would be colleges that there would be more colleges that had solved it, or kind of right routes to go down. The fact is that just about every college, there are colleges that are floating in the gap. That is true, but colleges struggle with it, and they can come back to unexpectedly. The next page, just to see it, I wanted you to see a little different way of looking at this. I just picked 4 disciplines. Again, I want to be really careful. None of this is the impugn any faculty member in these disciplines. I just wanted you to see just examples of how we can look at the trajectories of student success outcomes over time using Tableau data. And where you can see, like, for example, this first data set is English. And you can see that in the Tableau data for enrollments over the last 5 years or so, 6 years, what you're seeing is that there is a slight increase in student success outcomes for all students, but that the equity gaps have more or less persisted at about the same level in those classes. So that red line is historically underrepresented students of color in this, and this is the one that looks, sorry if you're not sure where we are, this is the one that looks like this here. So it's got kind of the, right. So that's for English, and you can see that those equity gaps, they're there, and they have persisted. But the success rate of students have risen gradually, including during the pandemic. And the success rates have risen for historically underrepresented and non-historically underrepresented students. It's just that the gap has persisted as well. If you look at the next page, you can see math, which is the same time period, and you can see that there's been a slight decrease in success outcomes for both historically underrepresented and non-historically underrepresented. Maybe not surprising given the pandemic and some of the things we were talking about before with math enrollments. If you look at the next page, you'll see an example of where while the success rates have gone down a little bit, again, probably pandemic influence for chemistry. You can also see that the general trajectory for success rates for historically underrepresented students is to close the gap. In fact, you can see in 2021 that historically underrepresented students of color in chemistry were more successful than non-historically. So this is an example of what are we doing in chemistry? This is a really good thing to look at and say, we've seen this gap close in chemistry. Can we talk to the faculty and say what might have happened to the gap? And it's not an insignificant number of students that this is serving. And then on the following page, geography has been one of our areas of greatest enrollment growth in the last several years. But also you can see that here we see that the equity gap has widened more recently. And so that is another area to say, okay, we've seen really big growth in geography, so we have a lot more students overall taking it, including students of color. But we also want to look and see how can we close this equity gap. So I'm really appreciative of this because it's again the work of the office to make the data very accessible to us. It's on us in instruction to do more with it. That'll complete the end of my final part of this presentation with you, which is to talk a little bit about some of our challenges in instruction. So I think the biggest challenge I've noticed, and I've been permanently in this position for just only about 3 months, and I've been interim. I was interim actually starting, I think, tomorrow for a year. But I will be truthful, I'm still getting to know the job and getting to know instruction, especially now that I'm just recently in a permanent position. And what I've seen is that we in instruction, I feel like we have very little capacity for the work that we most care about. That's kind of my biggest overall concern. Three large academic divisions. Each of those is supervised by a dean. And those deans are the direct supervisors for all faculty and classified staff and exempt staff in those divisions, which is a large number of people. So what I found is that although I would say that all of our instructional personnel are very interested in the kind of work I just presented to you in terms of closing equity gaps, in building new programs, in assessing current programs, in curriculum refresh and development. And they're doing that work, but I feel like they would tell you that they spend more of their time than they want on managing employees, on managing budgets, and on trying to work with CTC Link, those sorts of issues and workflows like faculty workload. And Josh will talk about CTC Link later, but CTC Link has taken a toll on all of us in every one of our divisions. And that combined with the labor shortages we've seen college-wide, but also in our division offices in terms of we've had not had the support staff for our deans. Has led, I think, to not having the capacity, even if you've had diminished enrollments. You think that that diminishing enrollments gave us more capacity. Really, I don't think they have. So this is I just present this to you as a challenge for us as I look at how we're organized in instruction. One of my biggest goals is to see the deans, whatever I can do to free them up to do more of the visionary work that they want to do. That's the direction I want to head. We also have kind of what I would describe as a little bit of an unusual model, and then we have large divisions with no faculty chairs. We have no division chairs, program chairs. We have some faculty with release time, but it's not the kind of release time or scope of responsibilities you normally with faculty chairs. So that mid-level of faculty leadership doesn't really exist in any kind of permanent structure. So that's one of my goals too, is to see that we provide opportunities for faculty leadership. I'm hoping through a chair model that we develop that can also assist the deans and take some of the workload off of them to give them the chance to do more visionary work.
Martin, as an example, could you tell the board how many faculty Becky Seaman, our dean for social sciences and humanities, has reported to her?
Well, it varies, but I want to say it's probably in the 135, 140. It's a lot of part-time and full-time faculty. And so when you have that many faculty that you're directly supervising, and you have to do, she's chairing the tenure committees, she's going to be the hiring manager for every tenure track employee, and she has to be really the hiring manager for every adjunct faculty member. This is not, again, it's really not about any individual person like that, but it is to say that there's less time for the work, the big work that we want to do as a college, our guided pathways, reforms, redesign, the work of program development, the work of really careful assessment. That's the work we want to be engaged more and more in. But some of these things that should be sort of routine processes are just taking a really long time.
Well, it sounds like just want to see into how I would
That's true. Well, I think there are a number of ways. So one of them is to look at some of the structures I was just talking about. And when I talked to the deans, I said, whatever we can do to see, sort of look at how we're organized and say, are we actually organized in instruction to do work the best way we can possibly do it? So that's one of the conversations ongoing right now. One of them, I think, is to have faculty share some of those responsibilities through a chair model. So some of that structure. Some of it is documenting processes, not having, sometimes it's a lack of a policy or a procedure or process in place, and some of it is duplication. So one of the things that I'm looking at with the deans as well as with like Josh and Rich London, the business analyst for us, is to look at where are we duplicating effort in divisions. So basically every division is doing the same thing, but they're kind of owning the work in a way that they need to be owned more centrally, so that it's not every division. So there is some implication effort around, potentially, around things like scheduling, budgeting, travel. So I think we can look at that. That's like that sand in the gears. I think it's like what exactly could actually sweep on the sand. Right. And then working really, I think we want to work better with units across the college. So with student services or with communications or with human resources. There's some work to do there too in terms of our shared responsibilities. Because a lot of this work is not instructions alone, in the same way that the work that Brandon does is not always student services. We have to collaborate, we have to work on silos. Our guided pathway, for example, is a really good example of that. Guided pathways, the whole point of guided pathways is to break down those silos and not do them in silos.
Yeah, it seems like, streamlining some of the process, looking at all the things you're doing. Certain activities, I see all these numbers. It's very impressive, but it sounds to me like a lot of efforts to produce numbers and we can talk about something.
Well, it's actually not just us. I mean, it's one of the, when there was a really large study done around learning assessment, and there were a number of colleges that participated. It was a very large data set, and the colleges that participated all worked really hard to get really good data through assessment. What they found is that, despite that, the biggest challenge was using it. It wasn't gathering the data. It's that nobody ever had any time to look at it. And so that is a big figure on it, is that we need to free up the time to actually be looking at this data and having meaningful conversations with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very encouraged to hear about you talk about visionary in the team side of it. Because frankly, I listened to all the conversation here. There's a lot of focus on, improving around the edges. I look at structural gap, 1,000 students, FTEs, we have to get back in. Don't see anything that's going to move the needle. So I think that's only going to happen with some really intense visionary work. What things can we do? Two programs, I think the aviation program is a great example. South Puget Sound is just going to basically it's brewing beer. It's a whole special craft brewing. We're having big success with that. So I think these are the kinds of things that really quickly into looking again, how do we do it? If we can't do that, then the reality's got to set in. Listen, you're not going to get those 1,000. And so now we have to, and we don't have 10 years to wait.
So I agree with that, and I guess I would just add that some of the work that I think we need to do in instruction, and I guess I'm trying to be as open as I can about this, is that I do think there is some foundational work needed to make the gears work properly enough to do the work that you were just talking about. And we are doing that work. I mean, like there are programs, we are opening programs, we're having conversations with community partners, but my worry is that as we do that kind of entrepreneurial visionary type of work, I just want to make sure that we have the kind of a way to do it in a way that's supported and sustainable. And otherwise, we'll end up kind of those programs also that fall victim. We open them up, then they kind of fall victim to the fact that we don't have time to properly assess those. So that's.
I would say, when you do the program, some will fail. You need to accept that. 500 batting average. But so get out there and try a lot of the things, see what's going to stick. We had some discussion during the budget process about how much best you reserves. It's basically underwrite operating expenses. Personally, I'm just not a huge fan of underwriting as is model out of reserves because it's gonna go away so much better. The money could be so much better spent. funding new programs, some of these innovative initiatives. So I just think we ought to get these things. And I appreciate what you're saying. I understand.
Hey, there's more to say, but maybe I'll leave it at that and see if there are other questions.
Oh, no, you're not. Student services next.
Next. So, what I wanted to do was provide a general overview of the work of our division as we look forward to review, as well as discuss those challenges and opportunities. Then also the final question around the board of student services. So we have each of student services is comprised of essentially three divisions. There's student success, which includes international, small student government, and student organizations. And then and that's under head of function. There's enrollment services, which is going to be the Walking Center and so forth. And then there's also under there's student development, which oversees in each of those three areas we met, as well as very we all have draft work plans in place. But what I'm going to cover today generally also covers those work plans. One of the things that we identified at our retreat, each of those areas did also have their own retreats with their staff. But one thing we talked about was the need for a holistic student support model. So on the back of this form on the top, we have a really interesting model that was developed by Cascade Family Programs here in Seattle. It's been adopted by many college success foundations across the nation. And it's a 7 domains model around 7 domains of science. So education at the center, and then surrounded by basic needs, finances, employment, physical and mental health, cultural and personal identity, community experiences, and supportive relationships. What student services wants to do also the very is to get more and adopt a holistic support model so that we can think more about how we're supporting students. And one of the things that framework helped us to understand was at least one domain in particular we're responsible for. That one domain around physical and mental health is one area that we think we could do a lot more. Constantly, we are also starting a process this year to look more at different strategies. College, we heard that that's one major area that we need to look more closely. So, over the course of the retreats, in terms of enrollment and student success, I'd just like to hit on a few topics here to talk about how we're moving that forward. First is strategic enrollment. So in conversations with and Marty as well, we did have some conversations around the role of strategic enrollment We don't technically have that group up and running, although we do have, we're hosting regular enrollment meetings for the year. It was interesting when you look at like the history of SEM. There wasn't an SEM enrollment management team that was needed, but that sunsetted as we were bringing on Achieving the Dream. So the Achieving the Dream, the guided pathway structure didn't really exist at the same time. And so what we're generally thinking, and you often hear about initiatives, so it's kind of like, well, whether we Achieving the Dream or guided pathways, you know, Achieving the Dream kind of ran its course in terms of what we kind of know as Achieving the Dream, although guided pathways is definitely a strategy we want to move forward. And Achieving the Dream is represents a package of different strategies institutions can use, and we think as a whole that Achieving the Dream should still be using those different strategies. What we generally think though is structurally how we support that work, building it around the initiative, you know, institutionally in terms of like a work of an organization is not quite the best in terms of how to position that work. So what we're going to do is, and Marty and Marlon and I are going to redevelop the charter for strategic and then really conceive of and structure the work of Achieving the Dream and guided pathways as a function of enrollment management. Because things like guided pathways, course scheduling, student monitoring, student work, those are all things that feed into the enrollment pipeline, right? The enrollment pipeline being defined as broadly as everything from inquiry to completion. That's all part of an enrollment, right? So if you take a broader view, everything from outreach events to advising and retention to quality of your programs is all really a part of the team. So that's where we currently are right now in terms of developing out SEM and structure. That structure will also give us more accountability in terms of the different areas of work that we're being asked to do through, you know, different vice presidents. So, for example, and it'll also help us to create work groups that are not as siloed and are cross-functional. So something like course scheduling. There's already a work group. But if we situate it in SEM, we're also kind of reporting out and making sure that there's, you know, cost services and budget and instruction on those things. And then I know that we're also planning on potentially even sending a few people to ATD. A few other things that, you know, would naturally flow through that group would be like our success course, right? So we could have another topic is outreach and improvements. We touched on this a little bit a while ago. You know, consistent with the ATD framework, we do want to come back to and reassess placement and testing. So we know that there are different models out there that have been adopted. And so as a matter of continuous improvement and supporting students, we want to take a look at the role of we place certain those types of tests in terms of their predictability in terms of student success. If they are actual, you know, substantial barriers, you know that some schools have, you know, used other tools, including self-placement. It's just a question, and it's just part of the normal work of a division. And that would obviously be something. Another thing we're looking at is online orientation. So as we step into this enrollment space again, you know, many of our students, resources, folks are this year to come up with resources. We have many students who come to us who don't even know what log scrub is, and these are our folks, right? These are the folks that we're here to serve. So we're looking at strengthening those resources and having conversations with Martin around, you know, how do you build a college that is geared to like this new normal, right? But it's we can take an entire degree online. There aren't many options for that, but there could be, that could be the reality of dual service. Right? You can closer look. We have a virtual services office, as many of you know, that's staffed by most of our student services areas, and about 70% of our students do that virtual services office rather than the student really wants to come to campus, right? Especially with gas. Gas is coming down. But not it's still an expense and there's an inconvenience, right? People bring factors that challenge during work. So we're also developing an online orientation, and we're hoping to also develop a version of that as well. So students can help students to help move forward with outreach and improving and reduce barriers. We're also revisiting our vaccine policies, so ensuring that but we know that some of our vaccine policies that we've elected to take on. We are also, like I mentioned before, we have 5 positions. We have 4 financial outreach specialists as well as managers. We're also hiring outreach still working alongside construction on the course scheduling group. And then we're also creating a new position. A lot of growth, even though I would say growth, but a lot of it is reallocating. So as some positions or some people step out of their roles, we're able to reallocate. Start in terms of attention, again, we yes, just one comment. Our ACT Spring conference. We had a talk at the CEO of the National Chief. That's a conversation. All of the we have tens of thousands of students in this area who touch or see it. Classes, merging that. But these players, they have contact with students. I don't know how good it is, but they have some. So are we doing anything to financial? One of the programs that we piloted, I would say, is the Rangers Return. You've heard of that. $1,000 to the state pilot that program, and essentially targeted students who were away for more than 3 years, we had less than 30 credits to complete, and had less than 1,500 to pay back. And we would say for every term you complete, we'll give you $500 a term. It was actually challenging to get those folks to come back. Many people were not interested. In I guess the 2 years we were running it, we had maybe a total of 6 students. Yeah, it was not many. Given some of the staffing challenges that we're having, we're finding, and the person who runs that program is also the person who supports our OC Promise program, and we're thinking there's a better way to allocate some of those time and resources to target students who have been away, but maybe not for 3 years. But we are also having some staffing challenges around staffing as well. So some of our frontline staff who are making those calls, those are some of the toughest positions to fill. We're running into many of the salary issues that have been raised before. But we're trying our best to do that. A lot of it really is, responding to the students who are coming to us. But many of the positions that we would rely on to actually do the outreach and the calls, those are actually some of the toughest situations. Yeah, I guess we fall more chunk.
continue marketing. I'm thinking of the sector, you're marketing, constantly reaching out to people, reminding them their problem. So, yeah, I understand the resource. Seems to be that over time.
We have those lists and we work with those lists. Right now, it's really about kind of focus on those students who are asking us to enroll them and try to get those people enrolled. But we are, we do have that list, and we've talked to Sean also about it. We're sending emails out there as reminders. A lot of it is really, a lot of it requires maybe like follow-up calls, and that we're having some neighborhood. Okay, so retention, again, we have, at the beginning of the pandemic, we only paid upfront for 2 success coaches, and now we have 5 staff, including the manager. And then we're also, we have 3 open positions and 2 people are supposed to start. So, and those people, it's like going to be a caseload model. They're going to be attached to students. Students will be assigned to them. And we think these are the types of, I'm seeing normal things that most colleges have. That we just, we're here, we're fortunate to have them, right? And so we are battling, right? Some of like the other confounding factors, like students not really delivering on what we also say that they want as well in terms of the diversity classes. We're also working on a transfer intensive with Western Washington to help better communicate the pathways for transfer. And then we're also going to use that as a model to improve our relationships and the transfer pathways for our other partners in Washington State. Student progress monitoring and student alert. Student progress monitoring is somewhat stalled. We have what Ron has talked about. I'm sure many of you have seen dashboard that has all the classes, right? It shows how close, what percentage they are, how close they are to graduating. Those can cost, up to $100,000, and sometimes it's millions, those platforms. So EAB has one called we have like one of the shiniest type of student monitoring, progress monitoring platforms. It costs about $500,000. With CTC Link, the whole point was to actually have some of that functionality built in. And so we've always been discouraged to go down that route. We're hoping, we're crossing our fingers, that through CTC Link, they're going to be responding to many of the changes and opportunities that we have there, so that we can, as an enterprise, it's supposed to be an enterprise solution across multiple colleges, that we can do that from CTC Link. CTC Link does have the functionality, or they say that we should be able to do that, it's just not where it needs to be. Same thing with student alert. We are one of the only colleges who are leaning into the CTC Link student alert feature, but it's, we're also leaning on additional shifts and staffing that provide more advisors for the last thing I'll say is CTC Link will impact different across areas. So student services, in particular financial aid, it takes many more screens now, more man hours to process student financial aid packages. I know administrative services and HR have also been impacted greatly, but this also means that when you're looking at budget cuts, you're also having to take into account that you need more staff now under this current platform. So it creates many more complications for us. With retention, we're also looking at supporting in a different way the OC Promise program. So Trevor and I have been having conversations around using scholarship dollars a little differently. Mainly the OC Promise has largely been great as providing an opportunity for all students. Although
the OC promise currently doesn't really look too closely at estimated family contribution, and the real impact that that has on the student's ability to pay. So we're promised that every student has the opportunity to attend a local college. When we know that there are some students who have a more significant burden attached to that, this doesn't seem too wise of a use of resources when budget is what it is. So we are looking at redirecting those funds to students who need it the most. So in short, the OC promise application right now says something to the effect of, have you completed the FAFSA? And we're going to say, we'd like to look at different criteria. Like, for example, free reduced lunch program, right? If someone can qualify for that, then they should be able to qualify for funds right through the foundation. So we're that conversation is still ongoing, but we are looking at, again, consistent with the closing the equity gaps, that we're using the funds in the way that's the best use for it.
There's a promise really focused on high school students. Foundation, or are you looking at scholarships for returning students? I'm going back to the church people.
And we do have other scholarships for that purpose.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I talked about this a number of times. I'm hoping that our board for foundation board to be clear, that we really get behind the OC promise to start a campaign for it. And in that regard, my vision for the promise is high school students, expanding it to 2 years, and then expanding it to everybody in the community. But really, I think one of the big metrics that we need to understand is who should be receiving that award. I think Brandon is very spot on when he says, if the application says, FAFSA, I think there needs to be some tweaking in who receives it, and I hope we get to that in the next couple of months here, so that we can really go out in the community and talk the talk. In other words, when we are selling the promise to a potential donor in the community, we want to be able to give them, this is what the promise is, and this is how it's doing. But there's some disparity, I think, with some of the students that receive promise fund right now, and family and some other things that would potentially change who receives it.
So we're also looking at wellness, like I described before. The students, I don't know if I think some of you may have read Kitsap, some of those conversations with the YMCA around potentially this wellness center. So we're still having a conversation with student government as to some other directions which the last time we looked, it was 3 million right at the end of last year. It's supposed to be around 4 this year. Yes. Although it's my understanding the budget hasn't been reconciled for quite a while, so we're not entirely sure if that 4 is what it is. It was supposed to be going the opposite direction. Childcare, just an update there. So the last time we left off, we were engaged in that conversation. Since we've had that conversation, we've announced that we are no longer considering that as an option. Some of the primary factors around that were exploring some conversations to better align our compensation incentives with industry. And so we know that our salaries were generally not really interested. Other things that impacted our decision were multiple child care centers in the area continuing to close. So it was generally not looking like we would be left with, I would say, robust options for what that may look like.
And so KCR closed their full day program for the summer. Well, they announced it for the summer, although they weren't. We called them and said, "What do you mean by the summer?" And they said, "Well, we had 3 resignations. We're not sure if." I said, "Okay, so you have a plan for fall?" And I said, "No." So, yeah, it's a combination of that, and then some of the other looking at the quality of our programming, and then what some other options can be would be for also maintaining that level of quality, while also providing an effective partnership with our academic programs. There are a few other things as well. The students were really also interested in this. There was a student support from the student government, and we also received some grant funding from CYF, and we will also be pursuing additional grants. So we posted the director position 2 weeks ago. Here, I mean, we had not actually identified in terms of integrated date, but we did. We will continue to assess. Like we do a lot of other. That's a part of it, but there were some other parts around compensation that were also conversation around $18. That's the $18 for Passcode. It's currently consistent with the going rate.
We weren't losing childcare workers or childcare centers. We were losing them to McDonald's. Like entirely different industries. And so the bonuses and increases in those.
And that's common with childcare centers right now. Based on the state.
And generally what was shared with us was a lot of the folks that we know, we have they know a couple people. Oh, well, they go to another childcare center. Some of the other closures around Kitsap, it's the same thing. People are not going to other childcare centers; they're just deciding.
Going into this entire thing about childcare, the goal was to serve our students better. That's why we explored the option. When we looked at us, we probably won't be able to serve our students better than free. But we think we have a viable option right now, but if it doesn't pan out a year from now, we'll be in the same spot again. Look at this now, it's possible.
So is it possible to partner with
Public care won't even let our students, our own students, in. That's one of the challenges we have. Is many of the private providers out there, they don't want our students in there. Now, so that tells me that raises some questions, right? Like, what do you not? And then most of our employees also, and our folks in early childhood education, in terms of viability, those companies are viable, but about like the experience of the children in the centers, there's not a lot of positive feedback. That combined with they won't partner with us to even let our students observe what's going on, raises some questions. That was actually one of the factors that raises a question around if we put it out for an RFP, folks who were asking you come into your space, they don't do that now. So it did raise some questions around who could effectively partner with us. And KCR has a strong program, but then they're also having some staff. And then we also want to lean into our own academic program, so we are trying that relationship with instruction to build more of that pipeline. incentivizing some folks through some achievement grants, early achiever grants, to help incentivize some of our own students, right, that we're training to work at our centers. Okay, communication plan. We are also working with student services to develop a comprehensive communication plan across our areas to communicate with students, so we don't have one currently. And we know that everything from registrar to financial aid to the welcome center, we want to make sure that we're doing things in this is maybe a little more forward thinking, but we also are looking forward to seeking out and establishing grants. The TRIO grant, as you all know, TRIO programs, we had established a TRIO program. We lost that grant over time, and we're looking at pursuing grants. So some of the issues in student services, the budget again, fortunately we're able to lean more into the guided pathways budget. So the state allocation is 1.5 million between myself, Martin, and Sean, and then also the PTI, we hope to include them in this conversation, but splitting that 1.5 in an equitable way. But we currently student services about 700,000 on that, and many of our student success coaches are on that budget, as well as other folks to help serve students. We are looking at, as enrollment declines, the SMA fees that the students and student government has at their disposal continues to decline. And I think some of our programming, like athletics and recreation, are on the SMA fee. So we anticipate there may be some cuts in those areas forward, not for this year, but potentially next year. But we are looking at increasing the student services fee potentially, which is not the SMA fee, it's a separate fee that helps to fund advisors and counselors. And so we are looking at potentially increasing that. It hasn't been increased in many years, but we know that many of our fees, across the years haven't been increased. What I would say is the regular fit that most of those fees are increased. So where does this money serve? That's the SMA fee, and our allocation is slowly decreasing. It is impact student enrollment, but it is, we had a plan to continue to spend that down. GOC, as they have made clear they want to explore along the center, decided to still reduce the amount of money they're spending on student activities while building the reserve. And we're going to continue that conversation this coming year again, because they still have not made any how they're going to proceed. But then we recently learned that that budget has not been reconciled in quite a while. You're familiar with that, okay? So we're not entirely sure what that looks like. It could be far less than it could be half. We're unsure. So personnel, we are looking at potentially a restructure. There's some conversations that have started around some workforce development for services. So better aligning some of those services, just like the state board has aligned. So the state board, again, like many of the structures you see at the state board level, mimic the structure you see in the colleges. So they have, state board has recently moved work first and BFIT under student support services. And so as those things that end in some aspects of career services as well. So we're looking at the same structure because those folks tend to all collaborate. We also have, again, I mentioned vacancies. Success coaches, we are hiring, so we have, I think, at least one open. Navigators tend to be a continued sore spot for us. There are several open positions. And then we also have a conduct officer position. We continue to work on So we have a student code of conduct, and that covers everything from academic honesty, so features. That position is titled the Community Standards Officer because we want them to think of them less as someone who's officer. Although conduct officer, that we're part of it, but we want to see it more as community standards. And these are just the rules part. Awards and recognition, we had a 3-hour awards and recognition event for student services. So we got awards, big game, barbecue for the division. Was really a lot of appreciation. So we are stepping into that culture. Trying to show appreciation for the employees and gratitude for the person. It's the first time that we're actually holding. And then we, as part of professional development to support employees again, we are putting about $70,000 in the guided pathways budget to support employee development. Things that hooked up and connected with their professional development. On the back side of this, you'll see a table that shows a draft policy development. So maybe if anything, the shared governance. At the heart of that work is really reviewing policies that support students and the Student Advancement Council, which for Achievement Council, which I support. We did a lot of heavy lifting this last term to come up with the schedule. So those are the policies. Also has some new regulations, Title IX and 15 readjusted, right? So it's like a pendulum swinging constantly. So it can be swung, Obama regulations, then Trump, and now it's swinging back to Biden. And then we also have some new hazing legislation that we've also been improving our communications. We've had all college forums for student services and just for division employees. And then in the same way, Martin addressed program review. We are continuing to assess and improve our own processes, student services. The program reviews that we conducted over the last 2 years were actually used for the accreditation. And each of our areas have developed learning outcomes. And we will be looking at developing a process where we can gather data. We also have an innovation. So anyone can submit later for services. Look at those. Okay, that's really all I had. The last thing, was really about how the board and student services can help one another. I don't really want to answer a question with a question, but I do want to. One of the things that I hear from my folks is how do they best meet the needs of the board. So, sometimes they do the reports. Sometimes there aren't any questions. They're unsure how to read that, if it's spot on or if something's lacking that you all may want to see, or you can frame it differently. So, if there are anything, if there's anything that we can do, then
I think it's very good. I think about that. They would always work together. Sometimes it's just so you're either
Let's put it back.
Yeah. I think it is like a difficult position, right, for you all to be. I've talked with my team about that maybe it simply requires coordination for me because they submit the reports. I review the reports and but maybe that also requires me to, tend to be right, but then I don't really want to put more things on folks. But if we could, if the reports are really meeting standard expectations, then I can simply convey that to them more clearly.
Well, thank you for asking. Yes, we enjoy every single
First perspective, I really look for the curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've been trying to get from this kind of reporting on what we do, which is important, but sometimes it reads like their web page, right? I think those things which is not the best use of the time to go to the website and point, but there could be more.
We all appreciate what you have done. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, these two services is 70, 100.
Oh, wow.
Appreciate it.
Thank
It has to be about 2,000.
You ever report for that?
All right, we ready to move on to the next one?
you. We are. Are we doing human resources or human staff?
Human resources.
All right.
Hey, so I'll be far more brief than but I have a general overview of our parts, challenges we're facing internally, and some that we're facing here. So this is our current structure. The different colors, that bronzy color, are typical positions assigned to HR. Sheriff, society, human resource manager, includes them, and we're talking about sharp statistics, ratios. The ones that are that whitish color that these do not come out our they're sort of a mix. I think 50, for example, Title IX, typically HR expense, with the HR compliance portion of their job is. Payroll and faculty workload is the same, or payroll typically will fall under HR. Faculty workload is not. So next one. Okay, so the HR to employee ratio, the national average is 2.57 per 100 employees. Typically with medium organizations that can leverage technology to see the benefits of economies of scale, you'll get about 1.22. We don't have that kind of technology right now. It's actually adding work to us rather than kind of eliminating. Our current ratio right now is 0.94. I came to that number by taking away 2 of my HR staff. I have 4, whose 50% of their jobs is dedicated to CTC. That includes faculty workload, job data, and tracking. So just as an example, and you'll see this tomorrow when we provide, I have one employee that spends about 30 hours a week just tracking legal rules for employees because CTC when came in. So HR expense to employee ratio typical average is $2,986 per employee. You can see that actually come down to larger size organizations to around 1,800. Of course, with technology being calculated in, which we don't have. Our current expense is $2,557. But my budget is about $386,000 less than the average. Professional ratio, that's including administrators who are certified or trained in a specialty. Typically 38% of HR staff would be that professional level, or is currently. Next, please. So some of our current budget challenges over the last year and a half or so, we have taken on some additional staff and programs for the projects. Some of those would be Title IX. We were funded for a position, but not for the program. So I did not get any extra money to support that program, particularly training changes, lost changes like hearing, conduct, disciplinary officer, advisors, and so forth. So that's been absorbed by HR. The same thing with faculty workload. We received the budget line item for that one salary. They have program support funding. Overtime, for example, the last payroll, my staff was working till 1 a.m. to get payroll processed with an overtime I don't have budget. NeoEd, after TAM fell, which is another module of CTC Link, the NeoEd contract, which is about $14,000 first year. No additional funding was received. Most of that was cut through goods and services, professional development training. Next. So basically that leaves us with little or no money for new HR initiatives, particularly kind of whole approach to employee wellness, leadership training, professional compensation, which I'm going to get into is a huge challenge, and general compliance. We also don't have any administrative support in human resources, and there is no administrator or manager currently overseeing class comp hiring. So I'm going to go next. Yeah, so as Marshall was mentioning earlier with sand and gears, you really need to gear that out to get the sand out. And all of us also have big jobs, filling in for other administrative roles, and I'm no exception. So I'm running hiring recruitment, class comp, and trying to serve the DB as well. Any kind of dedicated administrative support. I have an office assistant that works with my desk. They do phones, mail, or ticketing system. But I have nobody to help with HR metrics tracking, or dashboard, CDC. I can fill positions. We got TAM that didn't work. They won't track diversity. We had to hire a consultant to our early action plan. That data just came in. We're looking at it until next week, so I'll have to report next week to you guys. Kind of as a side note, initially, that'd be great. Typically, in the faculty side of the house about registration, we're not where we should be in terms of diversity. Specifically, minority groups are doing fairly well with female accepted. But back to this, and then we have no dedicated training and professional development program for the college or personnel to run that program. Next. So if I can snap my fingers and create some extra money, I would ask for about $150,000 for HR. About $80,000 that would be executive assistant to support all the managers within the department. $16,000 to upgrade current existing positions, would actually get me a manager or hiring recruitment. Currently, right now, running that department is classified employees for 40 hours and schedules. But she is certified and working on a master's degree. Also, another employee working on a master's. I expect to both of them fairly soon. Do some sort of rotation. About $14,000 to bring in a compensation analyst as a consultant, and I'll get into why I want to do that when I go to future challenges. $20,000 to put back into general funds for HR operations, which will backfill what I've lost in NeoEd and absorption of Title IX and faculty workload programs. It won't fill it completely, but it's a start. Right now, I have $20,000 in my travel budget for the year and zero in professional development. I think I'm down to $10,000 for goods and services. And then another $10,000 so that we can create both, we're working on the supervisor academy, but an OC leadership program, which I will get into. Next, please. Yeah, so our goals for this fiscal year, we're meeting next week actually for 2 days to work on both our goals and process mapping. But our first priority is process mapping and finding efficiencies. This is what Martin was talking about. We have no documented processes. That is your code is a lot of requests, CTC, kind of make it up as we go each quarter. It's never done the same way. So we want to map that out. We have Rich coming in for CTC director, so for us to see, kind of map out what should the divisions be doing, what should HR be doing, where does that go, where accounting goes. We can present a clear, defined process that we can follow. We hope to do every HR process through the entire employee life cycle, hiring all the way through to retirement, documenting, coming out of that retreat that those processes ready to go. So we have 2 full days for that. I've told my team that if we're not successful in getting them all documented, we'll be doing it every Friday after. So that's become a priority for our work. We expect to launch our supervisor academy in October. All the materials that we loaded at the campus now. Policy development over the next year, particularly around administrator policies. We have almost none that exist right now. For example, our colleges allow for administrator sabbatical to do some of the work that I'm talking about here, process development, innovative work. We don't currently have a policy like that. We also don't have anything in our handbooks or policies that outline the benefits that are available to administrators, how they can take classes, how much discount that becomes, whether there's any sign available. None of that is documented, particularly for administrators. So we want to focus on doing that. Yes, sir.
So does the state board provide any materials for you? Supervisor academy?
So state board and a couple of other organizations have some general leadership academies, but they're all kind of higher level general scope, how to be able to inspire folks. It's not about, this is how you approve time cards at CPC. This is what FMLA is. It's not the ground level.
Is there any way for you to get under the other 33?
Yeah, we've been in contact with quite a few. Already gave me some handouts before. They have a conglomerate, and that's great. I think we can borrow some of that, but being specific to the institution is really a lot of times. I spent a lot of time on calls with Ron and Linda and Martin talking about things that the deans and directors know how to handle. But nobody's trained them with support. I don't know that the other colleges really have a program designed for them. HR metrics we talked about, compensation analysis. I'm going to save that for another slide. Employee handbook, talked a little bit about that. Career pathways. We all talked about retention issues at college. We're never going to be super competitive in terms of our salary. We put another $500,000 into that. We could be more competitive, but we'll never be our private sector counterparts. But what we can do is provide career pathways, career growth opportunities, professional development that they can't compete with. We're an institution of higher education, trying out loud, right? If we can train these people and educate them and give them that type of a benefit. So developing those career pathways is important. We've started that work with Classified. We have all of their position descriptions, all 200, and we completely updated. And now we can start mapping out career pathways for each of them. We want to start doing that with the administration too. Those Leadership Academy, this is part of our both retention and succession planning. This is different than the Supervisor Academy. And what I would like this to be is an intensive, maybe once or twice a year program with some in-person classes, some open comments that actually train you to be a mid to high level administrator at Public college. Budgeting, student services, student engagement, retention, recruitment, some pedagogy stuff. That's the first time I heard that word. And then general HR principles, employment, labor, how to write effective evaluations, supervision. Because when I leave, somebody needs to be able to step in, even as an interim basis. We see that now with IT. Everyone is leaving. We don't really have anyone to be trained up to that level to step in and take over. If Martin right? We're going to be losing Becky soon. So creating that succession planning with people that are already ready to go, will save us tons of time and money. General training and professional development specifically for these jobs, that's the $10,000 I asked for. General training opportunities. We have Brendan and Martin, the guided pathways money. The rest of us don't. So there's nothing that I can offer people in facilities as a group professional development. There's nothing that I can offer people in admin services as a group professional development program or my HR staff. So having HR have a pot of money that's controlled by HR to allow some of these career-related professional development programs that for retention and succession plans. Then we need to develop an overall strategic staffing and retention plan. Currently, right now, VPs put in the requisition for a position, they put their case in meeting, it's approved or denied, and then we go for the next one. There's no plan that says we should have this many people or this many coaches and student services based on this number of FTE. We should have this number of employees in HR based on the number. It's also FTE, full-time employees. And there's no way to say that if budget decreases by X amount of dollars, these are the positions that we're prioritizing. We're going to put on hold. We're going to try to alter. And that's something that we need to be able to have ready to go. Now, Ron and I were talking about potentially building separate budget items classified for admin so that everybody's in the same combo code. If that's the case, then we need to be able to prioritize those positions. So which ones are being funded first? We get more money or next. Oh, I put that there. Go next. Okay, so these are the challenges that are coming up. One of the biggest ones is going to be minimum wage and overtime thresholds for salary or overtime incentives. So the way this works, if you're not familiar, is minimum wage since 2020 is now tied to CPI. CPI is not released until September, so we won't know what that's going to be until September 1. Well, they say October 1st because it's done in September. So between October 1st and January of any given year, that's how much time we have to adjust people's minimum wage and determine who's going to be impacted by overtime thresholds. A couple of months. So for those that are overtime eligible, our hourly wage, which for the most part is going to be our part-time, and we have a couple of civil service exempts overtime. Classified are all overtime eligible, but their wages are always part of the state. They're always on the wage. And they're funded. For the most part. Everybody else is not. So CPI will determine what the minimum wage is, whether or not you can be overtime exempt. Depends on a couple of things. One of those is minimum salary. The minimum salary for overtime exempt is now tied to the minimum wage hourly number. So there's a multiple. In 2023, you have to make 2 times minimum wage to be overtime exempt. They estimate that in 2023, there'll be 61,800. I think it'll be more, just because inflation is right on 8.9. That estimate was made about 3 years ago. That's probably 62 or 63. But if it is 61,828, about 22% of our administrators currently fall below that salary. In which case we have 2 choices. We raise them to 61,828, knowing the salary compression issues that come from that. Or we make them overtime eligible, track their time and time card, pay them time and a half for anything. It'd be expensive, depending on how much those administrators. It's hard to gauge that because right now there are no time cards for them. They're not tracking their days or hours. So it's kind of up to their managers, yes. That's the most expensive option or the fair one. But by 2028, you see this, and that threshold will be moved to $85,000. And this is not funded by the state. We're not getting any extra money to address this. Next. So that's the minimum wage. By 2023, minimum wage could be about $16 an hour. So you're looking at an administrative wage of about $32 an hour or better. And of course, going on. The law is actually worded to say that it has to maintain purchasing power, which kind of goes on inflation. I think it'll actually be more than we'll find out in 2 months. This is another good one. The state has changed our rules for part-time hourly employees. We're still trying to figure this out, although the clock has started, so that's sort of unfortunate. But essentially, if they work 1,050 hours or more, or work 12 months, it's either or, they then become permanent employees of our civil service, which then gives them things like holiday or leave rules and layoff rights, and they'll no longer be at will. So right now, all of our part-time employees are at will, except kind of affiliate adjunct to this thing. We can terminate, let go without reason, for any reason, as long as it's not a bad reason. In this case, once they reach that 1,050 or 12 months, they cannot without just cause, just like our classified representatives. The only good thing about that is their layoff rights are slightly different. They can only bump other part-time employees, they can't bump full-time. That makes it slightly easier, but they now become as difficult to administer HR as a normal full-time employee. In fact, more so, because their accrual rates are slightly different. There's an entirely different employee class, which I'm sure CPC will not be able to. So that clock has started in July. So that 12-month clock started in July. We still don't know exactly what all it qualifies for because we'll have to figure it out. We're still waiting on pulls from them. But we have a couple of months to kind of figure this out. Time we come up with a plan, we send it off to OFN to look at it, they kick it back, say, oh, that's a bad idea. We ask their recommendation, they show the shoulder.
Do they become eligible for benefits at this point too?
No, benefit rule 6.
Okay.
We have about 250. Oh, they're over the 1,000. I don't know that. We do have some. I know we had some. We said notices. We said about 5 notices last month. But I can look into that's also the 1,050 report we call it. We check every month. That's also not a season. I would have to ask them.
CPC link doesn't do very much, does it?
No. It's actually
an expensive burden.
Right. It's easier for us to do things on our own.
Yeah.
So and as I put it down there, I'm going to show you administration and tracking of this. Next. Okay, salary and benefit disclosure. This law goes into effect in January, and this is why I'm recommending a professional compensation analysis be done for administrators and basically administrators and part-time employees. Reason is effective January. I have to post a full salary range and benefit description for every job posting. We don't have a salary range for administrators or part-time. So I have one that I did as part of the administrative pay equity process. It's sort of a 1-year gap filler. It was not meant to be permanent. It won't fit every administrator once we start doing the competitive market. It's more of just this is the range for now to create some internal equity. You've got to do better than that. So, I mean, you're looking at around 500 people in this one. In fact, are part-time and administrative personnel. That's more than what my office is doing. Typically, most institutions will do a professional analysis about every 5 years, or about 8 years more than that. So if we're due for work. So that's what I'm recommending so that we can have clear, defensible, and low risk salary structure to post these jobs.
You have an estimate how much that study about?
It's a rough estimate back in the academic details. That's my request. I can't fund it today. So we would have to find. Well, I'm kind of just asking every one of you.
So we have a justification, right?
So yeah, most HR circles and all of those are professional. Next. Yeah, that's it. So as far as retention goes, well, most recruitment, State Board actually has reached out to us to ask where we're struggling. All the colleges, primarily what we're finding most of the issue is our frontline, low-level classified, because we're meeting now places like McDonald's or Starbucks that's offering $18 an hour plus a free bachelor's degree. Then we are being out our lower level administrative positions, which the base starts with them around $54,000, which is not much greater. And the work we're asking you to do is things like success coaches and college to basic, all of those things.
And then you have the areas of just cannibalizing. We're losing all of our staff to the success coach position. So there's 2 I told you we offered positions to. They're like they're constantly I mean, you don't want to say no because you're gonna just you will just lose them elsewhere. But it's not like a dynamic. The salaries are a big problem.
We are seeing a lot of employees jump at once. I mean, I took 2 services. I think 1. They've had, you're cannibalizing yourself, actually. And then some from construction, different additions to the services are jumping. We're having a hard time filling finance and accounting positions, whether administrative classified, and then our more senior administrators.
So as you said, these internal jobs, is it compensation or professional?
Compensation.
Well, it's kind of both. I mean, look at a celebration you have with all of, there were 15 people on that stage. We've got degrees or certificates in the last couple of years. They're moving up. That's not just compensation. Yeah, finance.
But the ones that are moving within our college, we're losing a lot because they're training their way out. Like I said, I'll lose 2 in the next 2 years.
Well, that's kind of good in a way, not for you. Good for the community.
Yeah. I do think I'm a little worried because of our finance and accounting positions. We're actually training them for other folks. We're kind of a incubator for a year or 2 and then 1, which is expensive.
So Josh, your slides, can you
Yeah, they'll be uploaded to board docs and I'll email it out as well.
I like your plans for succession. It's hugely expensive to re-advertise, recruit, and I think that provides incentive to employees if they feel that you're investing in them enough to maybe move them up. Almost in an position to where they could train, they wanted to move on. So expensive to get new employees in, especially ones that don't stay.
Yeah, they, Sherm released a study for last year. It's about 33% of the employee salary is spent on replacing them when they leave.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
And the second driving factor for retention is growth. Aside from wages.
So I like that you're looking at.
You've got to develop people up so they're ready for this.
Right.
And the positions that we're having a hard time filling, we are looking closely at those active watch. So aside from just looking at the responsibilities and what exactly about that position makes it challenging. So we're not just kind of pounding the sand. We're trying to recruit, trying to put more advertisements out there. We are trying to look more closely at what specifically about those roles. So we are.
I've been joining with the states. They put out the promise, which is awesome in Texas. Certainly turned out to not be. So we're moving away from that. Fortunately, I do have one of my HR consultants going through the master's program. One of her projects for her class will be developing a new exit process for us. So we should have that out by the end of the
Yeah, I mean, we find it very helpful to
is certainly not unique to OC.
Oh, no.
If you want to jump to a new career or move up now, it's the time. That's it.
But also, at what level, if we're losing lower level staff, it's a problem. Yeah. But if we're losing tenure faculty, then it's a whole different issue. So anyway, we're having some insight.
We are seeing trends nationally that the great resignation seems to be over. A lot of people are now calling this great regrets because a lot of people are now not leaving. We're not quite seeing that yet, but
the government's going to have to back now and rationalize the compensation.
Right.
And then hire another guy. Yes, thanks. I'm sure you're the old one. Oh, me too, yeah, really.
I didn't cut that out. It's only like 22% of the overall
They
budget.
just said 1 year was enough.
I didn't know we were supposed to speak public access.
Yeah, I thought
Marching.
he was a little older.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
So Ron said that we were all at 3.5% cuts.
I did submit a 3.5 proposal.
He didn't want to stand up, did he?
It's not a meeting if I don't ask.
I was just gonna ask and wait for Chair Miller to return. Did you want to take an afternoon break and or take a look at the remaining agenda and ensure that we're hitting all the points the board wants to hit this afternoon? I was just wondering if you wanted to take an well, I was wondering if you wanted to take an afternoon break. We kind of blew past the previous one. We kind of had a working lunch, and so if folks want to take an afternoon break, we can go ahead and do that. I'm not sure what your planned end time is going to be, but there's a considerable number of items left on the agenda. So if you wanted to prioritize the agenda now, we can do that as well.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the agenda and then take a little break so people can get out there and use the restroom.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was already 2 o'clock.
Also, I'm not on the agenda, but I'd love to have 5 minutes to just kind of tell you guys what the foundation is doing and where I see it going with this next year. And I didn't prepare anything written, but I could do it all. Is that all right, Timur?
Board's meeting.
I saw you look at me.
Well, it's just not on the agenda. That's why I left it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why I didn't get included on the agenda. So maybe I missed something in each of your
Curious to see here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably 5. Maybe 6. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Trevor, why don't we just go ahead and go now and then we'll take a break.
Okay, yeah, so not a whole lot, but essentially, we're getting ready for our October event, and we're full steam ahead on that. That's going to be October 10th, Monday. So hopefully you guys can put that on your calendar. I think it starts traditionally at 11 o'clock. It's at the end of the gym at school. So that's probably the most important thing. The second thing is the annual luncheon. I've never been to it, so you guys probably know better than I do, but we did it virtually 1 year that I was here, and this year it'll be live in person. It's going to be around the OC Promise. It's not going to be in support of the OC Promise because we use the funds from that event for our but the theme is going to be, about the promise and highlight the promise.
Yeah, is it fundraiser or is it invite outside people?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I would encourage you to invite outside people because it's an event, as I understand it, where we want to get new donors to the foundation and really spread the word about the foundation on the college. And Derek Kilmer is going to be speaking at the event. And so, not invitations, but save the dates 3 o'clock tomorrow or Wednesday. The second thing is that in September, we're doing some strategic planning with the board. We hired a firm to work with us on that. What I really like to see come out of that strategic planning is some more of the streamlining of what the foundation does for the college, so that foundation can be more laser focused. And one of the things that we've talked about is potentially eliminating one of our things. So that might be eliminating the auction and brunch. Even though it's an amazing event that we have every year, it's a very exclusive event, is what I've heard from a lot of people, where we're only inviting, our top quote unquote donors, and there's a limited number of seats. One of the ideas that I spoke with another board member recently about was possibly turning it into more of a DEI event where we celebrate like Black History Month, or potentially we have it in the summertime and celebrate Juneteenth, but and then opening that event up to lots of people, not just making it exclusive. And what to me is exciting about that idea is that instead of like saying, no offense to Harry Potter, I like Harry Potter a lot, but instead of having a Harry Potter theme, we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion theme. And we invite like a famous speaker to it. And so instead of having, say, whatever the number is that we have at our auction brunch, like, 200 to 300 people max, we have 500 people or more, maybe we have it across the street here. And, we get a Michelle Obama, or we get a, famous, sports figure to speak at that event. And we sell tickets, and we do a couple of things by that. We I think fulfill some of the mission for the college for diversity, equity, and inclusion. We raise a heck of a lot of money, more than we have at these other events. I was talking to a board member last week, and I was giving him some updates on where we're at with the, not the auction brunch, but the fall event, the October luncheon. And he's like, well, that's not how we always did it. And I said, well, I really appreciate that, but, how we always did it maybe isn't the way we always need to continue doing it. I think we need to do things for success, but I think we need to look at how to do things differently to improve on what we have been doing, or to reimagine it completely. And so that's kind of where I'm going as, we're out of the pandemic now, I think ostensibly. I mean, it's still the pandemic, but we're out of the pandemic in terms of these virtual Zoom things, which are really not my forte. I like speaking in front of crowds, and I like, interacting with you folks one-on-one. And I think the bottom line is that if the foundation is going to grow and expand, we need to do things different. And I really like the DEI theme, because I think we can attract a heck of a lot more people. I don't think we would lose our traditional, donors that come to the auction and lunch. Anthony's could still potentially cater it, but it wouldn't be able to be held. And I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but that's one of the things that I'm going to talk about at the auction and brunch. And I have a couple of board members that support that. To be more streamlined and to find a way to expand our outreach to all of our alumni and all of our donors, as well as increase donors that family might house at people, and I think it's absolutely. So, and then continue to provide what we've always provided, the same level of scholarships, the same level of faculty support, and all of life support. If you guys want me to write all that down, yeah. Put it into a PowerPoint. Do you have any questions? And thank you for jumping on the agenda.
No problem. What's the executive team access and meeting break? Are we having an executive team meeting?
So that would be the executive team would leave, and it would just be the board.
I'm sorry. I missed that. I thought we were having an executive meeting.
They didn't have to leave. It just seemed like we're just talking about scheduling. There was no reason for them to
Gotcha.
sit here.
Sorry, I missed that they were gonna exit.
Exit to the gift shop.
Do we have a list of the study sessions already that we're thinking about, or is this time for brainstorming and thinking of them, or?
I think it was the brainstorm, provide a development list.
Okay. I was just going below that.
I think we can move through all of them.
Yeah, I think the rest of it's okay. I don't want to cut anybody out starting on the agenda. We're already here.
All right. Well, how long would you like your break to be?
10 minutes.
Okay. Back at 2:20.
I'm gonna go downstairs and bake.
All right, the Board of Trustees meeting's on a break until 2:24.
All right, so it looks like they're on another break. A lot of work to get done there. So hopefully this is a good time for you to get a break also. They will reconvene at 2:25. And keep in mind, this is a special, this is their retreat. So tomorrow is their regular meeting. So I'll be interested to see what the conversation is tomorrow. But we will also bring that to you. So rest assured, you can get all your information right here on the Conduit Network. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, hit the button so you never miss when we go live. YouTube.com/C/The Conduit. Absolutely. There you go. We got a couple weeks left of the G2 Summer Food Program. 12:30 to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203, and KCR, 1201 Park Avenue. They are out there right now with lunches for your children. School-age children up to the age of 18. Adults can purchase lunches for $5. They are delicious and nutritious, kid tested, and parent approved. And even if you don't have parents or if you don't have children, folks is loving them for sure. That will be going for another 2 weeks here. So don't miss out on that. Do check out our website, theconduitnetwork.org. Just put a hyphen in between each word. The hyphen conduit hyphen network hyphen just network.org. All right. So again, we are under a heat advisory. I don't think an official one came out, but it is going to get pretty warm this week. Let's check in with Echo here. Echo, what's the weather this week? 81 tomorrow, 85 Wednesday, 90 on Thursday, 81 on Friday, 84 on Saturday, 84 on Sunday, and 80 on Monday, and 85 again on Tuesday. So again, we are in the middle of our actual summer. So do hydrate. Try to stay out of the sun. Use your sunscreen. Even if you are melanated, sunscreen is important. So please do so. You can always reach out to us at the Conduit Podcast Show at gmail.com for any questions or comments that may be too lengthy for you to post here, or maybe doesn't really have anything to do with the show. You can reach out to us there. Do you know of an individual or an agency that should come on to the Conduit and share about their organization and what they do for the community? Go ahead and reach out to the Conduit Podcast Show at gmail.com. All right, we got a few minutes left, so why don't I play a little bit of that commercial for y'all?
Okay, as a 17-year-old, Haven't had much experiences.
Yeah, it's actually better than fried. Because if you put it all together, it's delicious.
No worries, there's still challenges for you. Tell us something that you've been reading or learning or new thing that you're enjoying this summer. There's a little activity page in that booklet. Tell us how it went, drop it off at your local branch.
And so the budgets are set up, we looked at policy, so I had
How are we building what I call emergency relations and with diverse communities? Because I mean,
Because they're very specialized. Professional and highly advanced. They're imported.
Having not only impact studies that actually matter and meet the needs, but also that people are participating because it makes sense to them, right? And so this is really the big vision.
Yeah, so Ranger Road is the 6th education program for veterans just to learn more about preparing their credit, looking at the credit reports, how to talk to them. So really helpful to help them research.
Services are counted. And so there's a point in time count outreach side, and that's a lot of what I've done and other folks is we go to different encampments throughout Kitsap County. And we actually survey folks. And folks don't have to list their name or any if they don't want to participate, but we at least still count.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of it's like a school drive, pop-up event. This is going on. We're looking at the vouchers. We're purchasing this property. Oh, we've got a class. You know, like it's constantly just new stuff coming. You can see it. It's just high energy and, you know, oh, here's some D and I training. You know, yeah, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. This time goes by so fast and so much happens. It's sort of cool to think about what's happened in the last month about that program. And I'm glad I heard that you guys got to share while I was on vacation. You got to share your stating.
Today is Mark Paul's birthday.
All right, y'all, this is devolving into something else. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next Saturday.
having this sort of ongoing conversation about housing and homelessness issues is really important. And I just appreciate you right back. Thank you.
All right. Well, you heard it there. All right, they should be reconvening here in just a hot second. It is 2:24, so we should expect to see them here in just a second. All right. Like I said before, we've done a lot in our little over a year in the Conduit podcast and the Conduit Network. We first created this space. We didn't know that it was going to be all of this, but it's fantastic. It's great. All right, here they go.
All right. The Board of Trustees meeting is now resumed. Well, I get to talk to you all today about the most exciting topic, COVID-19. I'm sure everyone is really riveted and happy to listen to this because you haven't heard enough over it the last 2 years. I'm actually going to deviate slightly from what I had planned to talk about based on recent developments. I don't know if you've all seen, but the CDC had recently, as of August 11th, put out new guidelines as to how people are supposed to respond to COVID-19. Essentially, they're acknowledging the fact that this isn't going away, and their focus is more on individual decisions as opposed to more prescriptive recommendations for quarantine. So in your packet, I've provided a number of resources, specifically the issue brief that was recently put out by the State Board for Community Technical Colleges. Funnily enough, this one was published the day before the CDC made all their changes. So frankly, there's a lot of information that's no longer applicable. And an issue brief is being updated and will be forthcoming from the State Board as soon as they're able to put one out. I've also provided the CDC's update itself, and we'll briefly walk through that. And then there's some more background and reference documentation, such as our Proclamation 20-12.5, which is the higher education proclamation from the governor directing our COVID operations. And then a proclamation and a directive. There are two different things relating to employee vaccination, and also the HELSA and voluntary use PPE rules from LNI, as well as updated Department of Health requirements and guidelines for childcare. I might have Brendan speak to that if he chooses to, but I think it was last week these came out, or the first part of August, where they updated the childcare and K-12 system guidance. Now, you'll remember that K-12 had a big update to their operational guidance back in the spring, which we were anticipating was going to precede a higher education update. Frankly, we have not seen any updates to the operating guidance from Governor Inslee's office since last August. It's been over a year since there's been any operational updates to how we're supposed to respond to COVID-19, according to Governor Inge's office. Now, Department of Health, as well as Department of Labor and Industries, has updated some of their guidance, which we can cover. But Proclamation 20-12.5 is currently what we're bound to in terms of our COVID operations. So if you briefly just take a look at this issue brief, are we still required to follow that proclamation? Yes. Until it is rescinded by the governor's office or updated, that's our playbook. Most of you will be aware that Olympic College is considered a fully vaccinated campus. And if you'd like me to, I can explain the differences between the two. Part of the Proclamation 20-12.5 illustrates the requirements for those campuses considered fully vaccinated and those that are not considered fully vaccinated. Essentially, as a fully vaccinated campus, we are mostly exempt from the requirements within that proclamation. So it helps us and our students. It's less burdensome on our staff. However, it is impactful to our enrollments. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So as of the 10th, when this was published, the state board had announced that they have a meeting scheduled with Governor Inslee to address that issue of updating the guidance. They haven't put anything else out there as to when that meeting's going to be, what they're hoping to get out of it. Rather, they just announced that they are going to meet with the governor's office. So it doesn't help us any. And the very frustrating part about this, and I'm sure Josh and anyone that works in labor will know, our faculty have been off contract for a month and a half now. And the contract starts 3 weeks, a bit more than that.
Very early September.
And they've had no information as to what coming back to work is going to look like in the fall. We don't think it's going to be the same as what happened in the spring in terms of what our requirements are going to be. Again, we're anticipating all these updates, but unless we get them, we're going to keep the same requirements in place. The one thing I have to preach is that Olympic College is committed to providing a safe and healthy work environment for our employees and a learning environment for our students. We've done this by following all the requirements from the various regulatory bodies, as well as superseding some and following some of the best practices that we aren't required to do so. But it's going to be crucial for us to get as much information as we can as to what fall is going to look like and get it out to our employees, because there's going to be impacts. There's going to be bargaining considerations for both unions should we change from our current operating policies to be in alignment with whatever may be coming. So it's kind of worrisome to me that we haven't had any communication from the governor's office providing any sort of clarity. It almost feels like higher education is being left out to dry. So what are some of the requirements? Do you want me to briefly kind of outline the difference between higher education institution that is fully vaccinated versus not? Or would you like me just to go into some of the changes that are a little bit more salient? Any preference? Right. It will be. So I think the main thing to note is, that Proclamation 2012.5 is what governs higher education institutions. However, because we are classified as a institution of higher education that is fully vaccinated, we are essentially exempt from a lion's share of those requirements. We just have to follow the basic L&I guidelines. To be an exempt, you have to require employees to be fully vaccinated. You have to require any in-person student or any student that avails themselves of in-person services to be fully vaccinated to come onto campus, as well as any volunteers. And you have to have mechanisms in place for verification. One of the things that we've seen this past year is the impact to that verification piece has on our students and our enrollment. So back in the fall, when we made the decision to become a institution of higher education that's fully vaccinated, was we were allowing self-attestation for students to verify their vaccination status. So what that means is they would go into CTC Link or Microsoft Form, input their vaccination information, the type of vaccine, if it was a 2-dose vaccine or a 1-dose, the dates of the vaccine doses, and then they would have some language that they would have to attest to, verifying the truthfulness of the information and essentially letting them know that they're subject to audit, and if they are chosen as randomly selected to be audited, they would have to provide their proof. We had some concerns raised by our employees about that because employees were required to show proof. There wasn't a self-attestation option. And one of the things that we've tried to do as a college is be consistent between our employees' rules and our students' rules. We don't want to have necessarily one group or another have a more stringent set of rules. We want it to be equitable for all. So starting winter quarter, student services had a big lift to create a verification process in which students had to either submit through a secure document portal their vaccination proof, come in to the college physically and show an employee their card, or go to their virtual office, go to a private room in there and work with a student services official one-on-one to show proof of their vaccination, whether it be their vaccine card, whether it be their health record. They had a list of acceptable documents that they could provide. Well, when we're talking about COVID's impacts on enrollments, that one little change was significant to our student population. So in the fall, once we instituted our fully vaccinated campus and required the attestation, we had a number of students that went through that process willingly so that they could take in-person classes. When we made the switch during winter quarter to require documentary proof of vaccine, self-attestation was no longer acceptable to be, again, in alignment with what was required for employees. We had 1,200 students that had gone through the self-attestation process and completed it that did not then follow up and complete their proof of documentation required to take in-person classes. Now, those students could still take online classes and participate in online services, but that's 1,200 students that can't take in-person classes or come to campus to talk to an advisor, to talk to a faculty member, because per our policies, you have to have completed that documentation process in order to avail yourself of in-person classes or services. 1,200 students. We didn't lose all 1,200 students, but when you talk about 1,000 students, full-time students needed to kind of balance the budget, that's a lot of them right there. And so one of the things that Martin and some of the other folks in HR working through our labor process have worked with, say, the faculty union on a proposal to revert back to allowing self-attestation, try to help capture some of those students back. And it seems like through initial conversations that at least the AHE is amenable to that. They understand the enrollment impacts, and there's some further bargaining obligations that are still required. And Martin, I don't know if you want to speak to some of those at all at this point. Obviously, we have to go through a process, as well as for WPEA. If we're going to revert that, we'd have to let them know change of working conditions, and then they would have the ability to bargain those impacts. That's something that we're trying for this fall, and hopefully we can get that process completed to remove that barrier for students, because we've seen that it is significant and it is having impacts on our enrollment. You want to say anything about the effects on enrollment or the process for some of the concerns faculty might have?
Sure, I think just overall faculty are trying to make sure that the work environment is as safe as possible. Safe protections. So we want that for all. So Carol McWhorter in HR, and I represent some specific items of concern for them. I think they're things that we're to address with them, having a conversation. And so I through that conversation, I think there's support for this decision.
Appreciate that, Martin. One of the other concerns that I have, again, is the timing of the CDC guidance that came out last week. Martin and HR have been having conversations about the self-attestation piece, but the CDC guidelines, which the college has tried to adhere to, because again, it represents the most current understanding of the virus and the public health considerations that we should be making, it has some very significant changes. Again, it doesn't have any impact on the proclamation requirements that we're under. But for an example, one of the requirements is that if you're known exposed to COVID-19, again, it shifts from this very prescriptive guidance to more individualized decision making. So instead of having to quarantine for a minimum of 5 days, get tested, and then wear a mask around others from days 6 through 10, it's now recommended that instead of quarantine, you just wear a high quality mask. Again, that's the CDC's recommendation. So if the college is going to implement that, then we're going to have to have probably further conversations with both of our labor bodies and go through a bargaining process. So the timing of these updates, while I appreciate that they're actually giving up-to-date information, it's going to be very difficult to get these changes in place for the start of the fall quarter. We're going through a big enrollment push between now and the start of the quarter. And unfortunately, folks that want to take in-person classes, until we can complete both labor processes and implement the change of self-attestation, they're going to have to follow the old requirement of showing proof of their vaccine. And unfortunately, the vaccine requirement is only the initial dose. So if you've been reading any of the literature out there, the efficacy of these vaccines is not what they anticipated. They thought it was going to be something that had more long-term effects. Now they're thinking it's going to be maybe good for 3 to 6 months. And people started completing their vaccine doses over a year ago. So the college is spending time, money, and resources on tracking and something that may or may not be any benefit to people's public health safety. So it's very frustrating that we're stuck in this kind of loop of having to adhere to these policies that are so out of date, yet having no indication of when they're going to be updated or when they might be rescinded. And it's at a detriment to our students and employees. We do these COVID forums monthly where we share the most up-to-date information. It's open to anyone in the college that wants to come. And we haven't had anything meaningful to really share with them other than as soon as we know more, you will. And it's putting us in a very rocky situation, especially when you think about all of our efforts to try to get people in the door. And these requirements are really impacting our ability to bring students back on the campus.
So this afternoon,
If you list the mandate, well, you talked earlier about communication. I'd be on the phone with Sean saying, the entire world, we are open for business.
No vaccination, no vaccination whatsoever. So how is with the faculty still pushing back on stuff that's
I think in all employee groups, there are going to be folks that feel very strongly on one side and the other. Folks that felt that, we should be open this entire time, and folks that think that we should still be requiring masking. But it's going to be difficult to try to capture everyone and have them all be satisfied. I think, by and large, and Martin, you could probably illustrate their stance more accurately. folks understand kind of where we're at, the pandemic and the requirements to work are haven't changed in a year, frankly. And so I would imagine that again, there's going to have to bargain the impacts of, say, walking back some of these requirements. But I don't think that those bargaining are a bad thing. I think it's just going to help clarify what the expectations are and what the safety measures are going to be going forward. Because again, we are committed to making sure that Olympic College is safe and healthy to as much as we possibly can, while still respecting folks' individual rights and choices.
They lift the mandate, it kind of alleviates our bargaining obligation in terms of the vaccine department altogether, because we can't unilaterally mandate the vaccine.
Right.
The only thing we might bargain is any additional safety precautions we put in place because that's part of some of the bigger. But we don't need that vaccine.
And the vaccine mandate is a very interesting case because currently, and in your packets, you'll see two things that are related to employee vaccines. One is Proclamation 21-14.4, which was made last August and updated to its current version that requires all state employees to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Fully vaccinated just means you have your initial dose completed, whether it's the 2-dose series or the 1-dose series. You'll also see an updated version of Directive, not Proclamation, Directive 22-13.1. This is a directive from Governor Inslee that says all cabinet agencies and small cabinet agencies are going to have as a permanent condition of employment requirement to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Now, that 13.1 version came out August 5th, I believe. It was preceded by an announcement on June 30th by the governor's office that all cabinet agencies and small cabinet agencies are required to be fully up to date. There's a distinction there. Fully up to date means that every recommended booster the CDC says for someone with your health condition, you must have in order to be an employee. Now, I think Josh said it best was you're going to have to find a new HR director if they put that one through. Because can you imagine trying to track an organization of 1,200 employees? You're going to have to know every single employee's individual health statuses and then verify whether they've had those recommended boosters and have a mechanism to not only verify, but what happens if someone doesn't get the recommended booster.
And they'd have to have all that in place before they were hired.
Correct.
And I'm sure CTC would probably so much.
So the governor's office received a significant amount of, we'll call it feedback, from state agencies, HR directors, and state employees, and they walked back that decision. So instead of making it a requirement to be up to date with your vaccinations, essentially they said you just have to be fully vaccinated still, but they're going to try to find a way to incentivize being fully up to date. So more information on that will be sent out. What's important to note is that higher education, other elected officials, and non-cabinet state agencies aren't required to have that for their employees. But if you look back to last year's proclamation, again, this is different from the directive that he just put out, we're still required to, as state employees, be fully vaccinated with the exemptions, whether medical or religious, until that proclamation is rescinded. So for the cabinet agencies, they're under dual proclamations to say the same thing, to say different things. We're only under the one, but it's not a stretch to imagine that the governor may push for that for higher education as well. What's happened in the past is they've rolled out requirements for the cabinet agencies that then become universalized for all state agencies. So there hasn't been any announcement to the effect that directive from the governor 22, 13.1 will apply to us. Entirely possible, and one might say probable. Essentially, it just makes permanent the requirement to be fully vaccinated. Any questions about that? So you can see kind of what's going on here. There's a lot of gray area, and it's very impactful not only to our ability to hire and keep people, but also to retain our students and get people into classes on campus. And you mentioned, Harriet, the effect of seeing these COVID emails that come out so frequently. Well, that was a requirement from L&I. It was put out in DOSH Directive 1.70. That directive had been rescinded last month on the 15th. However, DOSH has basic requirements for all employers. And essentially those requirements are masks are optional. However, local employers can require masking universally should they so choose. If masks are optional, employers can't, say, punish someone who decides to wear a mask. They have to allow that. You're supposed to ensure that anyone that tests positive for COVID-19 is isolated away from other employees. You have to provide adequate hand washing facilities and cleaning supplies. Got to educate workers on COVID-19 and the prevention of such. And you have to notify, and this goes back to your point, we are required to notify anyone that has been at our work site of a COVID-19 exposure. So our process has been, because our campus is open, it's fairly free-flowing, people come in and say, I went to building 4, which is student services. So it would be almost impossible to identify exactly where they went, who exactly they interacted with. So as an abundance of caution, we put out the announcement to our all-campus email for students and employees, put the location, where it went, if it was a classroom, an office, general, the last day they were on campus, and provide guidance on what folks should be doing if they feel like they're exposed or ill. Something that we are choosing to do, it's something we're required to do, is make these notifications. And it's, yeah.
I want it to happen, but I'm just saying, I was thinking that may have been the reason why sometimes students do not want to.
Oh, no, I completely agree. We get emails constantly saying, I don't want to get these notifications from people that, like, I get it, COVID's out there. We also get emails from folks that want to know more. Who was it? How can I be sure that I wasn't around them? And it's a very fine line because, again, another part of these L&I requirements are we cannot release any potentially identifying information about who reported positive. So, folks would I want to know what's a classroom specifically. Well, if there's only one classroom or one class in that room a day, it narrows it down and it's, again, potentially identifiable information. So it's been very difficult to provide as much information as we can while still protecting folks' anonymousness. Can't speak right now. But thank you. One of the things that I was kind of proud about was WPDA sent our HR folks a notice that said, hey, we're sharing your notification to employees within other colleges because we feel like this is how it should be done. And we wanted to let you know that we appreciate that. Carol was gracious enough to share that with some folks. And that, that's not something that happens every day when labor thinks that, you're doing something so right that we want to share this message with other folks. So again, I just want to reiterate the fact that, we're committed to making sure everyone is safe when they're at work. But we have some significant challenges ahead based on the changing landscape of the pandemic and the requirements in order to, one, help balance the impacts on the enrollment while also ensuring that people feel comfortable and safe in their work environments. One of the other big pieces of update in the CDC guidance, and this affects Brendan's area, especially childcare, is the test to stay. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with that concept. Is if, say, it's more prevalent in K-12 system that you're in a class and someone tests or positive in that class, if you're not vaccinated or if you've been exposed, you would actually have to test in order to stay and not quarantine for that 10-day period of time or potentially longer. CDC is recommending that get rid of, again, not testing people who are not showing any signs and symptoms. I think I've kind of beat the proclamation 20-12.5 to death, as well as the proclamations pertaining to vaccination. Again, we are looking to revert back to self-attestation for students. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply to employees. Employees are bound by the proclamation from the governor 21-14, and there are no self-attestation. You have to show your card, you have to show your health record or another specified document in order to satisfy that employment requirement.
That's even affecting our recruitment. I can tell you that he helped me probably about a week ago, someone was going to apply for a position until he saw where it said vaccination required. Then he absolutely changed his language and called us losers and a bunch of other stuff.
He's a bad example. He didn't want to work in because I was getting, what do you call that? The vaccines, the secondary.
Well, we got some more there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, he was great, yeah. Said I was going to, it's a new engineering time. I thought about sending him our DEIPP position, something like that.
I mean, if they had a long conversation with you, they'd find out.
Right. I think it's unbiased.
Not a problem.
It is absolutely going to affect, it's not just students.
No.
It's employees.
It is, and we can only anticipate and speculate at this point of what changes the governor's office might make. Again, we were told by the governor's staff that after they updated the K-12 guidance in March, the updated guidance was coming for higher education. We anticipated it within 2 weeks. 2 weeks became 2 months. Now we're half a year since that, and we've got nothing. Again, our last update for higher education was August last year. So the uncertainty has been difficult. We want to make sure that all of our employees have the most accurate information. So again, we're even though we don't have a lot to share, we're committed to doing monthly forums where folks can listen to our presentation, more understand of what COVID is like in our community, which as of last Thursday, we dropped below 100 cases per 100,000, which is good because we spiked early June, and instead of the steep decline that we've typically seen after these spikes, it was more flat. And we are now back under 100,000 for Kitsap County and still trending downward. So it's promising going into the fall, but as we know, fall has been historic flu season, and we saw another spike last fall. So all this to say, COVID's still out there. It's still a concern of ours, and there's going to be some changes coming probably pretty quick given the CDC's recent announcement. Typically, the state of Washington has aligned with CDC recommendations by and large. So I'd have to imagine that there's going to be some news on this front going forward. Any questions on COVID, the impact of the operations? Real riveting stuff, I know. We had extended our COVID, so back in winter quarter, we had that huge surge with Omicron. And that was when we were working on getting our health and safety monitors in place. We have 2 COVID health and safety monitors that do our contact tracing, that monitor the COVID inbox along with myself to respond quickly and timely to not only employees, but also students that have COVID concerns and or reporting positive cases. They're currently through the end of summer. And so we're going to have to make a determination if we're going to keep them on going forward. Unfortunately, we're getting close to a year, I think around March. So we have some time still that we can keep extending them. But based on which way the governor goes and the notification, we're going to have to think long term about whether we're going to make those kind of a permanent position or fold it into responsibilities from our health and safety officer or environmental health and safety. So just some things to be aware of as we move forward. Well, if there's no other questions more about COVID, we can talk about, well, some of my issues have been obviously COVID. When Omicron hit, we didn't have the COVID health and safety monitors in place. So I was 24/7 responding to anyone and everyone that had a COVID concerns. So that got me buried in some of my other responsibilities and had to kind of shift things around. And then towards the end of the year, we had a plan to, again, bring back the executive assistant position in the office of the president that we were going to share with HR. If you remember, Josh doesn't have any administrative support, so we were going to combine a position to provide support for him and help free me up from some of the clerical stuff. Due to the budget reduction exercises, we decided to forego that position, even though we had already interviewed for it. We were one step away from hiring. We felt it irresponsible to potentially bring on an employee that may have to get cut within a year anyway. So that was a sacrifice that we made and Josh made that's impacting my ability to help support some of our larger college-wide work, like our governance system, among other things. So those are some of the issues. COVID's going to take up a lot of my time here in the coming months as we get more information. But committed to try to provide not only the office of the president, Marty himself, but the board of trustees with the highest quality of support that I can. And so hopefully we can talk a little bit about how we can support one another. I think my biggest ask would just be communication. Let me know what you need as far out as you possibly can, and I'll make it happen. Conversely, I also hope that we can make sure that we're ensuring more direct communication. Some things that do go to email sometimes get overlooked. So I want to make sure that you're staying informed, getting what you know, and that we can work a little bit more closely together to ensure that we have everything we need to have a more smooth and efficient relationship. Let's see. Other than that, I think the last topic I was going to discuss. Yeah.
Trustees to respond to your emails?
Well, part of my job is being tactful, and one of the things I'll throw out in this example is, say, scheduling this retreat. We started this process back in spring. Numerous doodle polls sent out based on availability, and sometimes they'll have 3 trustees that will respond within a couple days. Sometimes, I think on this one, I had 2 responses in 3 weeks of the poll being open. And so it's very difficult for me to try to coordinate these things and make sure it's an efficient use of everyone's time if I don't have responses in a timely manner. And I understand that this is a very difficult thing to do. There's 5 professionals on this board, and trying to coordinate schedules between very busy individuals is impossible. But the way to make it a little bit easier is if there are emails that get sent, the quicker the responses, the better. That way, if there's an issue, I can adjust and provide additional dates and information that might better suit you as a group. You want to talk about evaluation? It's that time of year. I've provided in your documents, it's the last handout of my section. There's a blue divider. This is the evaluation tool that the board had decided upon last year. If you all remember, the previous evaluation tool was not meeting the trustees' needs. So we took a look at a number of evaluation tools from other colleges, sought feedback from the board as a whole, and then we developed this evaluation tool. It's electronic that will compile all the answers anonymously, both the self-evaluation as well as the aggregated group evaluation, and provide that information to the board in a manner that's a little bit more user-friendly and useful. So I just want to take a moment for everyone to review that, to see if there was any changes from last year's evaluation tool that you would like to make. Because the process that we developed last year is once we determine the evaluation tool, I will electronically send it out to each board member to fill out. The answers, again, are compiled automatically, and those are brought to a subsequent board meeting to be reviewed and discussed.
What's the calendar?
So typically the evaluation opens in August, and if we determine that this is the evaluation tool that you would like to continue with today, I can open it up tomorrow, and it could be a topic on your September meeting. We want to make sure that folks have plenty of time to reflect, fill it out, and then once I have everyone's completed evaluations, I'll send out the results so that you can review the group metrics. So if it gets close to that September date, because we like to have all that information posted at least 5 days to a week in advance of board meetings. So if we don't make that deadline, it would go to the subsequent month. Or one of the topics we have on the agenda after President Cavaluzzi does his presentation is review the timeline. So we could hold a special session if you would like. If you don't think you want to wait to say October, we can create a special session to address the board's evaluation as well as the president's evaluation.
Is that something you need to accept this, or?
No, this is the current evaluation tool that the board has already accepted. If you would like to change it, then we would have a process in which you would submit the requests. I could compile them at your next meeting. Even tomorrow, you could then take action on it, because tomorrow is the regular meeting and you're allowed to adjust the agenda on the fly on a regular meeting. So you could take action in a special meeting. If there is no action specifically called out on the agenda, the board is not allowed to take final action.
You just adopted this last year.
Okay, so what we'll do then is I will go ahead and tomorrow I will send out a link to this year's version of this. It'll be the same questions, we'll just have different dates on it. Please fill it out in the next 2-3 weeks, and that'll give plenty of time to compile all that and get it sent out for your review prior to the next board meeting.
So can I ask you to actually send it out today after the board meeting?
Absolutely.
To give you a break, just focus on it.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. We appreciate all your actually absorb all of this documentation.
Well, that's just part of it. The most recent and salient versions, they also have more in-depth L&I information guidance that we can provide you if you'd like, as well as Department of Health and or the campus reopening guide that was created by the group out of Boston that was adopted by the governor's office and the board. But it's a lot. It's confusing, and it seems ever changing, even though the governor doesn't really change his information.
Appreciate all your help.
Hey, anytime. Also, I do have refreshed laptops for 2 of the board members, so I'll make sure to connect with you and let you know that you can come pick up your new surfaces. All right, Marty, I believe you're up.
I'd just like to acknowledge what Adam's been doing for 2 years is running the entire show around a response to COVID. That is not a small amount of work. This is daily tracking cases. This is daily tracking what's going on with LNI, the governor, Department of Health, and everybody else, and updating. How many pages is our?
Well, if you count the appendixes, it's in the triple digits.
I mean, updating all this information right for the college. And he volunteered to do it, quote unquote. Nobody was stepping up during all that. I said, he's taking on. And that's the kind of guy he is. I'm just impressed with that.
Guy who misses meeting for those assignments.
He was there. And in fact, we were going to hire an executive assistant because there are things that we're not able to do because he's very well enough. And we were looking forward to that. Scheduling more of these out-facing meetings with people, legislators and others.
Right.
And Adam does his best to do it, but he's very good with all those too. There are other things as well. I just want to acknowledge that because he has kept his college open in many ways. It's just his message and information to the college has been consistent and accurate. So, anyway, we ended up losing our executive assistant position to our 3.5% cut. So we also feel we're not asking. I ain't asking wrong. Yeah. Not diverse. Well, anyway, thank you. We'll stop. He's very popular when people want things. I just hope today you get a feel for the complexity of the issues that we're wrestling. When I hear people say, how come you're not doing this? How come you're not doing that? I'm thinking, these are really complex issues and they require complex solutions. If they were that easy to do, their college is skyrocketing in enrollment, but they're not, right? We would have figured all this out. But I will say it's not all gloom and doom. There were 6 colleges in our system this year that are projected to be insolvent. Going up. And that's 6 up the state board. That's a big deal. And we're not one of them. So that's a reason to celebrate right there. I think we're doing the best we can, keeping our eye on all this. This meeting would have a completely different tenor if we were one of the ones that is projected to be insolvent. So,
the employees at those colleges know too. Like you see, like on all the VP listserv, the VP student service listserv, I'm sure you see it too, like on the construction side. It's like a mass exodus. We've hired a few of us. Yeah, actually, but you can see like they're all like some of these colleges. Grace Harbor is one of them. It's like almost, I wouldn't say like they have like 6 vacancies in like their deans and directors and student services alone. It's not so a lot of those campuses. I mean, it's not like what are we going to do? What we're going to do? They're already feeling it. Right?
So, Martin, you work with the president's organization, the state board, any kind of.
Paul Francis mentioned already at the WAC retreat. I brought several things forward, and that was one of them was mentioning the colleges that are going to be insolvent. Why don't we create that space during these meetings to talk about that? But they're going to talk about creating that space to talk about it. So now is the answer.
Well, I think the ACD's not talking about it either.
It's not a secret. So what happens when one of them does?
Yeah.
So, given all these strengths that you've heard here today, a lot of them around position shortages, burnout, budgeting, enrollment, CTC learning, and COVID, a few other issues. I just think we're in this is the right team to address this. And that's the first time I will say that since I've been sitting on the board of this college. These are the right people to address all these issues. That said, we have 3 openings on executive team, and I will say I was now my 5th year here, and only during 1 2-week period have I had a permanent executive team. And that new vice president, after 2 weeks of experience in our culture, said, the only way I will stay here to help change that culture is if you give me a 3-year contract, which I could not do, so he left. So none of these people have said that yet. They're all in. Let's do it, which I'm proud of. Anyway, I've only had it every other week since I've been here. There's been a minimum of 1, but it's actually usually been 2 or 3 openings at a time. Now we have 3. We have our VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Cheryl Nunez. She comes from Ohio, her home's in Ohio, and she got a good offer, and the way she went, you cannot blame her for that one bit. Our Chief Information Officer, Evelyn Hernandez, starts her new job actually tomorrow. She's working for the courthouse in the Alliance as well. But she told me 4 years ago, once her kids got older, she'd be moving on and looking for another job. She's also told me. Josh will tell you. In fact, what's your biggest fear about the new position?
Yeah, we'll never call it. But real quick, the DEI forums are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for our candidates in that position this week.
Not to get to that.
Oh, sorry.
That's this week. Hope that we have strong candidates, and we hope there's a good match there. Move forward with that. The concern about the CIO position. I mean, we're really lucky that everyone.
The salary for that position is pretty low. And if you, state board just came out with a 2022 salary survey, and they're all lower, and the retention for that position across the system is a couple of years. Except for a handful that have some homegrown CIOs that have 5-6 years. The market for at least Evelyn's level of expertise in cybersecurity is insane. $250,000, I'd say. The salary that she's offered, which we would not afford to match. So, we might have some internal candidates to come through. I don't expect some serious money. But they can give it all up to work and go fine. Right. And the problem, right, is so an executive search firm that specializes in IT executive level positions, that'd be an $85,000 search. So we're trying it ourselves. We'll kind of throw it out there and see what we can do and make adjustments. I'm not expecting a quick turnaround.
And then can you mention salary compression if we actually hire that person for what that position's worth, what that does to everybody else?
Well, I think it depends on who we hire. There may or may not be some compression. There's going to be some compression for sure if we start looking at creating additional positions in a couple of years. So those things. Salaries will have to go up, and they'll start approaching executive team salary levels. I think we've got some problems.
We do need to have that conversation. I believe, you're confronted and always you talk about we're going to be raised, we're going to be at a $60 million budget here. You're managing for hiring people. Very low tier, no offense to anybody here. You already know this. Yeah, but as we need to improve, we can't do it. You can't bring people in. We get top quality people in these positions to be successful. So I think and then we say, well, it throws us out of sync with all the other colleges. I think we got to say, so what? We've got to make those successful. What do we need? You take all the executive compensation, it's significant. So if you bump that, whatever it needs to bump to be competitive, I think that did a good job. It's going to pay back committee. I think it warrants a conversation. It takes some people years.
Now, if we can make it work, it's really wrong.
Yeah. Not to plug my previous presentation, but But I will. I do think the professional compensation analysis that comes in from a third party specifically to the salary base. Rather than the party saying, I'm giving my compensation.
This is the same thing that happened at the state board. Their compensation back.
We've seen it in previous executive sessions. Yeah, the exec for who oversees student services, Joe Holiday, he's retiring. And they're nervous because he makes less than any of the vice presidents. So, what they'd ideally like is to have someone who was the vice president of student services in that role. So, yeah, it's everywhere.
34 community technical colleges, 15 institutions that are compensating internal.
So which position? We have, the CIO position. For Evelyn, we just hired, Lynn Kaiser last week as the CIO. So she worked very closely with Evelyn, by Evelyn for years. You'll meet her tomorrow. So, and then we will talk about opening up the position. Executive Director for Institutional Effectiveness position was held by Alice Fair. Now she decided to go back to teaching chemistry. It's good, so she's still with us. So we teach back to faculty teaching chemistry. So now that we've just filled the CIO position now, I opened that up internally, and we had some people applied for it.
We opened it internally for Aaron.
Yes. That's what's happening there. One thing I wanted to talk to you about was program prioritization. So you've all heard me talking about this for a while. It's something we're going to be doing. You now all have it from you. That's the biggest handout we get. Biggest program prioritization of academic programs. It is a good read. This college has used the book before a while ago before I got here and did some program prioritization work. We're going to do it a little differently and not do it just around budgeting. It's unfortunate that we're going to begin this process at the same time we're worried about budget and enrollment, because really we've been talking about this for up and running. We should just be doing this on a regular basis, instead on a cyclical basis along with accreditation and the budgeting process. We should always be reviewing our program. It's not just instructional programs, it's non-instructional programs as well. So we're going to go through that process, and all of you will have that book and it'll give you an understanding of what we're going to do. I'm happy to talk about it more at another board meeting or retreat, what that's going to look like, how we're going to get into it. But if you think about it, all of our colleges are pretty much, we all do the same thing. We all add, but it's a rare day that we close a program of any kind. And it's, what happens is the pie doesn't get any bigger. We just slice it up more and we end up tense towards mediocrity across the board. And you've heard everyone in here talk about what they need. They need more things, right? It's more, the only way you're going to get it is by cutting, just getting more from that same pie, moving those funds around. In fact, Ron and I, when I interviewed him, I think I 3 times I talked to you about program prioritization. We have not. We need to create internal funding that we can shift every year towards closing access, achievement, and equity gaps, or opening programs, that kind of thing. So, best way to do it is just get that going, get everyone used to that. This is going to be a 3-year cycle, whatever it is, and we can just keep doing it again. So it's not really connected to budget. It does have no budget point. I also wanted to talk to you about governance. You have 3 handouts in your packet. The first one is a policy on participatory governance that was approved by the Board of Trustees. The second one is a governance task force recommendations regarding the governance structure. That's the work that Mary Skildy and others did. It's a 2-year process getting that. You have that. I just want you to go refer to it. And the third one is the Olympic College System Implementation Handbook, which was created to help us get that governance system up and running. So it is up and it is running. Really, I think all of us had 3 meetings, maybe 3 or so before the end of the year. Instructional council said no meetings.
Already canceled, so
you will be. Yes, so you will. So we're just beginning. This will be our first full year of that happening. It got off so some of us had, I think, a rough start at the very beginning, but it shows promise. I think after this full year of functioning, I hope we actually really start adhering to what our charters are all about and start getting the work done this year. This will be a good test for this year. Strategic planning, we're behind in that. In one way, I'm grateful that we're behind because I think the colleges that completed strategic planning before this pandemic hit are all now thinking we need to do it again. So we're in a good spot. I had hoped to bring Robin Baker, who is the president of George Fox University. I was hoping to bring him to the college during opening days. I know him because he and I sit on the Northwest Commission of Colleges and University Board, so we're both commissioners. And I heard him present it was just very thorough examination of higher ed across the country, what it looks like, what the trends are, where we're going, and very compelling case about the numbers, actually, how many colleges and universities are going to fail in the next 10 years if they don't figure something out. And I wanted to bring him to our college opening days and have him be our keynoter. And then we're going to break into some small groups to do just some forums, just getting information from people, some ideas. But he's not available, so he won't make it for a few weeks after that. But I'm bringing him to the college, so you'll be invited to that so you can hear what he has to say. And I'm going to still use him to help kick off the strategic planning process. But executive team, we've all talked about strategic planning. Just like you're already hearing here, we don't really think we have the bandwidth to pull it off internally. So we're going to we would like to open that up for an RFP. Originally, it was just going to be an RFP for a facilitator to help us do that work. But I think we need to just hire somebody to do the work. We can still do all the other stuff inside. We have a lot of data and that person. And we can do a lot of things internally. But I think we need to hire somebody to get it done.
So we would need an RFP just for that. I thought it was referring to $30,000. Should we need an RFP?
It changed, it went. It's a good question. The amount for an RFP increased during the pandemic, but it's still high. They raised it up, and I'm not sure.
I think it is still at 30,000.
Hope so. Then perhaps we don't. Nonetheless, I think that's the only way forward for us. We need to get it done now that the timing is right. This will get everyone's attention. So we've got that going for us.
I'm sorry. Just all the things we talked about today, all the parts of issues we need kind of that full exercise.
Totally agree. Totally agree. The timing is right on that. The other thing we've heard Brendan talk about strategic enrollment management today, and Martin talking about some of the struggles we're having with construction. And we moved away from this during the pandemic. And right before that, we were heavily invested in achieving the dream. We had 2 coaches, and everything fell apart. And we just couldn't do it. Really, no reason to even bring it, because we were just struggling to keep our heads above water. I want to get back into achieving a dream. A lot of good things that focus on closing access, achievement, and reforms. And in fact, if we were really doing all those things, we probably wouldn't be that worried about our budget. We can increase our retention rates, our graduation rates, and close those gaps and get more people through our system who actually say they want a degree or certificate and get them out in the community. We are not going to be worried about chasing enrollment. It's the best thing we can do to positively change our community. Every student we lose and goes back out without that degree or certificate, it's on us. It doesn't reflect well on us. We have more people who leave, so that's not good. So we need to turn that around, I think. Bro, Adam already talked about the 4 retreats. I would love if we could schedule more of these to do. We don't want to be all day long. We could do 4-hour retreats and dive into some of these topics in more detail. So you could have a firm understanding of what it is we're wrestling with. And then the board, you know what to do with your level. One of the things over this last year, I noticed that how few times we actually talked about student success at college level. It's the one thing we're here for, and we need to get back on that. So you're hearing all the things we're doing around instruction and HR and student services and everything else, but as a college, we need to meet our mission, and our mission is about student success. So we need to start talking about that again, more and more. This stuff is big. You know we're doing this other work. But I think we need to get back to that. So I have some ideas for that. We can talk about that other time. You heard Martin talk about what we're offering. You heard about just different programming needs. I shared this with you before. If I had my wish, we would, since there's no new money coming in, we create our own new money. We would open up a more entrepreneurial arm of the college that truly is there to address community need, that can actually do it rapidly. We're looking at about 4 years now in this construction trades program, probably. It's probably going to approach 4 years when we actually get it up and running. That's not, you get a pandemic in the middle. That's not typical, but I think we can do a lot better than that. If we had, an actual, like you were talking about, Tom, about service, if we had a certain amount of money that's just sitting there that we know we can move to something. It's like, for example, a few of us just met with the CEO of St. Michael Medical Center, and he talks about wanting surgical technicians, radiology technicians, and a few other positions. And so now we're doing this little dance about who can bring what to the table. But it would sure be nice to just say, we can have that up and running in 6 months. This is what we're going to do. Now, we should have been able to do the same thing with construction trades or any other program. It shouldn't be years out. I mean, on that side of the college, right? If we could do those kind of things, the amount of community support we would get. I meet with Joe Morris from PETA, and we're supposed to meet next week. Because I'm talking about some of these things I think we ought to be trying to do, to find partners that can help us get these things moving rapidly if we can't find the funds internally. But if we were responsive in that way, just looking at that one aspect of the college, if we were responsive to the community's needs, and all the members of PETA knew they could just call OC if they had a viable opportunity for us. I mean, of course, we always do our due diligence to see if this is something we can make work. It's really needed and sustainable. But if all that pans out, we could just turn it around in a matter of months and get something up and running. That, if you imagine the goodwill that generates in the community, well, look what OC did for us. I think we can do a lot better. And that's part of this program prioritization work. It's not just getting rid of programs, it's finding the sleeping giants within our programs that really just need a little fuel that just suddenly burst onto the national stage. It's finding ones that are just sitting there and help to get a little better. Some want to grow tremendously, some just need to tighten things up to get every student through the program. And it's also finding the ones that aren't necessary. Not all instructional. But if we can start to address those needs, the neat thing is when I go out in the community and talk to people, it's a love fest. I mean, people love us. And there's so many people that can point to you that they graduated from OC, or kids did, or their neighbor has. But the pandemic, I think, has put us on the edge again. I'm on the fence where people will go, do I want to do it? Or do I want to go to Dick's Drive-In? Make $25 an hour. You know what I mean? So we've got to do something different. There are those people who are always going to want to come because they want to use us as a stepping stone to get into a university and go in as juniors. We offer something that's good for them. But there are others who are looking just for jobs. I think we can open that up and start expanding that. That's where I am at the moment. I think we could benefit all of us being more often just for some 4-hour meetings or something. Dive into some of these issues. Questions?
Well, St. Michael's Day, I said, that's what they're doing for traveling nurses. Yeah. More nurses from school.
It's unbelievable. These offer, I think we're getting 20 more 20 spots through 20 to 25 St. Michael, which is huge. He's guaranteeing you can get more nurses into that hospital. So it's things like that we need to keep doing. He's going to be a great partner. Very significant. In fact, along those lines, so we have Dr. Alicia Nye, in charge of nursing, who's been doing all these things that go into these meetings. But it's not even her job to do it. It's just because she truly cares and she's interested. But it's like all of us, you can read people and you can see this without the break because they're exhausted. So now we're talking about creating another position where Josh talked about another NMARC, another division, really just allied health, nursing, PTA, CNA, just whatever else we can add to it. And that to me would be much more entrepreneurial on the college because those needs out in healthcare are huge. They're not going away. People who come from all over this college, we can keep offering this. So I hate saying it because I personally get really excited. To me, this is the fun part of the job. I get really excited, but I'm having the meetings around allied health because I think we can pull those off because that's a win-win everywhere. There's no legislator that would ever say no to that. I mean, we will find state and federal dollars. That is such a win for everyone. There are other yes, exactly. But there are other programs that there are times when I meet someone in the community and mention a program, and I just kind of cringe inside because I think we are not structured in a way to take it on and turn it around and say we can do it or not do it. We don't know yet where we are, but we're not there. I know that. We'll get there.
That's also about Dr. She's out with communication connection, and she's actually open in. I had a student that expressed that they want to go into nursing. Dr. Nye jumped on it. Encouraged her to, and now she's in there. She's ready to go. Matter of fact, she's so excited that she went and got her own to the folks. She's like, I'm going to get myself certified because I want to do the nursing program. And Dr. Nye has been walking with her from day one. I appreciate that.
See, that's what I'd rather see her do, spend her time with students, right? And that's makes a difference. And the companies need all these other meetings that really aren't.
Right, and I think she met these students while out vaccination and all that. All out there to recruit.
And it's going to take, truth be told, you hear it at the board. You hear this divisiveness sometimes within the college itself. We're all on the same team. At some point, we're all going to have to realize that and truly believe it and do it if we're going to survive. Because if we're going to fight it on ourselves, it's over. I mean, you might as well just hold up and go. We're not going to survive. The work is too important, and just like restaurants or even healthcare, the margins are so small. Right? We're not getting never. So the more we can get on, I think this is really one of the reasons I wanted to get back into achieving the dream. You know, all the other stuff it's all related. But I wanted to get back in that because it's something every one of us can focus on, regardless of your position. You are here to help students get into the college and keep them here and get them all the way across. I mean, case in point, what's one of the most fun things you and I have done lately? Was, maybe you don't think it was, I thought it was great. It was 7:15 in the morning. I'm at the YMCA, and there's one of our students is there named Allison, and she told me she really wants to get into accounting. She's not sure how to do it. So I text her on at 7:15 in the morning and say, "Hey, are you at work?" And yeah, I'm at work. And so I put those two, and she came to your office last week, right? We had a conversation. And
we sat for about an hour last week, and she interviewed with me.
So imagine if just executive team alone, but imagine if every single employee reached out to someone in the company you always talk about that and made that personal connection. Guaranteed, if Allison runs into a problem, she's absolutely comfortable now talking to you or me, right? Imagine if every one of us did it, but that's where we need to get to, I think, because as a college, you're always going to have issues, right? And we can't model how to have issues in a constructive way. We can't. We're in higher education. We're always going to have these issues, but we've got to get past them. Really start getting our mission right, getting it out of all of us. And instead of being 36% graduation rate, 3-year graduation rate, which is average, and that's where we are. Imagine if you're approaching 50, which is where some of those colleges are in, that are really trying to close all those gaps. You know what that does to the bottom line? You know what that does to that's thousands of students going across the state. That's the difference that makes up. So anything we can do to start focusing on student success. I mean, everyone else here has their own areas that they have to focus on, right? But it all connects. All connects. So anything we can do to just keep that focus on. Really appreciate it.
Maybe instead of trying to get us all together, and I know we have our but I could do lunch hours, but that might be an option in smaller groups, right? And trying to get us all together is just not going to work. But I mean, it will work, but it's not going to be as frequent as you'd like it.
Yeah. So we can always do that for sharing of information.
Yeah.
You can't make any decisions on your own.
No, but if you share the information, we could think about it and then put together as a group later on and make a decision on it. I think that might be more feasible in the long run than trying to give the information and have us make a decision about it. That also gives us more time to review it.
Right.
And so I mean, lunch meetings and stuff aren't ideal, but with everybody's schedule, it might be the only other option, or even a Zoom meeting at somebody's desk, or this scheduling is really tough.
We could schedule, if I did once a quarter, we were okay. That in addition to the monthly get togethers and individual.
Preferably in the.
Put that in the minutes.
Right, it have to be after 4 o'clock. We got tentative institutional goals.
Well, I put that in, I wasn't sure, well, you and I were talking and planning the agenda. I wasn't really sure where this would go. If there were some major takeaways that you would hear from this conversation today that you would say, it really would be nice if the college was focusing on X this year.
I think we've heard so much information today. It's going to be very, yeah. You know, there's a lot of work to do. There's so much good work that's being done.
It really was just there in case you had some ideas, or I mean, with the executive team has already had one retreat, well, working day, and we're going to do it again. We create these actual official goals to bring it forward.
No, I think that would be great. Before we come up with this meeting, about it.
We can do it.
Any pressure?
Weird.
This isn't for us, bro.
No, we're just giving them a hard time.
Yeah, just like figure out. And you talk about getting quality employees. The only way we got so lucky, Ron and his wife happened. They used to live up here. They were back here for a visit. They were driving down Warren Avenue, and Ron's wife said, "Hey, you thought about looking at OC to see if there are any openings?" It was right there and then that position was open, and we got lucky.
We send her flowers, by the way.
We got lucky.
He's old. It wasn't luck, it was an impeccable screen.
Oh, well, I know that. It's just that he can go anywhere he wants to go. But I hope he doesn't.
Well, Ron, tell her thank you.
You can bring her home some flowers tonight.
I'm sure you don't have to.
It's too bad Angela can't be here.
Keep enjoying the weekend.
I will share with you one day that we're all, most of us, except for building number 5, and one day talking to Ron, he said, and now after looking at the budget, he said, and now I know why he's looking at the second floor. Right. Yeah, you could break an ankle, but you won't die. Can't run away.
You got grass outside your office.
No, it's the same thing. It's a lot. Not that you thought about it. Everything goes down. So.
Schedule study sessions for the rest of the academic year. I have no thought right now, honestly.
Well, I've got 4.
I was gonna say that.
So these are new. Running start. I would love to find out what goes on this year, right? It's a huge part of our development. And then the workforce education.
Workforce education is tomorrow night.
How is it?
That's the tenure has been on the list for a while, but we decided it was too far away from the process to bring it forward now. Easy enough. So workforce tomorrow.
And I won't be there tomorrow.
Will you be remote?
I'm not going to be remote. It's too hard for me to share the meeting remote with everybody else there.
Yep.
Unless they change my meeting at 3 o'clock, because I don't have a ready to show.
A number of the executive teams remote as well due to the VP/DEI interviews. So we'll be split. So I'll be down there in person. I believe Marty will be down there in person. Ron will be, but Josh is escorting the VP/DEI candidates around to their appointments, so he will be remote as well. I think Brendan and Martin. So.
Okay.
Maybe enough time to commute down there.
Yeah, that's my problem. I'm not sure my meeting's gonna go till about 5 tomorrow. I totally forgot. That's not.
We're flexible with the Zoom option, and as we discussed, the board's going to have to make a determination whether we want to keep going with the virtual component of the meeting because of the rescinding of the exemptions to the Open Public Meeting Act. The board now can go back to in-person only.
Can't do that.
You can, except for if someone has a access issue and request it in advance, you have to provide them with telephonic access for public comment, but just for public comment. The whole meeting doesn't need to be broadcast. I spoke with the AAG recently about this issue because we floated the idea of just doing everything in person but public comment, and she advised against that, saying it's not in the spirit of the requirements by having anyone attend virtually for public comment. Either you have it all virtual or you only have it virtual if requested. That way there's no compliance issues. So the board does need to make that determination, which way they want to go, so we can announce it and set that standard going forward. Most likely you just have to announce the intent well in advance. But here's the issue, say one of the trustees in October is unable to make it to the meeting site and says, I'll just attend remotely, we wouldn't be able to accommodate that going forward. So just some food for thought.
I can.
I find you way. I just wanted
I would rather have you say like, that way there's no hold up. I know you guys are all going to be there. So if you don't mind, and I like all of your ideas. I was just thinking for time. I work with workforce all the time. A lot of families. So, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say anything. I think study sessions are essential for us to get to know things. I would only ask that they be scheduled when we don't have a full schedule. The 3-hour board meetings are really tough on everybody. And I know that we bumped into because of executive session issues, et cetera, that we don't have any control over the things we have to discuss at that time. But if we could schedule those on times when we don't have such a packed schedule, it just works out better for everybody.
sure one thought I had was, but today it's so valuable having.
Yeah, this was really good.
Now, do we each time have to have everybody report? We have cross border, be 10 minutes. Anyway, that might free up some of our schedule for our study session.
Yeah, that might be an idea to go deeper, with any updates.
And not a monthly report.
Or just
No, Brandon, we're keeping
So are we saying no reports when we're gonna give reports?
Well, that's what I was suggesting. I don't know, you can always have a short written
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but-
I think we keep the
That
monthly
every month.
reports.
We just do not
Shorter
report out.
section, but
But
you
you
don't
don't have to report it, right now we go through everybody, you know. Anyway, it just adds over at the meeting an hour. And earlier comment, you know, on the real end.
Well, I feel obligated.
Don't feel so obligated, Tom.
But I'm just saying,
Less
so-
is more.
Yeah, so the chair will just say, if anybody have any questions for this, or any questions for that, what kind of questions?
Maybe to address what Brendan mentioned earlier, though, maybe the onset of that, it could be said, we just want you to know we've read everything. You know, we've read them, and if you don't have any questions, it doesn't mean.
We can preface
Does that make sense? Because like you said, at this point, it's demoralizing. I put all this work and I'm like, they like it.
Well, and some reports don't change a lot month to month to month, so we don't have, I can only speak for me, so there's not a lot of questions. You know, unless there's been some significant change or a significant update. But some of the reports are kind of, this is what we're working on, it's supposed to seem easy. And the problems with it. But I mean, unless there's something larger.
I just had maybe a suggestion. We had previously disaggregated the reports. It used to be one report came in from the college with the president's cover letter. We split that out and then started going through each one. Would it make sense to have those short reports just combined into one document, and then you could say, do the trustees have any questions for the administration report? And do it all at once. And so if folks do have something to share that in writing they can, and then you just have one opportunity for the administration, just like you would, because we wouldn't be able to limit, say, the reports from the representative groups or the students. So this is a way to keep everybody on the agenda, but also not have to go through the 15 different items on the agenda for each administration section. And you can just say, you know, are there any, and then whoever has something for admin services or HR or the foundation, they can all be brought up at once.
I've seen sometimes kind of along the lines of what Adam said, where the administration's reports would be on the consent agenda. So only if you had questions or comments, would they necessarily be brought up.
That might be something we work towards that we could do. And I don't want to discourage anybody who does have very important information to get to the board, that they absolutely should still bring that forward.
So, the student services do.
But Madison, we wouldn't have any.
I would have to go back and look at your bylaws, but I do believe that labor has a spot on the agenda. And in the spirit of cooperation and collegiality, I think it's important for them to be able to say their piece as we have in the past. I don't know if Josh has any thoughts on the subject.
That was good as well.
I don't like 10, so.
But they tend to sometimes
They're excited, that's what we want. We want the students to be excited.
So on tomorrow's agenda, I just want to remind the board that we have an action item, which is Bremerton welding shop renovation, post-bid cost increase. That's one of the things you already heard today. We'll have a quorum on that, so it's important. We can't have a meeting. So. You can have a meeting, you can
Yes, executive exit.
Really?
Yeah,
No, not permitting. I'll see you tomorrow.
No, I'm in for today.
All right. It appears that they are done. So we're going to go ahead and cut that on off. I hope that you found that informative. That was a retreat. That was 7 hours, y'all. You know, with breaks in between. They definitely discussed a lot there, a lot to unpack. I look forward to your questions and your comments. I do want to remind everyone that should you want to make a comment, that is in the chat. Let me just go up here and find that. Okay. So you can go ahead and access the links there. Also, again, if you want to look at some other information on some of the research data, you can look at the dashboard. They're put together in a way that's pretty digestible, but I might have a buddy I can reach out to and ask if he can make sense of some of this data for us. But yeah, you know, salaries, all that good stuff. So we can get into all of that. If you're interested, again, just put that into the chat. If that is something that you want us to cover here on the Conduit, and I will be like Picard and I will make it so. All right. All right. Well, I must say, this has been a long day. This is a Monday. And yeah, I guess I knew it was probably going to take this long, but I didn't know it was going to take this long. Originally, I wasn't even going to be available to cover this. So shout out to my backup back out there who was going to cover this for me. But I'm glad that I was able to be available for this because there was a lot of good info there that we were privy to. It is sad to see the state of Olympic College right now, but as you heard, it's not just Olympic College, right? It's colleges across the state, across the nation, right? Enrollments are down. COVID has really put a hurting on so many different industries. And at the end of the day, you know, no matter how many industries have been impacted so harshly by this, the bottom line is who's hurt are the people, right? And so how do we serve the people so they can achieve their goals and their outcomes so that they can provide for themselves and their families and live a fulfilling life? You know, that's really it. Just moving beyond merely existing, you know, living to work. And yeah, I mean, we got to work to live, but it just shouldn't be your every waking moment, right? So this is a big part of that puzzle piece that Mark Boatwright Frost talks about in resilient ecosystems, right? All the puzzle pieces have to go together. We know that education, as I said before, can be a great, I don't know if I'll call it an equalizer, but they say, you know, knowledge is power. And I always like to finish that off and say knowledge is power if it is used. There's a lot of smart people out there, a lot of wise folks out there that don't use their intelligence or their wisdom for the benefit of themselves or for the benefit of other people. So I encourage you, please, you know, be a lifelong learner, continue to learn, and share that knowledge out and help us to be a better people and a better community. All right. I think that will do it. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. See you guys tomorrow night for the 5:30 actual board meeting that will take place. Until then, I am Marwan Cameron. This is Conduit.
And you have to contort themselves to fit in your organization. So we go